I couldn't open my eyes, but I could hear everything. On the ICU hospital bed, I lay with tubes running through me, suffering from late-stage stomach cancer. The door to the room was slightly ajar, and light from the hallway pierced through. My second aunt, 𝐂𝐤𝐲, was whispering, yet every word drilled straight into my ears. "Su-man, you're his wife. Just sign the papers and pull the plug. Let's keep this dignified for everyone." My throat burned like fire. I wanted to speak, but I couldn't make a sound. Then came Su-man's voice, drifting in like a chilling inevitability. "Second aunt, let's not phrase it so harshly. We're only doing this to spare him more pain." "Spare me the act," 𝐂𝐤𝐲 sneered. gu-zhun's greatest accomplishment in life was earning 5 factories for this family. The supermarket, the electronics factory, the pharmacy. If it weren't for him working himself into the ground like an old ox, where would the Gu family be today? Su-man chuckled coldly. "And now, it's time for him to rest." The heart monitor beeped steadily, like it was measuring the final moments of my life. Outside, 𝐂𝐤𝐲 urged impatiently. "Did you get the shares transferred yet? Once gu-zhun's gone, the eldest house will immediately seize control of the factories." "What's the rush? He's not dead yet," Su-man retorted. "I'm worried about something unexpected happening. This guy's tough. What if he suddenly wakes up and changes the will?" Su-man sounded utterly detached. "He's not waking up." I gripped the bedsheet tightly, my knuckles bone white. 50 years. I slaved away like a dog for the Gu family. When second uncle claimed we needed to preserve the family's interests, I drained my life savings to fill the holes in the family's debts. When Gu Feng wanted a car, I paid. When Gui wanted to study abroad, I sent the money. Even Su-man, I treated her like royalty, worshipping her every word. And now, here they were, these leeches who had drained my blood dry, lurking outside my door, waiting to carve up my flesh. At that moment, a younger man's irritated voice sounded from the hallway. "Mom, when is Gu-zhun finally going to die? I already bought my plane ticket to go abroad." My eyelids twitched violently. It was Gu 𝐤𝐸𝐸, my son, the boy I raised for 30 years, the same boy who called me dad for 3 decades. Su-man shushed him in a low voice. "𝐤𝐸𝐸, keep it down. What's there to be afraid of? He's rotting on a hospital bed. He's not going to jump up and hit me." 𝐂𝐤𝐲 let out a delighted laugh. "Once your dad's gone, you'll be the only rightful heir in name. Most of the inheritance will fall into your hands." Only rightful heir in name? My mind went blank, and it felt like a hammer struck my chest. In the hallway, the sound of leather shoes approached. "𝐤𝐸𝐸, is that how you talk to your second aunt?" A man's voice came, pretending to sound dignified. I recognized it. Wang Dawei, Su-man's so-called investment advisor, the man she constantly mentioned, who helped manage the family's overseas assets. Gu 𝐤𝐸𝐸 immediately switched to a flatter, fawning tone. "Dad, I was just being impatient." Boom. It felt like my brain exploded, and the taste of blood surged up my throat. "Dad." He called Wang Dawei dad. Su-man didn't even flinch. She simply scolded him lightly. "How many times have I told you not to say that out in public? Why shouldn't I say it?" Gu 𝐤𝐸𝐸 complained, his face full of resentment. "Gu-zhun's already a dead man. If it weren't for his factories, do you think I'd have wasted 30 years pretending to call him dad?" My mouth hung open, tasting iron and bile. I had attended Gu 𝐤𝐸𝐸's parent-teacher meetings for 30 years. I worked until I vomited blood just to fund his studies abroad. And all along, I was nothing but a joke, a living, breathing fool strung along by others. Wang Dawei lowered his voice. "All right, focus on the important task. The offshore accounts are ready. Once gu-zhun breathes his last, let the eldest family take the factories. You'll inherit your spousal share, and then the 3 of us can leave the country immediately." The 3 of us. Those 4 words were like a dull knife carving into my soul. It was too late. I couldn't even shed a tear anymore. I felt only the cold hand of death spreading through my bones. The sound of a nurse's cart rolling down the hallway echoed closer. Outside the room, their faces shifted, morphing from greed into fake concern with lightning speed. 𝐂𝐤𝐲 wailed theatrically. "Nurse, our dear Gu-zhun is in so much pain. Watching him suffer feels like knives to my heart." Su-man sniffled, adding a touch of artificial sobbing. "Doctor, is there any way you can just let him go peacefully? He's always cared so much about appearances. I want him to leave with dignity." The hospital room door creaked open. I kept my eyes tightly shut. The stinging scent of Su-man's perfume wafted near as she leaned over to adjust my blanket. Her manicured fingers, painted blood red, halted at my oxygen tube. "Gu-zhun, you've had a hard life," she whispered, her voice carrying the faintest trace of sinister laughter. "Dying will be better for everyone." With that, she clicked away in her high heels. I opened my eyes. My teeth clenched so hard they could have cracked, bloodshot veins burning in my gaze. A face suddenly flashed in my mind. 15-year-old Gu Ling, dressed in patched-up clothes, pushing a half piece of hardened cornbread toward my mouth. Brother, you eat. I'm not hungry. I filled up with cold water. She was the only real family I'd had in my entire life. In 1977, our elder uncle sold 𝐒𝐤𝐤 to a widower from the neighboring village who'd beaten his previous wife to death, all for an 80 yuan dowry. I'd knelt until my head bled, begging the family to let her go. Yet, second uncle 𝐒𝐤𝐤 had remained aloof. 𝐒𝐤𝐤, the family is struggling. Don't let your selfishness destroy the bigger picture. 2 weeks later, 𝐒𝐤𝐤 was carried back to the village in a straw mat, her body battered, her thin frame reduced to nothing but skin and bones. 50 years ago, I couldn't protect my sister, and my world cracked in half. 50 years later, I worked myself into an early grave raising a pack of monsters, and my world shattered completely. A burning fury consumed me in an all-encompassing blaze. Then, a sudden flash of red light flickered before my eyes. Blood-red numbers appeared, floating eerily on the ceiling, pulsating like droplets of fresh blood. Return to 1977, 72 hours. I froze in shock. Was this a hallucination? A deathbed mirage caused by oxygen deprivation? I squeezed my eyes shut, counted to 3, and then snapped them open, turning toward the bare white wall beside me. The crimson numbers followed me, ticking down second by second. 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. It wasn't a hallucination. It was real. A raspy, hollow laugh wheezed out of me like the sound of broken bellows. 1977. The year Ling was killed. Tomorrow morning, 𝐤𝐤𝐤𝐿's voice floated in again from beyond the door. Have the doctor stop the life support. Turning my head, I stared at the sliver of light spilling through the doorframe. My bloodshot eyes burned with a sinister glare, like the stare of something crawling out from hell. These blood-sucking leeches, who drained me dry for half my lifetime. This time, none of you will live to enjoy your spoils. My chest heaved, and the metallic taste of blood filled my mouth as I shook with rage. The sharp, erratic beeping of the heart monitor broke the silence. The sound must have alarmed the people outside because the door creaked open again. Zhao Zuelin peeked her head in first. She hadn't even had time to wipe away her grotesque smile when she saw my eyes open. Her expression froze in place. "Oh my, you're awake?" she stammered, immediately switching to a fake sob. 𝐒𝐤𝐤, thank heavens. Awake. 𝐤𝐤𝐤 followed behind, her eyes first scanning the monitors before landing on my face. "How do you feel?" I silently stared at her. She frowned. "Why aren't you talking?" My voice rasped like sandpaper. "Water." Zhao Zuelin immediately handed over a glass, tilting it too quickly and causing me to choke. I coughed uncontrollably. Slow down, slow down. You're already like this. Why make it worse?" Her words pretended concern, but her eyes were full of impatience. I lowered my gaze and held back. A pack of wolves surrounding a dying cow. Would they stop biting just because the cow complained of pain? 𝐤𝐤𝐤's tone softened. "The doctor said you need rest. We'll take care of the company matters." I raised my eyes. "Who's we?" "Second uncle, 𝐒𝐤𝐤, 𝐒𝐿, all family." Zhao Zuelin immediately chimed in. "Exactly. Right now, the most important thing for you is to recover your health. 𝐒𝐤𝐤, your condition. You should plan ahead." "Plan for what?" Her eyes shifted slyly. "Things like shares, authorization, a will. If you hand things over to your second uncle, you'll have peace of mind." A slight chuckle escaped me. "What are you laughing at?" I closed my eyes. "I'm tired." 𝐤𝐤𝐤 scrutinized me, suspicious. Something felt off. The old me, upon hearing the words family or responsibility, would always show guilt in my eyes. But now, it was as if I had turned into a dried-up, empty well. The doctor came in to check on me, warning, no further emotional distress. After the doctor left, 𝐤𝐤𝐤 picked up my phone from the bedside table. "You shouldn't be using this. Just rest. Give me my phone." Her grip on it tightened. "Why do you need your phone?" "Give it to me." My voice was low, but it made her heart jolt. Zhao Zuelin's face dropped. 𝐒𝐤𝐤, is that how you talk to your wife? She's been taking care of you for so long, and you're acting like this? Taking care of me? Her voice grew louder. 𝐤𝐤𝐤 comes to the hospital every day, and 𝐂𝐤𝐥 is also worried about you. A faint smile played at the corners of my mouth. "Then where's 𝐒𝐤𝐥? Call him in." 𝐤𝐤𝐤 hurried to respond. "He just left." "Didn't he just arrive? Why would he leave so quickly?" The room fell silent. 𝐤𝐤𝐤's face grew colder by the second. "How much did you hear?" I didn't respond. I just kept my gaze on her. She stared back for a long moment, then suddenly smiled. A smile that tore away all pretense of gentleness. "It doesn't matter if you heard." 𝐤𝐤𝐤. Zhao Zuelin panicked. 𝐤𝐤𝐤 raised a hand to stop her. "What's there to fear? Look at him. What can he possibly do?" She looked down at me. 𝐒𝐤𝐤, your saddest trait is thinking you're more important than you are. Do you think the 𝐒𝐤 family can't survive without you? That I can't live without you? That 𝐂𝐤𝐥 truly sees you as his father? You're just a money-making machine. Beyond that, you're nothing." Zhao Zuelin dropped her act too, crossing her arms with a cold smile. "Go ahead, know what you want to know." You can't even get out of bed. At that moment, I glanced toward the door. In the hallway, Wang Dawei stood sharp in his suit, with Gu Yixing hiding behind him. The boy's eyes were evasive, with not a trace of guilt. Gu Yixing, I called. You've called me dad for 30 years. His face turned red, his voice rising in embarrassment and anger. So what? If you're a fool, whose fault is that? Su Man immediately snapped. Yixing, stop it. But he doubled down, defiant. What did I say that was wrong? He's just a machine that feeds us money. Now that it's broken, why should I treat it with respect? I stared at his face, the same one I had once held, guided, and protected. Now, it was a stranger's face to me. Suddenly, a memory stirred, unbidden. Gu Ling, that little girl who never resented me for being poor or dirty. She would quietly clean my wounds after I was beaten, using cold water. Brother, does it hurt? When I grow up, I'll take care of you. Brother, don't be scared. I'll protect you. The memory felt like a rusted door being forced open, revealing a flood of recollections. It was 1977, at the old Gu family compound. Gu Ling was 15, her shoulders fragile like brittle sticks. Aunt Wang Guifang dragged her out by her hair. Good for nothing. Li Tieshuan offered $80 and 2 bags of cornmeal for your bride price, and you dare refuse to marry. Gu Ling sobbed, shaking her head. Auntie, I can't marry him. He killed his previous wife. He'll kill me too. A slap echoed as Wang Guifang struck her hard. Dying would still be your fate. The Gu family raised you all these years. You owe us. I lunged forward, only to have Gu Hong kick me square in the gut. He sneered maliciously. Gu Zhen, do you think you can save her? Don't forget, you're eating our food, too. I crawled on my knees to my uncle's feet. Uncle, please, don't marry her off to him. I'll work and pay back the dowry. He stomped on my hand. And what will you earn? 2 penniless orphans. Be grateful I didn't drown you in the river. My second uncle, Gu Erlang, stood neatly dressed, hands clasped behind his back, watching from the sidelines. Second uncle, I pleaded, latching onto the faintest hope. Please, say something. He sighed. Gu Zhen, Gu Ling is a girl. She has to marry eventually. Don't break family harmony for selfish reasons. Family harmony. Those 2 words clung to me for a lifetime. In the end, Gu Ling was shoved into an ox cart. She cried until her voice was hoarse, yet still yelled to me. Brother, don't follow me. They'll kill you. Just live your life well. I watched as the cart drove off and was held down and beaten until I couldn't move. 2 weeks later, Gu Ling was dead. Li Tieshuan claimed she fell because she was disobedient. But everyone in the village knew the truth. Nobody said a thing. I stormed into Li's home, only to be beaten senseless, my ribs broken. I nearly died that day. Second uncle had later sat me down and said, the dead are gone. Stirring up trouble doesn't look good for the Gu family. I was too weak back then. Too weak to even save my own sister. Those years of hatred burned inside me. I vowed to make something of myself, to gain power and wealth. That's when I met Su Man. I poured all my regret for Gu Ling into my feelings for her. Then, blinded by her persuasion, blinded by children on the way, I forgave the past atrocities of my family. I gave those vile relatives opportunities, letting them work in my businesses. And now, they've been feeding off my flesh for decades. Su Man's voice snapped me back. Gu Zhen, since you already know everything, sign the papers and keep your dignity intact. Wang Dawei walked in, placing the documents next to my bed. Mr. Gu, you're a smart man. If you sign now, Su Man will grant you a respectable funeral. If not, the Gu family still has other ways. You all think I'm as good as dead. He smirked. From a medical perspective, yes. Zhao Zuelon shoved the pen into my hand. Stop wasting time and sign it. Everyone was staring at me. Su Man's eyes were full of urgency. Gu Yixing's eyes showed annoyance. Wang Dawei's eyes glowed with confidence, and Zhao Zuelon's eyes brimmed with greed. I looked down at the documents. Power of attorney, asset liquidation, equity transfer. Every page was practically written with my blood. I suddenly coughed, and the pen fell from my hand. Useless piece of trash, Zhao Zuelon muttered as she bent down to pick it up. Taking that brief moment, my other hand reached beneath the pillow where the nurse had left a backup medicine box and where I had secretly stashed my phone. My fingertips touched the cold surface of the phone case. The red countdown timer was still running. 71 hours, 12 minutes, and 9 seconds. I couldn't die here, not yet. 72 hours would be more than enough for me to drag this entire bunch of people to hell. Zhao Zuelon shoved the pen back into my hand. Sign it. I slowly raised my hand, letting the pen hover over the paperwork. Su Man's lips just started to curve upward into a smile when, rip, I tilted my wrist, tearing a long gash through the entire authorization form with the pen. The room instantly froze in pin-drop silence. You've lost your mind, Gu Zhen, Zhao Zuelon shrieked. I lifted my head, my expression cold as if pulled straight from an icy pit. Yes, I've gone mad. Wang Dawei lunged toward me. Hold him down. But I was faster, yanking out the 4 needle from the back of my hand. Blood pooled, but I didn't even flinch. The heart monitor alarm blared. A nurse could be heard yelling from the station. What's happening in bed 3? Suman panicked. 𝐤𝐲, stop this madness. I glanced at her and suddenly let out a laugh. Suman, 𝐤𝐤, 𝐤𝐤𝐥, and all those lovely relatives from the 𝐤 family. You'd better pray I don't survive tonight. The door swung open, and a group of people rushed in. Xiao Zuolan immediately began wailing. Doctor, he's having an episode. Sedate him now. They pinned me back onto the bed, the sedatives injected into my veins, quickly dimming my vision. 𝐤𝐤 murmured coldly. We can't let him wake up and cause more trouble. We have to deal with the documents, fast. Xiao Zuolan gritted her teeth. The old bastard just has to make things difficult even on his deathbed. I heard their voices as my eyelids grew heavy, but my mind hadn't completely slipped away. The countdown timer still flickered in red. 70 hours, 58 minutes, and 33 seconds. Somewhere in the darkness, I heard my little sister Gu Ling's voice. Big brother, don't be scared. I moved my fingers slightly, reassuring her silently in my head. Lingzi, this time, your brother isn't scared. They're the ones who should be. When I opened my eyes again, there was no sterile white light of the hospital room, no stinging scent of disinfectant. Beneath my feet was soft black soil. Overhead was a dull, gray sky. In the distance, a clear spring bubbled quietly next to an unassuming wooden cabin. Beyond the cabin lay thick, impenetrable fog. I looked down, still dressed in my hospital's patient gown, the 4 needle still hanging from the back of my hand. Yet the searing, gut-wrenching pain of my cancer-ridden body had subsided significantly. So this is the Xianling space? As soon as the words left my mouth, a crimson countdown appeared in midair. Return to 1977, 70 hours, 41 minutes, and 22 seconds. Beneath it were several lines of text. The Xianling space is now bound to you. Host, 𝐤𝐲. Permissions, storage, preservation, basic grade spiritual spring. Note, once the countdown reaches 0, the host will return to the original timeline in 1977. Resources from the space may be carried back. I stared at those words for 1, 2, 3 seconds. Then, I strode decisively over to the spring. The water's surface reflected my gaunt, hollow face, the face of a man who'd been drained dry for decades. Scooping up a handful of the spring water, I downed it in big gulps. It was piercingly cold as it slid down my throat. The next moment, the searing pain of my cancer-ravaged stomach miraculously dulled, and I could breathe smoothly again. It was real, not some fleeting surge of life before death. I pushed open the door to the wooden cabin. Inside, it was entirely bare, except for a single wooden table with a slim booklet resting on it. The booklet flipped open on its own. 1. The space can collect unclaimed items or items within the host's direct control. 2. Living creatures cannot enter the space for now. 3. The spiritual spring can alleviate illness and injuries, but cannot undo terminal diseases. 4. The return time cannot be altered during the countdown period. 5. After returning to 1977, the space will remain accessible. When my eyes reached the last word, a rasping, half-crazed chuckle escaped my throat. My entire life, I'd been nothing more than an old workhorse, drained of everything by greedy relatives, and even in death, they still tried to strip me clean. But now, fate had granted me 72 hours, a spatial storage, a return to 1977. This wasn't salvation. It was the heavens handing me a blade. The vision shifted abruptly. The voices outside the hospital room door crept back into my ears. The sedative should have kicked in by now, right? The doctor said he won't wake up anytime soon. Let's just get the consciousness evaluation done and use his hand to make the prints. I opened my eyes again. The hospital room was dim, the cold artificial light from the hallway sneaking in through the crack in the door. Suman sat on the couch scrolling through her phone, while 𝐤𝐤 stood by the window talking in a hushed voice over the phone. I stayed still. My body was weak, but my mind had never been sharper. Slowly, I felt around beneath the sheets until I found my hidden phone. I turned it to silent mode and opened my banking app. My personal accounts, company accounts, and reserve fund accounts, they hadn't been frozen yet. Good. The ultimate control over my 5 major enterprises was still locked in my grip. By the window, 𝐤𝐤 lowered his voice further. Yeah, 𝐤𝐲 woke up once, but his condition's unstable. The 𝐤 family is pressing harder. They're all hungry to carve up the pie. The voice on the other end said something, and he chuckled. Don't worry, that old bastard won't last more than a few days. And, of course, 𝐿𝐸𝐸 will come with me. He's my biological son. If 𝐤𝐲 wanted to waste 30 years playing the fool, who's to blame but himself? My gaze turned ice cold. I immediately hit the record button on my phone and quietly stuffed it back under the blanket. Suman suddenly looked up. Who are you on the phone with? 𝐤𝐤 hung up quickly. Just setting up a fallback plan. Keep your voice down. He opened his eyes earlier. So what if he does? Su-man snorted, then glanced over at me on the bed. Who would believe the rantings of a dying man calling the cops? She didn't wait for a response and walked over, her heels clicking sharply on the floor. She waved a hand in front of my shut eyes. No reaction. But then, as if something occurred to her, she reached beneath my pillow. Where's his phone? This cunning old fox wouldn't go down without hiding his last card. He might have contacted a lawyer. Wang Dawei strode over too, his expression hardening. Su-man didn't find anything there, so she started searching my pockets and feeling around the folds of my blanket. Underneath it all, my hand tightened ever so slightly around the phone. A thought crossed my mind, and the cold metal item vanished from my palm, instantly transported into the void of the mystical space. Su-man searched me from head to toe, flipping everything over with frustration written across her face before standing upright. Tomorrow morning, she snapped, I'll have the doctor restrict all visitation. After that, I'll call second uncle over. Gu-zhen always falls for the whole family duty spiel. We'll pressure him into signing. All right, finish up and we're out of here. Wang Dawei patted her on the shoulder. The two turned and left. It was 11 p.m. Outside the door, there was a nurse on watch. Their footsteps faded completely. I snapped my eyes open and yanked out the 4. Dark red blood welled up at the sight, but my expression didn't flinch. Swinging my legs over the bed, I tried to stand. As soon as my feet hit the floor, my knees gave out. Gripping the edge of the bed, I stubbornly held myself upright. The noise startled the nurse outside, who pushed the door open. Mr. Gu, are you trying to get yourself killed? Get back in bed this instant. Coldly, I glanced at him, pulled a thick stack of cash from my wallet, and slapped it against his chest. I need to use the bathroom. Take the money, shut your mouth, and go guard the door. Catching the cash, his eyes lit up. All right, 5 minutes, no more. He hurriedly backed away and shut the door. I locked the bathroom door from the inside and turned on the tap. The rush of running water drowned out any noise. I stared at the bottle of soap in front of me, and with a flicker of thought, it disappeared, only to reappear atop the wooden table in the other space. Another thought, and it was transported back again. Test complete. With another wave of my palm, a phone materialized out of thin air. First, I backed up the recording into a secure cloud folder and sent it to a confidential email address. Then, I dialed a memorized number. It rang 5 times before someone answered. Who's this? Came the impatient, gruff voice on the other end. Brother Long, it's me, Gu-zhen. A brief silence. Then a cold laugh. Gu-zhen, heard you've got 1 foot in the grave already. Wanted one last stroll down memory lane with me. I've got business. Go on then. I glanced into the void where a red countdown clock flickered relentlessly. 69 hours, 52 minutes, and 6 seconds. My 5 major businesses, I began. A grain processing factory, a clothing production facility, a chain of supermarkets, an electronics plant, and a pharmacy. The full package, factory equipment, inventory funds, and absolute equity. I'll pledge it all to you. The flick of a lighter hissed faintly over the line, followed by Long's sharp draw from his cigarette. He exhaled and taunted. What is it? Trying to bargain for some loan shark miracle cure? No, I need cash. 5 million yuan. In gold, delivered within 2 hours. A deafening pause. Finally, Long chuckled low and dark. Gu-zhen, you're willing to pledge all 5 assets to me? Aren't you afraid I'll gut you clean and dry? I'm practically dead already. What's left to fear? I paused deliberately before adding. But I've got one condition. Name it. The cash is mine to take. As for the remaining assets, debts, and loan agreements, they're yours to collect. I spoke each word deliberately. Gu Hong clings to the grain factory. Gu Feng siphons cash from the supermarkets. Gu Shui sells electronic factory components under the table. Gu Yi launders the pharmacy accounts. And Gu Erling pulls all the strings behind the scenes. That family of leeches all act as though these businesses are theirs by right. Gazing at my own reflection, sallow-faced, hollow-eyed, I pulled my lips into a bitter, brutal grin. Brother Long, I want you to take this death sentence contract and strip every last shred from those damn parasites feeding off me. The man on the other interrupted in a rough, booming laugh. Huh. So they say Gu-zhen's just a nice guy, a pushover, a piece of clay. Who would have guessed that when you finally snapped, you'd turn nastier than us street rats? What do you think? Should I take the deal? You've got 2 hours, I replied. Send someone to the hospital with the money and the contract. Gu-zhen, don't think about crossing me. Ending the call, I let out a long, shaky exhale. My chest throbbed painfully, but I had never felt freer. 70 hours left. I would drag those modern-day vampires straight down into despair and save my sister, left for dead in that ox cart years ago. 1 a.m. I leaned tiredly against the hospital bed. Outside in the hallway came the heavy, chaotic marching of footsteps. The elevator dinged. The door to my room creaked open a crack, and the nurse's voice trembled in terror. "Who are you?" The leader stepped forward, a burly man with a knife scar slicing across his face. Brother Long. He carried 2 dense black cases and was flanked by 4 massive men. Together, they stood like an impenetrable iron wall at the door. His piercing eyes locked onto me. "We're here for a damn death wish business deal with Mr. Gu." My eyes opened slowly, fury simmering deep within. The first blade I borrowed to cut them all down had arrived. The nurse froze, too paralyzed to speak as he clung to the walls. "Get out," Long said, sparing him not even a glance. The nurse wavered on quaking legs but stammered. Miss Schumann said I must stay by Mr. Gu's side. One of Long's muscular goons stepped forward, wrapped a single massive hand around the nurse's neck like lifting a chick, and carried the man to the hallway. "Stay out or listen in, and you'll take the express route to the ground floor tonight." The door clicked shut, dropping both black cases at the foot of my bed. Long dragged a chair over, sat down, crossed his legs, and began studying me as if calculating how much a corpse might still weigh in gold. To be honest, Guzhan, I almost turned back on the drive here. I leaned faintly on the bed frame, my face waxen pale and my lips dry, yet my gaze burned blazingly sharp. "What stopped you?" Long pulled a cigarette from his pocket, bit it between his teeth, then swore lowly after recalling this was an ICU ward. He tucked the cigarette behind his ear instead. "I made some calls," he muttered, raising 3 fingers. "One to check your business's registration, another for their annual revenue, and a final call to see just how much cash your dear family members have filched from your factories." I said nothing, simply waiting. His mouth curved into a grin, twisting the knife scar grotesquely. "Altogether, those 5 businesses have a conservative valuation of over £1 billion. You're offering up $1 billion worth for $5 million in gold. This deal doesn't hurt me. What interests me is why it doesn't hurt you. 30 years in business, Guzhan, you're no fool. You know how to run numbers. Why aren't you bothering to count?" He leaned in close, voice dropping lower. "What aren't you telling me?" "Brother Long," I croaked, voice raspy like grinding gravel. "How long have you been loan sharking?" 17 years. In all those 17 years, has anyone ever willingly handed over their entire empire to you and then begged you to collect their debts?" He was silent for a moment, then shook his head. "Never." "So tell me, just how far does someone have to be pushed to even consider it?" His eyes traveled across me, took in my blood-smeared hand, the shredded proxy authorization form, finally drifting toward the blipping jump of my monitor's heart lines. "You hate them," he stated. "Hate?" I laughed dryly, my breath scraping raw at my throat like jagged stones. "Brother Long, hate doesn't even begin to cover it." I raised my hand and pointed at my own chest. "Every penny I've made in this lifetime was forced out of this broken body. I started working in a brick kiln at 18, opened a grain factory at 30, and expanded into 5 different industries by 40. I worked day and night, until I had a stomach perforation, coughed up blood, and ended up lying on this bed waiting to die. And the result? My voice dropped, low and cold, like it rose up from the depths of the earth. My uncle's family treated me like a beast of burden my whole life. My second uncle, 𝐂𝐤 constantly yapped about family interests while pocketing countless kickbacks from me. His kids each took a slice of my business and leached off me every waking moment. My wife had a son with someone else, and I raised that boy for over 30 years. Now they're all camped outside my hospital room, just waiting for me to stop breathing so they can split up my body. The room was deathly quiet, save for the faint beeping of the monitor. Longji tapped his fingers on his knee a few times. "So you're not really here to borrow money." "I'm borrowing a blade," I enunciated clearly. Longji stared at me for 5 or 6 seconds before suddenly throwing his head back and laughing. His laugh was low and stifled, but it was powerful enough to make the water glass on the bedside table tremble. "Guzhan, you're the craziest businessman I've ever met." "Crazy or not doesn't matter," I said evenly, locking eyes with him. "What matters is, will you take the deal?" Longji stopped laughing, leaned back in his chair, and crossed his arms. "Tell me then, what terms are we talking about?" I reached under the pillow and pulled out a few folded sheets of A4 paper, drafted word by word in my phone's memo app and printed in advance by his people. First layer, absolute equity in all 5 industries, factory facilities, inventory, receivables, all of it mortgaged to you. That's the main contract. Longji nodded. Straightforward. Second layer. I flipped to the next page. A debt recovery clause. The portions of my assets seized or misappropriated by different branches of the Gu family will all be listed as collectible debts. The 3 external debts Gu Hong underwrote with the grain company's name, the revolving funds Gu Feng embezzled from the supermarket, the price discrepancies in Gu Shuai's component resales, Gu Yi's fake accounts at the pharmacy. I've got evidence for all of it. I pulled out my phone, opened an encrypted folder, and turned the screen toward him. Detailed accounting, bank transaction records, internal auditing reports. It's all here. 30 years in business, and there isn't a single ledger I don't understand. They think I've been in the dark. I just haven't wanted to bother. 𝐂𝐤𝐥𝐲 flipped a few pages through the files on the screen, his eyebrows climbing higher with each swipe. These debts 𝐂𝐤 took on. Over 20 million. 23 million, I answered precisely. Used my company's credentials for the guarantees, pocketed the money himself, and left the holes in the company's books. 𝐂𝐤𝐥𝐲 whistled, long and low. 𝐂𝐤𝐤's even worse, I said flatly, as if I were just reading off a report. In 3 years, he skimmed 18 million from our supermarket chain's cash flow. Used supplier kickbacks to cover the tracks. On paper, everything checks out. But I ran an analysis comparing quotes to actual transaction prices, and every discrepancy is accounted for. 𝐂𝐤𝐥𝐲 handed the phone back, his expression changing. No longer mocking a dying man, but measuring an opponent worth his attention. Boss 𝐂, you've been playing dumb for 30 years. Not pretending, I said, eyelids drifting closed. There's still family, after all. Turning a blind eye was easier. And now, I opened my eyes again. Now both eyes are wide open. 𝐂𝐤𝐥𝐲 tapped the papers. This setup is brutal. The main contract mortgages your assets to me, and the debt clause drags the 𝐂 family's dirty laundry into the light. I use the contract not just to collect from you, but also to repossess everything they've stolen. Exactly. You get the meat, but the bones, you make sure those crush them. What if they don't cough it up? All the evidence is in the attachments, black and white, backed by bank records that can't be faked. If they won't pay, you take it to court. And what they fear most isn't your collection efforts. It's having these accounts exposed. I paused, my voice sinking lower. 𝐂𝐤𝐤𝐿𝐼ng's been the puppet master for over a decade, and his hands are the filthiest. He's bullied everyone under the guise of family unity, because he knows once these books go public, there won't be anyone clean left in the 𝐂 family. 𝐂𝐤𝐥𝐲 slapped his thigh. Good. Ruthless. He leaned forward and clicked open the first black case. Gold. Gleaming gold bars, neatly packed and sealed in plastic with bank authentication marks, their light almost blinding in the dim hospital room. The second case was the same, full of gold. 50 million in gold bars, down to the last ounce. Feel free to inspect. My pupils shrank. To anyone else, this might be fortune. But to me, this was something greater, a ticket back to 1977, an anchor of certainty. With these hard assets, I would no longer be that desperate beggar groveling for scraps during my first go-round. I reached out. My fingertips brushed against the cool, solid metal. Its weight, its temperature, undeniable reality. 𝐂𝐤𝐥𝐲 handed over the formal contract and a pen. Main contract and debt recovery clause, 2 copies. Look through the terms. I scanned them, carefully reading each page. Everything matched what we discussed on the phone, with additional terms in the debt clause for late payment penalties, escalating fines, and the like. Clause 7, late fees at 3% monthly interest? I looked up at him. I'm a lender, not a charity. Make it 5%. 𝐂𝐤𝐥𝐲 froze. The burly, bald man standing behind him froze too. 5% monthly interest, harsher than anything he'd proposed. A borrower raising their own interest terms? In 17 years of loan sharking, he'd never come across it. You're sure about that? Absolutely, I said with a deadpan expression. The higher the rates, the more they'll owe, and the harder you'll come down on them. That's exactly what I want, to see them fail without a way out. 𝐂𝐤𝐥𝐲 gave me a long, hard look, then edited both copies of the contract on the spot. 𝐂𝐤𝐤, if I'd met someone like you 20 years ago, I wouldn't have dared to share the same table as you. I didn't respond. I took the pen and signed my name on the last page. The scratch of the pen on paper seemed unusually loud in the still room. 𝐂𝐤𝐥𝐲 handed me the ink pad. Seal it with a fingerprint. I pressed my thumb into the red ink and carefully stamped it on the signature line. The vibrant red mark resembled a drop of blood against the stark white paper. 𝐂𝐤𝐥𝐲 secured one copy for himself and left the other for me. He walked to the window, pulled back a corner of the curtain, and glanced down. So when are your loving relatives planning to make their move? No rush. I folded the contract and, with a thought, the papers vanished from my hand. Fell back a step, his face a ghostly pale, his mouth opening and closing wordlessly like a fish out of water. The once heated tension in the room had turned into an icy silence, the kind that clings to your skin and sends a chill down your spine. The air was thick with secrets spilled and consequences looming. I kept my gaze pinned on them, my tone as emotionless as the flicker of a dying fluorescent bulb. Cat got your tongue, Mr. Wong? Or do I need to spell it out for everyone here? Dragon Bro let out a low whistle, leaning lazily against the wall, clearly enjoying the unexpected drama unfolding in what he presumed would be a straightforward meeting. He didn't say a word, but the smirk tugging at one corner of his mouth spoke volumes. This was better than primetime television. 𝐂𝐤𝐤, 𝐂𝐚 choked out, her voice trembling. Her perfect image of feigned sympathy and sorrow was cracking at the edges. You? It's not like that. You've misunderstood everything. Please, let me explain. Misunderstood. I cut her off, my voice rising like a sharp knife. Misunderstood that the boy I've raised, thinking he was my son, was yours and his illegitimate spawn? Misunderstood that while I was bleeding my knuckles dry building this empire brick by brick, you two were busy playing house behind my back. Her lips trembled, tears spilling anew, but now I saw them for what they were, tools of manipulation, deceptive as her glittering nail polish. Can't even defend yourself? Huh? That's rich. Before either of them could utter another excuse, Dragon Bro stepped forward, his towering figure and scarred face shadowed by the dim hospital light. He gestured lazily towards them with the unlit cigarette still clenched between his teeth. All right, this little soap opera is touching and all, but let's not forget why I'm here. The contracts are signed. The debts are valid. That 5 factory collateral's already in motion. So unless you two got some miracle up your sleeves, you can take this drama elsewhere. The calm in his voice, mixed with the ever-present threat of the streets that lingered beneath his words, shattered any lingering pretense 𝐂𝐚 and Wang Dawei might have been clinging to. They both looked at each other for a flickering moment, desperation pooling in their eyes. I shifted in my hospital bed, leaning forward slightly, each movement imbued with the weight of cold determination. 𝐂𝐚 tried to plead one last time, her voice heavy with insincerity masked as concern. 𝐒𝐤𝐲, you've been through so much. Please, let's talk this out like a family. Think about our son, your son. For a moment, I tilted my head as if considering her words. Then I curled my lips into a faint, lifeless smile. 𝐂𝐚, let me give you some advice for when you're packing your things. Don't take what doesn't belong to you. Dragon Bro clapped twice, real slow, a wry chuckle escaping him. Man, I don't know if I'm watching a business deal or a damn Shakespearean tragedy. Either way, it's been entertaining. With that, the tension snapped, and the game was already over. The hunters had become the prey. I didn't need to explain myself further. The look on their faces said it all. He gasped sharply, his back slamming hard against the door. What nonsense are you spouting? 𝐂𝐚 cut me off with a sharp scream. I heard everything in the corridor. I looked into her eyes. And not just heard. I paused slightly. I recorded it. Those 3 words. Her face turned from red to pale, then from pale to ashen. You recorded. Cloud backup. I added with an indifferent tone. Smash my phone. Burn it. Flush it down the toilet. And that recording will still be there. Want me to replay the full dialogue where Wang Dawei said, 𝐸𝐸 is obviously going with me. He's mine from the beginning. Shall I repeat the entire conversation for you? She shot to her feet, her chest heaving violently. You're lying. You were unconscious then. How could you? Unconscious? I scoffed coldly. When you were discussing pulling my plug at the door with them, I heard every single word crystal clear. Wang Dawei said the offshore account was settled. You said you'd split the money once I was gone. And Zhao Zulan said you better hurry, or too much delay could bring complications. I hurled out each sentence like a blade, pushing them mercilessly into her face. And then there was that phrase. The 3 of us will leave the country together. 𝐂𝐚's whole body started trembling. It wasn't fear, no. It was the exposed shame and boiling rage of being unmasked so bluntly in public. 𝐒𝐤𝐲, you. Mom. The hospital room door burst open. 𝐒𝐤𝐥 stormed in, wearing a trendy hoodie and sporting perfectly styled hair. A clear sign he'd only just returned from having his fun elsewhere. He glanced around quickly, his expression shifting when his gaze settled on the pack of men and the gold bar-stuffed suitcase on the floor. What's going on? Who are these people? Before 𝐂𝐚 could even open her mouth, 𝐒𝐤𝐥 had interpreted the odd atmosphere from her face. He turned to glare at me. What did you do? Did you hand over the factory to someone else? That's mine. I'm your only son. It's all my inheritance. Yours? I gazed at the face I'd looked at for 30 long years. I've carried him to emergency rooms in the middle of the night when he had dangerous fevers. I've humbled myself to ensure he had admission to the best schools. And I've handed every good thing I ever had, piece by piece, to him. And him? He calls Wang Dawei dad. 𝐒𝐤𝐥, your last name is gu because I allowed it to be gu. My voice was steady, without even a ripple of emotion. My wealth? I'd rather feed it to the dogs than leave it for you. It was like he'd been slapped. He froze for a moment. Then rage overtook him. What did you just say? Say it again. His head flushed red, his face contorted from greed and fury, and he lunged towards me, reaching for my collar. You old bastard. Give me that money. Before his fingers even touched the bed, a towering mass of muscle plunged in from the side like a brick wall. The bald, burly man seized him by his wrist like he was lifting an angry little chicken, and in one fluid motion, twisted it downward. Crack. The sound of cartilage echoed coldly in the room. 𝐒𝐤𝐥's face crumbled instantly. Sweat and tears poured down his face as a pig-like wail erupted from his mouth, his knees hitting the tile floor harshly. "Kid," the bald man still kept him pinned, his voice calm in a reprimanding tone like he was schooling a child, raising a hand against a bedridden man. "You think that's appropriate in a hospital room?" "He's not my dad." 𝐂𝐤𝐥𝐲 spat through gritted teeth, the pain leaving no filter on his words. The moment those words came out, he froze too, realizing what he'd just said. The room fell back into deathly silence. Dragon Brother, leaning casually against the wall, clapped twice, slow, unbothered, mockery radiating from him. "Well done. Truly entertaining." His eyes moved lazily between me. 𝐂𝐤𝐥𝐲 crumpled on the floor, and finally Wang Dawei, whose face was turning a frosty white. "Boss Gu, the drama in this family of yours is even better than I expected." Bending slightly, he latched the gold bar suitcase shut with a click. "I'll personally be keeping an eye on this debt." Su-Man stood paralyzed, trembling all over. Her tears had long dried up. All that remained on her face was a twisted expression of animosity. "Gu-zhen, you'll regret this." She spun on her heel abruptly, her high heels clattering in a rush as she almost fled from the room. From the hallway came her sharp, piercing voice yelling, "Call the doctor. Call security. He's mentally unstable. Restrain him immediately." Chaos exploded outside, nurses and night shift staff glancing uneasily towards the commotion. 2 security guards arrived first, with the senior attending doctor and a nurse rushing right behind them. "He's gone insane. His mental state is completely out of control." Su-Man pointed furiously at the hospital room door, tears streaming down her face as she shrieked in dramatic despair. "There are complete strangers inside, forcing my husband to sign contracts. He's critically ill, completely unfit to make legal decisions." The attending doctor frowned deeply, casting a sharp glance into the room over Su-Man's shoulder. Inside, Dragon Brother leaned against the wall indifferently, casually trimming his nails with a small pocket knife. 4 hulking men flanked the sides of the room, while the black suitcase sat locked and waiting. The security guards froze mid-step. The sheer vibe of danger exuding from those men halted them in their tracks. That suffocating presence, an air of being from a darker, menacing world, left the guards visibly hesitating. "Call the police." Wang Dawei's voice screeched desperately from behind. Dragon Brother lifted his head slowly, pulling the cigarette from his ear and twisting it in his fingers dispassionately. "Go ahead. Call whoever you want." He nodded at me, grabbing the heavy suitcases as he motioned for his men to follow him casually. As they passed Su-Man, he stopped briefly. "Sis, the signatures are done, the fingerprints stamped, and the contract is executed immediately." He patted the suitcase as a devilish grin curled his lips. "Your husband's business? As of right this second, it legally has nothing to do with you." The faint ding of the elevator echoed, and its doors sealed behind them. All the air in the hallway seemed to vanish, as if the pressure itself sucked the breath out of the space. Su-Man ground her back molars tightly, her sharpened red nails digging viciously into her palms as her bloodshot eyes fixed on the descending number of the elevator panel. Then, she charged straight back into the room. I leaned tiredly against the hospital bed, my face pale like wax, but my eyes were clearer than ever before. The attending doctor rushed over, checking the machines plugged into my frail body. "Mr. Gu, right now, you're in an extremely fragile state. The emotional outburst from just now could easily trigger cardiac arrest." "Doctor," Su-Man interjected rudely, cutting him off. "My husband's behavior just now was completely irrational. I suspect he's experiencing delirium or even full-blown psychosis. He just handed over billions worth of assets to loan sharks. This is clear evidence of insanity." She adjusted her expression rapidly, forcing tears to glisten as she choked out the perfect tremor in her words. "I strongly demand a psychiatric evaluation. Until results are in, he must be restrained under protective measures." The attending's brows knotted in a thick scowl, his voice rigidly professional now. "Madam, this is an ICU. The priority here is the patient's vital signs and overall stability. We decide on mental evaluations based purely on clinical evidence, not the subjective assumptions of family members. I am his legal spouse. I'll sign the consent form right now." She pressed aggressively, step after step. I stayed quiet, watching her theatrics unfold. This is her plan B, using protection as an excuse to completely trap me within this hospital bed. All she needs now is to stall for just a few hours until sunrise, when Wang Dawei can come with his lawyer and move forward with declaring me mentally incapacitated. The doctor steadied himself under the pressure and bent forward to look at me. "Mr. Gu, what's your name? What's today's date? Where are you now?" "Gu-zhen," I responded clearly. "It's November 17th, Central City Hospital ICU, bed 3. He followed up with 3 logical questions, and I answered each without faltering. From the preliminary assessment, the patient's consciousness is fully intact and his cognitive functions are normal. The doctor straightened up. He's faking it. Su-man's expression twisted hideously. Realizing her slip of the tongue, she forcibly composed herself, lips tugging awkwardly. Doctor, I understand your diagnosis, but he absolutely cannot be stimulated any further. Could you give him a mild sedative to help him sleep for now? A more thorough evaluation can wait until morning. The attending physician glanced at the slightly elevated heart rate monitor and nodded. A small dose of a sedative is fine. The nurse came forward with a syringe. I didn't resist, obediently closing my eyes as the cool liquid entered my veins. Within seconds, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness swept over my mind like a tide. Su-man slumped into the sofa, staring at my seemingly unconscious face. She took out her phone and dialed a number. Wang Dawei, do you have your people in place yet? The legal team is still handling the process. They're prepared to assist with your application in the morning. That's too slow, she hissed in a low voice, her tone sharp. That group has the collateral contract. What if they go ahead with changing the business registration first thing in the morning? It won't be that quick. It has to go through approval. I don't care. Gu has completely lost his mind. He's ready to ruin everyone's livelihoods. Immediately get the lawyers to expedite the paperwork. Tomorrow at first light, I'm going to court to apply for an asset freeze. She ended the call, glancing at the clock on the wall. 2:40 a.m. Anxiety weighed on her, heavy as lead, pulling at her eyelids. Meanwhile, my consciousness had already submerged into the mystical realm known as the Qianling space. Underfoot was an impossibly soft expanse of black soil. In the distance, a silent spring bubbled ever so slightly. With effort, I crouched down, scooped up the icy spring water with my hands, and gulped it down in large mouthfuls. The frigid water coursed down my esophagus, washing away the drugged haze layer by layer. The searing pain of the terminal illness that burned relentlessly at my core subsided into a manageable chill. A warm vigor began creeping into my cold limbs. I could stand. I could move. That was enough. With a thought, I willed myself back to my body. 3:15 a.m. A muffled bang echoed from the end of the hospital hallway, followed by the piercing shriek of the fire alarm ripping through the still night. Short circuit in the electrical panel. It's smoking. Grab an extinguisher. Red warning lights spun frantically as thick white smoke began to pour from the ventilation system, swiftly filling the floor. The entire floor's alarm screamed. Su-man jolted upright from the sofa. Outside, nurses rushed past with crash carts as the duty doctor shouted to evacuate the critical patients. She instinctively glanced at my bed. I lay there motionless, an oxygen mask obscuring my face. Evacuate immediately. A nurse burst in and grabbed her arm. The tide of humanity swept Su-man out of the room. She wanted to grab the black suitcases by the corner of the bed. She suspected they contained valuables, but the surge of people made turning back impossible. As she reached the exit, she threw one last glance toward my room. Forget it, she thought. We'll deal with it once the chaos settles. After all, Gu, practically a dead man now, couldn't escape her grasp. The moment she was forcibly dragged out, I snapped my eyes open. Tearing off the monitoring wires on my chest and the oximeter clip from my finger, I planted my feet on the floor. Instant, searing pain shot from my knees, stabbing up through my skull. My legs wobbled uncontrollably. I bit down hard, tasting blood, and forced my spine to straighten with sheer willpower, tapping into the lingering chill of the spiritual spring within to push past my limits. At the foot of the bed, two black suitcases sat quietly. With a thought, they vanished, replaced in the Qianling space with 50 million yuan worth of gold bars, now resting securely on the soft black earth. Stripping off the patient gown, I revealed the thin t-shirt I was wearing underneath. I grabbed a dark jacket left behind by a caregiver and threw it on, flipping up the collar to obscure half my face. I pushed the door open. The left corridor was thick with rolling smoke as all personnel fled toward the fire exit. I hugged the wall closely, moving step by agonizing step in the opposite direction. Overhead cameras swiveled in blind spots, unaware of my movements. I slipped through the fire exit door, the cold winter air biting as it flooded in. This area wasn't covered by the hospital's surveillance system. Every step down the iron staircase drove the cramps in my stomach deeper. My sweaty palms gripped the icy handrail for dear life. Finally, I reached the ground floor. The exit led to a backloading dock used by the hospital's supply chain. In the shadows, a black SUV idled silently, the engine still running. The window rolled down slowly, revealing the sharp profile of a burly, bald man. His expression was as cold as steel. "Boss Gu, get in." I pulled open the door and collapsed onto the back seat, my body succumbing to utter exhaustion. My labored breathing filled the car's silent interior. Drive. The tires rolled smoothly over the pavement. the vehicle melting soundlessly into the night. 5 minutes later, the fire alarm was deactivated. A nurse with a flashlight pushed open the door to my empty room. The bed was vacant. Wires littered the floor. A discarded 4-needle, specked with blood, lay abandoned on the tiles. The black suitcases were gone. I had vanished without a trace. Where is he? Where's 𝐒𝐤𝐲? Su-man shoved her way through the crowd into the room, her mind blank as she stared at the empty bed. Every drop of blood in her body seemed to have drained away. Wang Dawei stormed in with security, shouting for surveillance to be pulled from the main entrance and parking garage. Yet the footage came up empty. I had disappeared into the hospital's blind spots, like a shadow dissolving into the corners. Su-man, trembling, pulled out her phone and dialed a familiar number. Second uncle. 𝐒𝐤𝐲 escaped. The other end of the line was eerily silent. After a few seconds, 𝐂𝐤𝐤𝐥𝐲's hoarse, icy voice came through the static. Wake up everyone in the 𝐒𝐤 family who's still breathing. Turn the city upside down if you must. Just find him for me. The black SUV tore across the suburban expressway. I slumped against the seat, my vision blurred. On my retinas, glaring red numbers ticked downward relentlessly. 68 hours, 20 minutes, and 11 seconds. Head to the old grain warehouse. The bald driver glanced in the rearview mirror, then pressed the gas pedal to the floor. The growl of the engine shattered the stillness of the darkened outskirts. My countdown to vengeance had officially begun. As the car bumped over a cement road in the industrial zone, my forehead nearly slammed against the front seat. A fresh wave of stomach pain surged, and I let out a low groan, forcing the metallic taste back down my throat. The driver gave me a quick glance through the rearview mirror. Boss 𝐤, we're here. The car rolled to a stop before a rusting chain-link fence. Above its creaky gate, a worn iron sign read, 𝐤 Grain and Oil Storage Center, swaying in the night wind. Humming, much of the paint had peeled off. I pushed open the car door, and the cold wind rushed into my collar. Steadying myself by holding on to the roof, I glanced across the entire factory compound. 3 massive arched warehouses stood in parallel rows, with a 2-story brick office building at the far end. A single light was on upstairs. That was the duty room. Wait in the car, I said. The burly, bald man frowned. Brother Long instructed me not to let anything happen to you. The more people inside, the messier it gets, I said, patting my jacket pocket. I served as the legal representative for this factory for 20 years, better than knowing my own home. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Call if there's any trouble. I'll be right at the gate. Turning away, I walked toward the iron gate. A shiny, new combination lock hung on it. Staring at it for only 2 seconds, I knew the code had been changed, something 𝐤𝐤𝐤 must have done. I didn't waste time on the lock and skirted around to the right side of the gate. There was a small side entrance, secured with an old-fashioned mechanical lock. I had designed this door myself when the factory layout was developed years ago, intended as a fire exit. 𝐤𝐤𝐤 likely either forgot about it or never knew it existed. I felt along the top of the door frame, smiling slightly when my fingers grazed a key. Inserting the key into the lock, I gave it a light twist. Click. The side door opened. Inside, the factory was silent except for the howling wind. Most streetlights had burned out, and wooden pallets and plastic sheeting were scattered across the cement ground. I pressed close to the building, my steps cautious and soundless. I glanced briefly at the office building. The light was still on upstairs, the curtains half drawn, with a vague silhouette moving behind them. It was old 𝐤𝐲, the night watchman. I knew him. One of the earliest employees in the factory, old 𝐤𝐲 had hauled cargo for 15 years before injuring his back. I personally approved his transfer to the night shift. I didn't avoid him, heading straight for the office building. The motion-activated light at the stairwell flickered on. The door to the second-floor duty room creaked open, and old 𝐤𝐲 peeked out, gripping a flashlight. Who's there? It's me, 𝐤𝐲, I said. The flashlight beam hit my face. He squinted to recognize me, then nearly dropped the torch in shock. Mr. 𝐤𝐤𝐤? He scrambled down the stairs, his back half straightened before bowing deeply again. Mr. 𝐤𝐤, weren't you in the hospital? How your complexion? Just a night inspection, I said flatly. Need to transfer some supplies. Keep it low-key. Old 𝐤𝐲 opened his mouth to say something, then thought better of it. He'd worked here nearly 2 decades and had seen more than a share of my unexpected midnight inspections. But before, my face was rosy, my posture upright, not gaunt and pale like I was now. Mr. 𝐤𝐤, does Mr. Hong know about this? He asked cautiously. I'm the legal owner, I replied, locking eyes with him. Who do I have to inform? A shiver ran through him, and he shut his mouth immediately. Do you have the access card for the main grain warehouse? I asked. Yes. He fumbled at his waist, pulling out the card and handing it over. Then he retrieved a keyring from a drawer. Here are the backups. They'll open the mechanical locks on all 3 warehouses. I took them and left without another word. Mr. 𝐤𝐤, old 𝐤𝐲 hurriedly called after me. Should I go with you? It's pretty dark. No need. I said without turning back. Stay in the duty room. No matter who comes tonight, do not open the door. I could feel him lingering at the stairwell, uneasy. I knew the look in my eyes was no longer the same as it once had been. Warehouse 1. I swiped the card. With a beep, the electronic lock clicked open. Pulling the heavy door outward, I was hit with the stale smell of stored grain. Feeling along the wall, I located the breaker box and flipped the main switch. Rows of fluorescent lights flickered on, casting a harsh, pale glow across the vast space. I stood at the entrance, scanning the interior slowly. Nearly 2,000 square meters. According to the ledger, it should have been filled to capacity. 800 tons of rice and 300 tons of flour neatly stacked. And yet, near the entrance, there were indeed piles of grain, stacked meticulously in bags stamped with standard factory labels. But walking further in, the density of the stacks dropped dramatically. I stopped mid-warehouse. The grain stacks in the front rows were only one layer deep, almost like a staged facade. Behind them, it was nothing but empty space. I bent down and tapped on a bag of rice nearby. It felt unusually soft, lighter than it should have been. Opening it, I took a handful. The grains were yellowed, mixed with bits of gravel. Unbelievable. Even the props at the front weren't proper grain. I continued further in. The emptier the space became, the wider the patches of bare cement. The entire section by the back wall was spotless, just scrape marks from loading and remnants of torn plastic sacks. A full warehouse on paper. In reality, at least 60% of the stock was gone. Guhong's appetite for skimming off inventory was even larger than I had anticipated. I didn't feel angry. I had passed the stage of anger a long time ago. I turned toward the corner management room. A metal door locked with a padlock. Key number 3 on the ring fit perfectly. The door opened. Inside was a single desk, a swivel chair, and a metal filing cabinet. On the desk sat a dusty computer and a few hardcover account ledgers. I pulled open the filing cabinet. The top shelf held routine warehouse records, release and storage slips, all sloppily signed off under Guoyu's name. The second shelf contained 2 bundles of cash, wrapped in newspaper and bound with rubber bands. I opened one and counted 200,000 yuan. The second bundle was roughly the same. Guhong's liquid money, bypassing the books for easy access. On the third shelf, my fingers touched a black notebook. I flipped it open to find page after page of handwritten entries, dates, quantities, buyers, prices, and payment details. Guoyu's handwriting, I knew it too well. This wasn't the official ledger. It was the real record of Guhong and Guoyu's under-the-table grain deals. Every transaction was meticulously documented, down to which route was used, whose trucks transported the goods, and how profits were split. Toward the last page, a small note caught my eye. November. Oh, brother Hong, 470,000. I closed the notebook and put it back. From the bottom shelf, I withdrew 3 more notebooks just like it, spanning dates from 3 years ago to last month. Guoyu had always been skilled at falsifying accounts, but he had one fatal flaw, his fear of Guhong denying their arrangement. Every crooked deal left a detailed record behind. Absolutely idiotic. Lining up the 4 notebooks on the desk, I took out my phone and photographed each page, backing up the images to the cloud. Then, standing in the center of the small room, I closed my eyes and activated my special ability. The 4 notebooks and 2 bundles of cash instantly vanished, reappearing on the wooden table inside my remote inner space. Back outside in the warehouse, I stood in the middle of the floor. While much of the stock had been emptied out, there were still over 100 tons of rice and flour by the door. The quality, well, it left much to be desired. For 1977, this kind of thing would be enough to change the course of history. I took a deep breath and activated my mind power again. This time, the disturbance was much greater. Starting with the nearest haystack, bags of rice seemed to be picked up by invisible hands and silently disappeared into the air. Each bag weighed 50 kilograms, vanishing at a rate of 2 to 3 bags per second, continuously pouring into the Xianling space. My temples thudded. This large-scale storage operation was draining my mental strength far beyond what I had anticipated. But I didn't stop. Flour, corn, compressed grains, oil. 15 minutes later, warehouse number 1 was completely emptied out. Panting heavily, I leaned against a pillar for support, pausing for a while before heading to unlock warehouse number 2. Warehouse number 2 was in slightly better condition than number 1, with about 40% of its stock still remaining. I took every last bit. Warehouse number 3 was the oil storage area. Half the wall was piled high with barrels of soybean and canola oil. All of it was collected and taken. Inside the management office of warehouse number 2, I came across an envelope. Inside were 3 private agreements that Guhong had signed with grain merchants from out of town. While they bore the official seal of the grain factory, they were signed under Guhong's personal name, a blatant act of exploiting public resources for private gain. I left behind photocopies and stored the original agreements in a Xianling space. Finally, I came to a locked utility room at the end of warehouse number 3. The lock had been added later, and 𝐂𝐤𝐲's keyring didn't include a key for it. Placing my hand on the lock, I activated my power, and the lock vanished into thin air. I pushed the door open. Inside were a few boxes. Opening one revealed cartons of Zhonghua cigarettes and 𝐵𝐷 liquor. 𝐂𝐤𝐤's go-to currency for greasing palms. I confiscated all of it. At 4:40 a.m., I stood in the middle of the now empty warehouse number 1, surveying the surroundings. 3 warehouses cleared out entirely within the span of an hour. But I didn't bother cleaning up the traces. The scratches on the ground remained. Fragments of woven bags lay scattered. The filing cabinets in the management office were wide open. And on the desk, I had intentionally left behind copies of key financial documents, all incriminating pages pointing at 𝐂𝐤𝐤. That was the precise effect I wanted. The grain was gone, and the evidence was placed right in front of them. When 𝐂𝐤𝐤 came, his first instinct would surely be to destroy the evidence. But the moment he tampered with those copies, he would incriminate himself. Don't touch it. Brother Long's men would eventually show up with the contracts to audit the assets. The books claim full stock, but the reality would be empty storage. Who's going to take the blame for that gaping deficit? Blame me? I've already signed the legal representative's debt agreement over to Brother Long. Debts follow the assets. Assets follow the actual operators. Whether they accept it or not, 𝐂𝐤𝐤 and 𝐂𝐤𝐤 are both trapped. I shut the door of warehouse number 1, returning the keyring and access cards to the spot by the night security room steps. 𝐂𝐤𝐤 gazed at me through the window, hesitant and concerned. "Boss 𝐂𝐤𝐤," I said without looking back as I headed toward the side gate. "Just do what you're supposed to do in the morning. If anyone asks, you didn't see anything. Remember, you answer only to the legal representative. Whatever anyone else says has nothing to do with you." 𝐂𝐤𝐤 nodded emphatically. The business van was still parked outside. I opened the door to the back seat and collapsed into it as my body felt completely spent. The burly man with a shaved head glanced at me in the rearview mirror without speaking and simply started the engine. I closed my eyes. The red countdown on my retina still ticked away. 66 hours, 33 minutes, and 17 seconds. Inside the Xianling space, the black soil was piled high with supplies, mountains of rice, flour, corn oil. Next to them, a wooden table was stacked with cash, black ledgers, and the private agreements. In 1977, these items would mean food, survival. They were the foundation of my plan to save Guling. The low rumble of the engine vibrated the car's interior. A small, wry smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. 66 hours. It was enough. Meanwhile, on the south side of town, in 𝐂𝐤𝐤's villa, at 5 a.m., his phone blared loudly. Startled awake, 𝐂𝐤𝐤 cursed as he got out of bed. When he saw who was calling, the grain factory's night security, his expression soured further. What could possibly be so urgent at this hour? On the other end, the trembling voice of the morning shift warehouse keeper stammered, Boss 𝐂𝐤𝐤, the grain storage is empty. All 3 warehouses are completely empty. There's not a single grain left." 𝐂𝐤𝐤's hand froze midair. By dawn's early light, 𝐂𝐤𝐤 stormed through the grain factory gates. He was still in his pajamas, with a thin-down jacket hastily thrown on, its zipper left undone. His pants were crammed into slippers, his face sagging with droopy skin. 𝐂𝐤𝐤 followed close behind, at least having managed to change his pants. But dark circles under his eyes betrayed his sleepless night after receiving the call. The doors to warehouse number 1 hung wide open. Standing at its entrance, 𝐂𝐤𝐤 looked like he'd been doused by a bucket of ice water. It was empty. The 2,000 square meter warehouse was so vacant it echoed. On the ground, only scrape marks and fragments of woven bags remained. Not a single grain of rice in sight. What the hell happened? He forced the words out, his voice strained and high-pitched. The warehouse keeper cowered at the doorway, his legs visibly trembling. "Boss 𝐂𝐤𝐤, I started my shift at 5 a.m., and the locks were intact. The access card records showed no anomalies. But the warehouses were just like this." "Bullshit." 𝐂𝐤𝐤 kicked over a nearby plastic crate. 800 tons of rice, 300 tons of flour. Did it sprout wings and fly away? He dashed to warehouse number 2 and threw open the doors, empty. Warehouse number 3, also empty. Even the 𝐵𝐷 and 𝐁𝐼 were gone. Standing in the middle of warehouse number 3, 𝐂𝐤𝐤's face turned from flushed red to pale, then darkened to an angry, livid hue. 𝐂𝐤𝐤 didn't follow his furious rampage from warehouse to warehouse. Instead, he headed straight to the management office. The door to the metal filing cabinet was half open. 𝐂𝐤𝐤's pupils contracted sharply at the sight. The cash was gone. And those 4 black notebooks? Also gone. But on the desk, several sheets of paper were spread out. Approaching them, 𝐂𝐤𝐤 felt his blood rush straight to his head. It was the contents from the notebooks, photocopies. Every page had critical numbers circled in red: dates, tonnage, buyers, payment amounts. The last page had 47,000 to be paid to Brother Hong for November kickback, circled 3 times. Someone had laid out their dirty ledger, page by page, for all to see. 𝐤𝐤 reached for the papers, but the moment his fingertips brushed them, he yanked his hand back abruptly. No, he couldn't touch these. Those documents were placed there deliberately, waiting for someone to touch them. Whoever did so might as well confess on the spot. You, 𝐤𝐤. gu Hong's voice roared from outside. Check the surveillance cameras. In the security room, old Zhou had vanished. On the desk, the access cards and keyrings lay neatly in place. The man was long gone. 𝐤𝐤 rewound the surveillance footage. The factory's 12 cameras covered every main entrance, the warehouse doors, and unloading areas. Going back to the hours between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m., the cameras were operating fine until 3:27 a.m. Then suddenly, static filled all screens for approximately 40 minutes. When the footage resumed, it only captured a single, lean silhouette in a dark jacket entering the facility through the side gate. Moving slowly, his figure hunched over. gu Hong squinted his eyes to make out the figure for a few seconds, then slammed the desk furiously. 𝐤𝐤, it's 𝐤𝐤. In the footage, the figure walked toward the office building and disappeared into a blind spot. Afterward, there was no record of any large vehicle entering or exiting. No trucks, no workers, no loading or unloading equipment. Hundreds of tons of grain vanished into thin air. 𝐤𝐤 stared at the screen, his knuckles turning white. Impossible. Hundreds of tons of goods can't be moved by one person. Even if you hired 100 people and 10 trucks, it would take an entire night. The cameras were only off for 40 minutes. It's not enough time. But gu Hong wasn't listening. His mind was consumed by one thing. The warehouse was empty, but the balance sheet claimed it was full. The accounting hole he had spent 3 years faking to cover up could no longer be hidden. Call the police, he blurted out. The warehouse was robbed. Get the police involved. Have you gone insane? 𝐤𝐤 seized his arm, whispering through gritted teeth. The first thing the police will do is check the inventory records. The books say we have 800 tons. How much have we actually sold off? 3 years worth of cooked books. Are you planning to hand them all over? gu Hong froze. 𝐤𝐤 let go of him and began pacing restlessly. And anyway, the notebooks in the management office are all gone. All 4 of mine gone. What notebooks? 𝐤𝐤 shot him a cold glare. The ones you made me keep. Every deal, every buyer, every ton. What account the payments went into. You said you didn't trust my memory and made me write it all down. gu Hong's face collapsed in on itself. Then why the hell did you actually write it down? Why did I write it? 𝐤𝐤's voice rose, laced with anger. Because every time you split the profits, you thought I was cheating you. It was your paranoid ass that insisted I write everything down. The tension crackled in the air as they stared each other down, ready to explode. At that moment, a loud bang rang out from the iron gate downstairs. Bang, bang, bang. gu Hong walked to the window and peeked outside. A black SUV had pulled up at the gate, and 3 burly men were getting out. The leader, a bald man, wore a black leather jacket, a chunky gold chain dangling around his neck, his face cruel and domineering. One of Dragon's men. The bald man banged on the gate, his voice booming like a megaphone. gu Hong, is gu Hong here? Boss Dragon sent me to sort out some business. gu Hong went downstairs in a daze and opened the gate. The bald man swaggered in, pulling a document out of his jacket and slamming it into gu Hong's chest. Here, mortgage contract. Signed and fingerprinted by your boss, 𝐤𝐤 himself. As of now, this factory, including the land and inventory, legally belongs to Boss Dragon. gu Hong flipped through the contract, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Black and white text, signed, fingerprinted, even accompanied by screenshots of the signing video. I'm here to check the inventory. The bald man smirked and started walking toward the warehouse. For asset transfers, we gotta confirm the numbers, right? He stopped at the entrance of warehouse number 1, took one look inside, then turned back with a grin. gu Boss, your warehouse doesn't exactly match the books. He waved another document, an inventory record. The books say there's 800 tons of rice and 300 tons of flour in here. But right now, he scanned the empty warehouse, tut-tang. Not a grain of sand. Boss Dragon isn't gonna let something like this slide. gu Hong opened his mouth, but no words came out. The bald man's smirk vanished as his tone turned icy. You've got 3 days. Either restock the inventory or compensate in cash. Check the contract attachments. Monthly interest at 5%, calculated daily for overdue payments. 𝐤𝐤 came downstairs just in time to hear that last phrase. 5% monthly interest, not a single decimal more or less. A pit with no bottom. The bald man patted gu Hong on the shoulder. No rush, take your time. Boss Dragon's a reasonable man. The black SUV roared off. Holding the contract, gu Hong's hand trembled. It's over. Shut up. 𝐂𝐤 snatched the papers from him, flipping to the debt section, which carefully listed 3 private loans 𝐂𝐤 had guaranteed without permission, down to the exact cent. How does he know about this? 𝐂𝐤's voice quivered. I didn't even tell you the specifics. How could 𝐂𝐤 possibly know? 𝐂𝐤 didn't respond, his mind racing. 𝐂𝐤 knew everything. The grain smuggling, the secret guarantees, the embezzling, every last detail. That man, lying in the ICU at death's doorstep, had never truly closed his eyes. At that moment, a black sedan pulled into the factory lot. From the back seat emerged 𝐂𝐤, clad in a navy Zhongshan suit, his grayed hair combed with military precision. Though over 80 years old, his posture was ramrod straight. He took one glance at the open warehouse doors, his expression like carved stone. What's going on? Explain. 𝐂𝐤 clung to this lifeline, spilling the entire story in a rush. By the time he described Dragon's men showing up, his voice was trembling. 𝐂𝐤 remained silent for over 10 seconds. Then, have you reported this to the police? No, 𝐂𝐤 interjected. We can't. The books don't match reality. 𝐂𝐤 glanced at him, giving a small nod of approval. Seal the news. Declare today a factory-wide holiday, citing equipment maintenance. No one from storage or the night shift is allowed to spill a word outside. What about the grain? 𝐂𝐤 panicked. Hundreds of tons of goods disappearing. There has to be an explanation. An explanation? 𝐂𝐤's words were like ice. You sold off 3 years' worth of stock. The warehouse was already less than 40% filled. Now it's all gone. Who do you have to blame for that? 𝐂𝐤's face flushed red, his mouth opening and closing. Turning away from them, 𝐂𝐤's tone sank further. Buy some time with that loan shark. Keep it quiet. As for the grain, blame 𝐂𝐤. He's the legal representative. He was mentally unstable while critically ill and secretly cleared out the stock. None of it connects to us. Who in their right mind would believe that? 𝐂𝐤 frowned. It doesn't matter if they believe it, 𝐂𝐤 said coldly, facing him again. What matters is, where is 𝐂𝐤 now? Silence fell. No one could answer. Suddenly, 𝐂𝐤's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, his expression changing instantly. Who is it? 𝐂𝐤 asked. 𝐂𝐤 picked up. He only listened for barely 10 seconds before the color drained from his face. Hanging up mechanically, his voice came out raw and hoarse. The garment factory. They just received a delivery notice, signed by 𝐂𝐤. Morning light poured into the warehouse, onto their pale faces. Not one of them looked alive. 𝐂𝐤's hand, clutching the phone, stayed frozen rigidly by his ear. 𝐂𝐤 swallowed dryly, his voice cracking. What's wrong with the garment factory? 𝐂𝐤 didn't respond. His mind was replaying every word from that phone call in a loop. Delivery notice. Signed by 𝐂𝐤. Stamped with the genuine legal seal. He's at the garment factory. 𝐂𝐤's voice was as dry and coarse as sandpaper scraping against wood. The moment stretched thin, and 𝐂𝐤's bulky face twitched violently. He bellowed, his voice splitting like a frayed rope. What kind of bull is this? He's in the final stages of cancer, barely breathing, and he can't even climb out of bed. Shut up. The sharp snap of 𝐂𝐤's raised hand sliced through 𝐂�'s outburst. The old man's hand trembled slightly beneath his sleeve. He tugged harshly at his collar, swallowing down the chaos in his breath. His cloudy eyes locked coldly on 𝐂𝐤. What exactly did 𝐆𝐻𝐻 from the garment factory say? 𝐆𝐻𝐻 said he received an urgent inventory transfer order 30 minutes ago. It even had the official corporate stamp on it. He didn't dare block it. The veins in 𝐂�'s temples throbbed visibly. And why the hell not? 𝐂𝐤 roared. Because 𝐂𝐤 was sitting there in person. 𝐂𝐤 yelled back, his eyes reddening. The morning air was bone-chilling, cutting across the faces of all 3 men. A bitter and deathly silence enveloped them. 𝐂𝐤 stood motionless for a full 3 seconds before spinning abruptly on his heel. To the garment factory. 20 minutes earlier, at the East Side Industrial Park near the back gate of the garment factory, my black business car came to a smooth stop by the curb. I pushed the car door open. As soon as my feet touched the ground, a metallic taste surged up my throat. I braced myself against the car frame, coughing twice, while the tangled mass of rotten flesh in my stomach began to twist again. The pain-muting effect of the spiritual spring was wearing off, and the terminal illness clawed its way back into my veins, inch by cruel inch. But there was no time to waste. The countdown wasn't waiting for anyone. I conjured another handful of spiritual spring water from my dimensional space, downing it quickly. The pain eased up slightly. I refocused, pushing forward. Around the back of the garment factory, beside the power control room, there was a nondescript metal door. Back when the factory was constructed, I personally buried secret bypasses into every compartment. A system only I, the legal owner of the company, knew about. These precautions weren't to guard against thieves, but rather the family members who paraded around chanting for the greater good of the family. Paranoid as I might have seemed back then, It was this paranoia that had drawn the blade I now held. I reached up and fished out a spare key hidden atop the doorframe. The door clicked open. I slipped inside, navigating the darkened corridors like the back of my hand, heading straight for the duty office. Inside, 𝐵𝐫𝐞𝐞𝐝, the shift supervisor and 𝐂𝐤𝐥𝐲's planted informant in the finished goods warehouse, was half asleep with a thermos in hand. I didn't bother sneaking around. Striding straight up to his desk, I slammed the inventory transfer order right in front of him. 𝐵𝐫𝐞𝐞 jolted as if waking from a nightmare. The moment he recognized me, his eyes bulged, disbelief written all over his face. Mr. 𝐂𝐤, aren't you supposed to be hospitalized? Urgent inventory transfer, I said impassively, stamping my official corporate seal onto the document with a decisive thud. Get the keys and unlock the finished goods warehouse along with the raw materials storage. His hands were trembling as he picked up the order, studying it like his life depended on it. The seal was real, the signature was legitimate, and the format was flawless. There wasn't a single discrepancy. But Mr. 𝐂𝐤 wasn't notified about this. I lifted my gaze, letting the abyssal bleakness of my stare wash over him. 𝐵𝐫𝐞𝐞, I'm the legal owner here. This factory bears the 𝐂𝐤 surname, but not 𝐂𝐤's 𝐂. Remember who your master is. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard, retreating half a step under the force of my deathly aura. After 6 years under 𝐂𝐤, 𝐵𝐫𝐞𝐞 could sniff out which way the wind blew better than anyone. But here I was, standing before him in the dead of night like a grim reaper on an errand. No one would dare test their luck tonight. I'll get the keys. The rolling door let out a metallic screech as it opened. With a flick of the power switch, fluorescence buzzed to life, flooding the finished goods warehouse with light. Rows upon rows of military jackets, work-grade winter coats, quilts, and cotton shoes stretched out like mountain ranges. Deeper within sat stacks of fabric, cotton twill, velveteen, and polycotton blends, casting faint glimmers of navy blue and army green hues under the bright lights. These were priority inventories stocked for government contracts, conservatively valued at 20 million yuan. But if I were to take these back to 1977, a single military jacket could feed a family for half a year. A single quilt was worth its weight in survival. Taking in a sharp breath of the frosty air, I stepped into the warehouse. 𝐵𝐫𝐞𝐞 was too stunned to process what was happening. In the next moment, my mental command unfurled like an inescapable net, sweeping across the nearest row of shelves. SHHFFD. 3,000 military jackets vanished without a trace, not even spare sheets of anti-moisture lining left behind. I didn't blink. Step by step, I moved forward. Winter coats, quilts, cotton shoes. Every row I passed disappeared, swallowed whole by the void of my dimensional space. In the span of mere moments, tens of thousands of items were transferred frantically into the storage within my mind. My head began to pound, sharp needles drilling their way into my brain, while my temples pulsed violently. 𝐵𝐫𝐞𝐞 stood frozen in the doorway, rubbing his eyes, then pinching his leg as if he were trying to wake from a dream. All he could see was me strolling leisurely between the racks. There were no workers, no forklifts, and yet, one by one, the goods were vanishing like mirages dissipating in the air. His knees wobbled, and he latched onto the doorframe to keep upright. Ignoring him, I moved to the raw materials warehouse. Cotton bales, button and trim supplies, and even 3 industrial-grade sewing machines tucked into a corner. Take it. When the sewing machines were absorbed into the dimensional space, the sheer size and weight of the machinery multiplied the mental strain manifold. My body swayed unsteadily. My teeth clamped down hard, the metallic tang of blood creeping onto my tongue as the sensation of an iron mallet slammed through my skull. I endured it. Every last thread, cleaned out. Within 12 grueling minutes, I stripped 2 entire warehouses, each spanning thousands of square feet, down to their skeletons. Leaning against an empty rack, I panted hard, wiping the dark crimson trickling from my nostrils with the back of my hand. Then, I made my way upstairs. At the far end of the second floor sat the factory manager's office, 𝐂𝐤's lair. Unsurprisingly, the door wasn't locked. Nobody would imagine a ghost barging in at such an ungodly hour. Pulling open the metal filing cabinet, I started from the top shelf. Clean, legal-looking accounts. Boring. The second shelf held personnel files and payroll ledgers. Bingo. Factory workers' base salaries had been slashed by 30%, Social Security was filed at bare minimum thresholds, and all the siphon money was neatly funneled into 𝐂𝐤's personal account. The third and most damning layer? Contracts riddled with fraudulent subcontracting agreements, where government orders were handed off to shady no-name workshops. The middlemen profits were deep enough to drown someone alive. That's enough. I snapped pictures of everything, uploading the files to a secured cloud server before tossing the originals into my dimensional space. As for the copies, I spread each page meticulously across 𝐂𝐤's mahogany desk, plucking a red pen to circle the discrepancies. unauthorized payroll cuts, inflated profits from subcontracting, all in bold scarlet strokes. Just like what I did at the grain factory. This parting gift was just for 𝐤𝐤, something he could savor slowly. By the time I made it back downstairs, 𝐵𝐺 was still standing rigidly by the warehouse doorway, frozen in a perpetual state of disbelief. And Mr. 𝐤, where did all the goods go? His teeth chattered louder than his voice shook. Under the ghastly white light, I turned around. When gu-hong and 𝐤𝐤 come tomorrow, relay a message for me. My tone was breezy, like an offhand remark. This drama's only just starting. The color drained entirely from his face as his knees buckled. A dark warmth pooled down his pants as he panicked, fumbling for his phone to call security. By the time the alarm rang out, I had already disappeared out the back door. The freezing wind cut through the empty streets. No car, no trace, only the chilling imprint of a terminally ill man, like a specter, who had swallowed the heart and soul of this factory without a sound. 40 minutes later, screeching tires pierced the factory's silence. gu-hong stumbled out of the car, tripping over his own feet. Storming into the warehouse of finished goods, shelves filled to the brim, polished so neatly they reflected light, the raw material storage, completely empty, and even the equipment room, stripped down to the very last screw. He bent over, hands on his knees gasping for breath, his head buzzing like a hive. 𝐤𝐤 kicked open the office door on the second floor, only to freeze where he stood. Strewn across the desk were documents with glaring red circles, as if they were strokes of vermilion red ink from the king of hell himself, pulling souls from their fates. Withheld wages from female workers, the middleman coordinating with subcontracted workshops, it was all laid out in the open. 𝐤𝐤's whole body shook, his nails dug deep into his palms. Copies were here, but the originals had vanished. If he touched them, it'd be seen as destroying evidence. If he didn't, they'd be used against them during investigations. gu-hong was tearing the skin off every single one of them, leaving no escape. He stumbled downstairs, his face pale as a ghost. gu- erlang stood in the center of the now empty warehouse, hands behind his back, staring blankly at the overhead fluorescent light, silent as a stone. Second uncle. gu-hong's voice dipped to a near whisper. All the shady deals in the office, exposed. Originals taken. Copies left in plain sight. The old man didn't move a muscle. Same as the granary? Exactly the same, gu-hong replied. Surveillance won't yield anything. gu-hong's voice shook with urgency, as he almost stomped in frustration. Even old Ma has no explanation as to how the goods disappeared. This isn't something a normal person could pull off. Second uncle, we can't wait any longer. He still hasn't touched the supermarket, the electronics factory, or the pharmacy. The mere mention of those three names sent a chill down gu-hong and gu-hong's spines like a knife. Shut those three places down instantly. Change all the locks. Secure the gates. I'll personally station 100 security guards there overnight. gu-hong was practically foaming at the mouth. Are you an idiot? gu-hong growled through gritted teeth, his expression twisted into something uglier than crying. Those 5 facilities were built brick by brick under his watch. He knows every hidden trapdoor better than any of us. Do you think you can guard against his secret entrances? What about the legal authority he holds as a majority shareholder or his legal representative stamp? Can you defend against that? gu-hong stood there, speechless. gu-erlang turned ever so slowly, walking toward his car. He stopped next to the car door. Call everyone in the 𝐤 family, anyone who's still breathing, and tell them to meet at the old family residence. I want every last person there, no absentees. His tone remained steady, but each word felt like it had been ground out from between clenched teeth. The car drove away from the garment factory. In the back seat, the old man's gnarled hands interlaced tightly over his knees. Suddenly, he grabbed hold of a 𝐒𝐈 teacup he'd cherished for a decade and hurled it with all his might at the front seat's backrest. Crash! Shards of purple clay exploded into the air, tea splattering across the driver's neck. Startled, the driver swerved slightly but said nothing, not daring to breathe a word. Through the rearview mirror, you could see the face of a man who'd spent a lifetime as the patriarch. gu-erlang finally dropped the mask, his aged features contorted into a terrifying ferocity. Find him. He spat the command through gritted teeth. Flip the earth if you have to, but dig up gu-hong. At the 𝐤 family's ancestral home, the heavy agarwood doors were shut tight, blocking out every trace of the morning light. Around the long rosewood table sat a circle of people, though no one dared utter a word. The air was suffocating, like the lid of a coffin nailed shut. gu-hong was perched gingerly on the edge of his chair, his right leg shaking uncontrollably, the leather heel of his shoe rapping the floor monotonously. Opposite him, gu-hong slouched, his eyelids drooping while the cigarette in his fingers trembled, a long ash barely clinging onto its tip. gu-hong huddled like a turtle in the corner of the sofa, his shifty eyes darting nervously toward the door. Leaning against the far wall was 𝐤𝐤, bloated with exhaustion from sleepless nights. At the furthest end sat 𝐤𝐸, legs crossed, rhythmically tapping her nails on her phone case. Behind 𝐤𝐸 towered his wife, 𝐵𝐺 Solon, as rigid as a plank, her handkerchief bunched tightly between bone-white fingers. Her lips were pursed so aggressively they'd turned into a bloodless, taut line. 𝐤𝐸 sat firmly at the head of the table, a freshly brewed cup of pre-rain dragon, well tea before him, steam gently curling up toward his face. Yet the cup remained untouched, its lid unlifted. His posture was as stiff as a steel rod. "Speak," he commanded. There was silence for 5 full minutes before 𝐤𝐸 crumbled. "Second uncle, you need to say something here. 2 entire factories, stripped clean overnight. Millions worth of goods, all gone without a single screw left. You can't just pin this on me. I'm just a worker." 𝐤𝐸, he's the legal representative. The volume of his outburst knocked the ash off 𝐤𝐸's cigarette, scattering it onto his pant leg. 𝐤𝐸 chuckled coldly. "You're not the legal rep, sure, but you're the parasite that bled dry the granary for years, skimming off the top, selling black market deals. Don't act innocent. Utter nonsense." 𝐤𝐸 slammed the table, springing to his feet. "Oh, you're bitter because you didn't get the biggest cut firsthand. Now you want to absolve yourself. Sit." 𝐤𝐸's voice was low, yet struck like a sledgehammer. 𝐤𝐸 froze, his neck stiff. As his instincts betrayed him, his rear end resolved immediately back into his seat. The old man reached for his tea, lifting the lid to stir the floating leaves, but eventually set the cup down again without so much as a sip. "The grain factory's disappearance, the stolen sums you both pocketed. We'll settle those accounts later." His cutting glare swept across the table. "But what's critical now is this. Something strange is happening. An almost dead man living with a terminal illness. How the hell could he have moved all that inventory? Where is he?" 𝐤𝐸 straightened in his seat before sputtering. "Dad, those 2 factories were under their management. I'm in charge of the supermarket, and I swear, we've got 360-degree surveillance coverage. Nothing could. No one asked about the supermarket." "Shut up." 𝐤𝐸's lips snapped shut. 𝐤𝐤 mopped the greasy sweat off his brow, his voice barely eking out, "Dad, could 𝐤𝐸 really have pulled this off alone? Hundreds of tons of grain. Even if he weren't sick, the logistics would need an entire goddamn fleet. How he moved it doesn't matter." 𝐅𝐚 tapped the table twice with his index finger. "What matters is what his plan is." The room fell silent once again. His cold stare settled on 𝐤𝐸. "You've been running the electronics factory for 6 months now. Are those imported components accounts in order?" 𝐤𝐸 visibly shuddered. "See clean. Clean as can be. All the books are straight." The old man ignored him, shifting his focus to 𝐤𝐸. "And the pharmacy? Are your antibiotics and imported drugs inventory spotless?" 𝐤𝐸's nail-tapping faltered for a split second before she rolled her eyes. "Dad, why are you interrogating us now? The problem is outside. Someone's stealing from us. Why are you treating us like criminals?" 𝐁𝐤 Solon immediately chimed in. "Exactly. Why are you going after family? Now's not the time for infighting. 𝐤𝐸 still has 50 million in gold bars. If he escapes with that, you're still worried about those few damn bars of gold?" A sharp female voice sliced through the tension from outside. The heavy doors swung wide open as Sue Man strode inside, wearing sharp black high heels. Her fitted coat accentuated her form, but not even the thick layer of foundation on her face could hide her sunken, shadowed eye sockets and ferocious expression. Wang Dawei trailed behind her, deflated like a withered quail, his bespoke suit crumpled as though it had been submerged in a vat of pickled brine. Sue Man marched to the end of the long table, planted her palms firmly atop its edge, and towered over the room. "I heard every word you idiots just said. Inventory. Securing factories? You're all barking up the wrong damn tree. What's that supposed to mean?" 𝐤𝐸's brow nodded in disbelief. "You're just an outsider. What business does someone with a different family name have kicking up a fuss in this ancestral hall?" Ignoring him, Sue Man reached into her pocket. The phone hit the table with a loud bang. 𝐤𝐸 is not crazy, nor is he sick and muddled. From beginning to end, he has been more clear-headed than any of us. She gritted her teeth. "Last night, in the hospital room, he recorded everything. Every single word Dai Wei and I said at the door, including the part about splitting the money and pulling the tubes. It was all recorded, word for word. And he uploaded it to an encrypted cloud overseas. You can't delete it." The living room instantly fell into a dead silence. Wang Dawei covered his face with his hands. Sue Man took a deep breath and then dropped more devastating news into the air like a grenade. "And the loan shark brother he brought in last night? That wasn't some spur-of-the-moment decision. The contract where all 5 major businesses have been mortgaged, that death wish of a deal, he drafted it himself." Her gaze was ice-cold, slicing through every face like a knife. "And it wasn't just the main contract that's ruthless. He added a debt collection clause as an attachment. 𝐂𝐤, your shady grain trading transactions. 𝐂𝐤, your under-the-table commissions and those fraudulent accounts at the supermarket. 𝐂𝐴, the black ledger from selling machine components as scrap metal. And you, 𝐂𝐸, the falsified records from your pharmaceutical shop. All of it is in the attachment, with bank statements and transfer screenshots. Not a single dime missing. Su-Man slapped the table with a fury that echoed through the room. Her voice, raw and piercing, sent chills down everyone's spine. Every single thing. It's all there. Thud. 𝐂𝐤's phone slid from his pants and dropped to the tile floor. He didn't even have the strength to pick it up, slumping downward like a pile of mud, beads of cold sweat bursting out of his forehead. 𝐂𝐤, as if someone had stepped on his tail, shot up from the sofa, his knees slamming into the coffee table. Grimacing in pain, he didn't even have time to rub it as he yelped. Impossible. The commission accounts in my supermarket are handwritten and locked in a safe. Not even the finance director has the full picture. How could he get his hands on it? Idiot. 𝐂𝐤 shut his eyes and spat the word with a heavy sense of inevitability. He knew too well. This is 𝐂𝐤 we're talking about. These businesses are bricks and mortar he built himself from the ground up. The suppliers, he established those relationships. The payment processes, he designed them. Do you think he needs you to open a safe to uncover your sketches of a scam? One glance at the fluctuations in a report, and he knows exactly how much you've stolen. 𝐂𝐤 stood as if struck by lightning, his lips trembling, utterly drained of blood. Meanwhile, 𝐂𝐤, who up to this point had remained silent, had removed his fingers from his teacup without anyone noticing, now pressing them down into the table, his knuckles stark white. Su-Man, he croaked hoarsely. Are you saying 𝐂𝐤 isn't running away? He's laying a trap. This isn't a trap. This is a full-blown extermination. Su-Man, her facade completely shattered, clutched her hair as if halfway to madness. He used the proof against us as collateral to the loan sharks. He wants those bloodthirsty thugs to collect debts from us. Interest rates on overdue loans, 5% per month. Before he dies, he plans to drag the entire 𝐤 family into the mud to drown with him. The room went stone-dead silent. Outside, a few harsh caws from crows pierced the air like a steel needle stabbing everyone's eardrums. Find him. Find him even if you have to dig up every inch of earth. Zhao Zuelin completely lost it. He's terminally ill. Without his oxygen, how far could he run? He's definitely hiding in some corner somewhere. Shut up. 𝐂𝐤 rose slowly. His deep navy Zhongshan suit was still crisp and neat, but the pretense in his eyes had been torn away, revealing a bestial glow. He fixed his gaze on 𝐂𝐤. Mobilize everyone and every connection we have. Talk to his former driver, the sworn brothers from back in the day, every hotel and hostel, surveillance on elevated highways and provincial roads. Get them all covered tight. I want every trail tracked. Then, turning to 𝐂𝐤, his voice was icy, with no room for debate. You, personally, are heading over now. Physically lock down access to all 3 remaining factories. Replace the access systems with top-grade mechanical locks, especially the warehouse at the supermarket HQ. If he needs supplies, he won't be able to avoid it. Add 50 extra guards. Not even a fly should be let through. Finally, his piercing gaze fell on the couple, clearly recoiling in guilt. Su-Man, Dawei, head to the city police. Stick to one story. 𝐂𝐤's late-stage cancer has caused mental delirium, rendering him completely irrational and extremely dangerous. File for immediate forced confinement for medical treatment. Su-Man clenched her jaw, a muscle twitching at the corner of her lips. That's a savage move. Fine, I'll do it. Minutes later, the chaos dispersed. Everyone fled like frightened beasts. And in the sprawling living room, the long table was left with only one person, 𝐂𝐤. His gaze fell on the long cold cup of dragon well tea. From nowhere, he let out a sudden, furious release, a swing of his hand. With a crash, the delicate porcelain cup fell to the floor, shattering into countless fragments alongside its contents. 30 years. For 30 whole years, he thought 𝐂𝐤 was nothing more than a blindfolded donkey, endlessly grinding away. But only today did he realize that this so-called donkey had observed them all lazily, coldly, for decades, and learned every one of their fatal secrets. Outskirts of the Northern District. Abandoned construction material market. The sharp chill of early morning sliced through the shattered window frames like a knife, past wisps of desolate weeds growing from cracks in the concrete. The air reeked of rotting brick and stone. Hidden in the corner of an unused storefront, I leaned my back against a moss-covered wall, sitting on the ground. Summoning my focus, I drew out half a cup of spirit spring water from my ethereal space and drank it down. The instant that icy liquid scorched its way down my throat, I felt a peculiar pull within, like countless unseen ice needles working their magic to mend the ravaged tissue gouged into my gut, as though by rough sandpaper. Cold sweat instantly soaked through my shirt. I let out a muffled groan, clawing into a nearby red brick until the edges of my nails scraped and began to bleed. It took 10 minutes. Finally, the agonizing dull pain receded like a tide. My face was pallid, yet my breathing was steady, and strength returned to my limbs. That was enough. I pulled out my phone, its faint blue light illuminating my expressionless face. Before leaving the hospital, I had already tapped into the 𝐈 family company's core management system using the network there, exploiting a secure, encrypted protocol. 10 years ago, I'd spared no expense creating this system, commissioning a team from Silicon Valley. In all of the 𝐈 family, aside from me, the sole holder of the root access key, no one could fully navigate it. I played the surveillance recordings. The footage showed Guhong stomping futilely in the empty grain depot like a headless chicken, while Guyu, pale and lifeless, clutched tightly onto those wages black ledgers. Every fear, every moment of despair, they were all captured crisply by the cameras. Pushing open the car door, my feet struck the ground, and instantly that coppery taste of blood surged up my throat. I steadied myself against the car, coughing twice as the rotting mess inside my gut writhed once more. The Spirit Spring water's pain-numbing effects were fading, and that monstrous cancer devouring my body. It clawed ferociously at every vein, reclaiming its dominance. But I couldn't afford to slow down. There wasn't even a single second left in the countdown. Drawing another handful of Spirit Spring from the void, I forced it down. The pain eased, marginally, enough to keep moving. Around the back of the textile factory, beside the power room, was an inconspicuous, unassuming iron door. When I originally built these industrial parks, I had personally embedded covert escape funnels into each asset, routes known only to me. Not to keep the thieves out, but to guard against my snakes of relatives, those family unity wolves they'd so convincingly postured themselves as all these years. Back then, I thought, suspicious. If you think about it now, this is a murder weapon. I reached up to the top of the doorframe, grabbed the backup key, and unlocked the door. I knew this place so well I could navigate it with my eyes closed. I walked straight to the duty room. Old Ma, the night supervisor, was dozing off, clutching his thermos tightly, a plant by Guyu to serve as his eyes and ears in the warehouse. I didn't hide. I walked right over and smacked the transfer docket onto the table with a loud thud. Old Ma jolted awake, his eyes nearly popping out of his head when he saw me. Mr. Gu, aren't you supposed to be hospitalized? Emergency inventory check. I replied coldly, pressing the solid copper company seal onto the document and sliding it over to him. Get the keys. Open up the warehouse for finished goods and raw materials. His hands trembled as he picked up the paper. The stamp was real, the signature was real, and the format left no room for objections. But Mr. Yu hasn't been informed about this. He stuttered. I lifted my gaze, letting him meet my eyes, hollow like a dead well. Old Ma, I'm the legal owner. This factory belongs to the 𝐈 family, but not the 𝐈. You better remember who your boss is. His Adam's apple moved as he swallowed hard, taking a half step back from the oppressive aura I was emanating. Having followed Guyu for 6 years, no one knew better than he how to bend with the wind. But this late at night, with me standing there like a grim reaper, who dared to cross me? I'll get the keys. The rolling shutter door rattled open. The warehouse lights flicked on, flooding the massive space with bright white light. The shelves stretched endlessly, piled high with military coats, safety jackets, cotton quilts, and winter boots, forming mountains of supplies. Deeper in were rolls of cotton fabric, corduroy, and polyester blends, their navy blues and army greens glowing faintly under the lights. These were government-ordered seasonal stocks, conservatively valued at 20 million yuan. But back in 1977, a single military coat could feed a family for half a year. A cotton quilt might as well have been a life-saving treasure. I took a deep breath and stepped into the warehouse. Old Ma hadn't yet figured out what I was about to do. The next second, my mind expanded like a vast web, casting itself out toward the nearest shelf. Swoosh! 3,000 military coats vanished into thin air, leaving not even the moisture-proof lining paper behind. I didn't even blink. I kept walking. Winter jackets, blankets, boots, whatever row I passed, got swallowed up as if by a black hole. Tens of thousands of pieces of stock poured into my dimensional space. Pain drilled into my brain like needles, my temples pounding like drums. By the entrance, Old Ma rubbed his eyes, then pinched his thigh hard. All he saw was me strolling among the shelves. No workers, no forklifts, yet the stock was disappearing. His legs went weak, and he clung to the doorframe for dear life. I ignored him and moved past the finished goods section into the raw materials warehouse. Cotton, buttons, accessories, even 3 heavy-duty industrial sewing machines in the corner. Collect. When the sewing machines entered my space, my knees buckled slightly. The large size and hefty weight of the machinery drained my mental energy exponentially. I bit down hard, tasting blood on my tongue, forcing myself to endure the hammering dizziness. Take it all. Leave nothing behind. In just 12 minutes, the 1,000-square-meter warehouses were stripped bare, not even a loose thread left. Leaning against an empty iron shelf, I caught my breath and wiped the dark blood dripping from my nose with the back of my hand, then made my way upstairs. At the far end of the second floor was the factory director's office, 𝐂𝐤𝐤's lair. The door was unlocked. No one could have anticipated a ghost sneaking in at midnight. I pried open the metal filing cabinet. The top drawer held surface-level financials, skipped. The second drawer, personnel records and payroll accounts, across-the-board violations. The female workers' base salaries had been cut by 30%, Social Security contributions were set to the lowest tier, and the extra funds went straight into 𝐂𝐤𝐤's private accounts. The third drawer was even juicier, shady subcontracting agreements, 𝐒𝐚𝐤 contracts, farming out governmental orders to cheap knockoff manufacturers while pocketing obscene markups. That was enough. I took photos and uploaded them to the cloud before throwing the originals into my dimensional space. As for the copies, I laid them out neatly, one by one, on 𝐂𝐤𝐤's mahogany desk. With an uncapped red pen, I circled the deducted wages and subcontracting profits heavily 3 times. Just like with the grain factory. This little gift, I'd let 𝐂𝐤𝐤 savor slowly. When I slowly made my way back downstairs, Old Ma was still frozen at the warehouse entrance, looking like he'd seen a ghost. "Mr. 𝐂, where's the stock?" His teeth chattered. Under the harsh white lights, I turned back and spoke as casually as if we were chatting about the weather. "When Gu Hong and 𝐂𝐤𝐤 show up tomorrow, pass on a message from me." In a voice as light as air, I said, "The show has just begun." His knees gave out, and warmth spread down his pant legs. By the time he scrambled for the phone to call security, I had already walked out the back door. The cold wind bit. No cars, no signs of anyone. That frail, deathly ill man had just made the entire warehouse vanish under their very noses. 40 minutes later, brakes screeched to a halt outside the garment factory. Gu Hong staggered out of the car and rushed into the warehouse, only to find the shelves empty, gleaming under the lights. The raw materials warehouse, bare. Equipment room. Even the smallest screw was gone. He bent over, hands on his knees, gasping for air as his head spun. 𝐂𝐤𝐤 stormed into the second-floor office, his feet frozen in place at the sight before him. The documents on the desk, circled in red, sat glaring at him like a summons from the devil himself. The embezzled wages, the contact points for subcontracted workshops, all laid bare. 𝐂𝐤𝐤 trembled. His nails dug into his palms. Copies remained, but the originals were gone. Destroying the evidence would incriminate them. Leaving it untouched awaited investigation. 𝐂𝐤𝐤 wasn't out for blood. He was here to strip them of everything. Pale as a sheet, 𝐂𝐤𝐤 descended the stairs. The silent figure of Gu Hong stood in the vast, empty warehouse, head tilted to glare at the fluorescent lights above, saying nothing. "Uncle." 𝐂𝐤𝐤's voice was unnaturally low. "Those shady books from the office, all exposed. Originals taken. Copies left behind." The elder didn't react, his silhouette as unmoving as a statue. "Just like the grain storage incident? Identical. Monitoring won't help." Gu Hong slammed his fists, frantic. "Even Old Ma can't explain how it vanished. This isn't humanly possible, Uncle. We can't wait. His supermarkets, electronics factories, and medical stores are untouched." Those 3 locations hit 𝐂𝐤𝐤 and Gu Hong like an icy blade down their spines. "Lock those facilities down now? Change the codes, disable access points. I'll have 100 guards on shift overnight." Gu Hong spat out words like a man possessed. "Are you brainless?" 𝐂𝐤𝐤 snapped, his voice trembling with suppressed rage as his lips twisted into a grimace. "Those 5 ventures, he built them from scratch. Every single crawl space, he knows better than us. You could block a hidden door, but how can you stop his legal seal and majority shareholder rights?" Gu Hong fell silent. At last, the elder Gu Hong, called Second Wolf, slowly walked toward the waiting car. He paused by its door. "Call everyone in the Gu family who's still breathing and have them gather in the old mansion's main hall. Not a single one is to be absent." The tone was steady, yet each word felt like it had been ground to fragments between clenched teeth. The car sped away from the garment factory. In the back seat, the old man's withered fingers were clasped tightly over his knees. Suddenly, he grabbed the 𝐒𝐈 teacup he'd carried for a decade and smashed it against the front seat with all his might. Bang! The clay shattered, and hot tea splattered onto the driver's neck. Startled, the driver's hands briefly wavered on the wheel, but he didn't dare utter a single word. In the rearview mirror, the lifelong lord of the house, 𝐂𝐤𝐤, had finally shed his mask. His old, weathered face twisted with a murderous ferocity. "Find him." He spat the word through gritted teeth. "Dig up the earth if you have to. Bring 𝐂𝐤𝐤 out for me, dead or alive." At the Gu family's ancestral home, the scented agarwood doors were shut tight. keeping out the morning light completely. Around the long redwood table, the family was seated, no one daring to speak. The air was heavy, pressing down like the lid on a coffin. 𝐤𝐤 perched half off his chair, his right leg bouncing uncontrollably, the heel of his leather shoe tapping the floor. Across from him, 𝐤𝐤's eyelids drooped lazily, but his fingers holding the cigarette betrayed a faint tremor as a long ash dangled precariously at the tip. 𝐤𝐤, hunched like a turtle, sat slumped in a corner of the sofa with shifty eyes that darted nervously toward the door. 𝐤 leaned against the wall, his pale face betraying signs of sleepless nights, while 𝐤, at the far end, had her legs crossed and was tapping her fingernail rhythmically on her phone case. Standing rigidly behind 𝐤𝐤 was second Aunt 𝐁𝐸𝐲, clutching her handkerchief so tightly that her knuckles whitened, her lips pressed into a bloodless, tight line. 𝐤𝐤 sat at the head of the table, a cup of pre-rain Longjing tea steaming lightly in front of him. The lid remained untapped. His back was ramrod straight, like an iron rod. Speak. 5 minutes of suffocating silence passed before 𝐤𝐤 finally cracked. Second uncle, you've got to say something. Both factories were completely emptied. Millions in inventory, gone overnight. Don't pin this on me. I'm just an employee. 𝐤 is the listed party. He's the one legally responsible. His outburst startled 𝐤𝐤, causing the ash on his cigarette to fall onto his pant leg. Exhaling coldly, he said, "You aren't legally in charge, but it's no secret you've been skimming off the top at the grain factory for years, screwing the books, and reselling 3 years' worth of stock. Shut your mouth." 𝐤𝐤 slammed his hand down on the table and bolted to his feet. "This is about the payout, isn't it? I didn't give you a big enough cut, so now you're trying to act all high and mighty. Sit down." 𝐤𝐤 didn't even raise his eyes. His voice wasn't loud, but it landed like a hammer. 𝐤𝐤 bristled for a moment, but instinctively dropped back into his chair. The old man picked up his teacup, blew softly on the floating leaves, and set it back down without taking a sip. "We'll settle later how the grain factory ended up empty and how much dirty money you two pocketed." His gaze swept slowly over everyone's faces. "For now, there's something much stranger afoot. A terminally ill man, on the brink of death. How the hell did he manage to move all that inventory? Where's he gone?" 𝐤𝐤 sat up straighter and quickly disavowed responsibility. "Dad, the factories were their problem, period. I just manage the supermarkets. All our cameras have full coverage, 360 degrees, no blind spots. Nothing's out of place. No one asked you about the supermarkets." "Shut up." 𝐤𝐤's mouth snapped shut. 𝐤 wiped at the anxiety-induced sweat dripping down his face, his voice wavering like the honking of a strangled duck. "Dad, could 𝐤 even pull this off alone? Hundreds of tons of inventory. It'd take a moving company, let alone someone who's sick. Is he even human at this point? It doesn't matter how he moved it." 𝐤𝐤 tapped the table twice with his fingers. "What matters is what he's planning to do next." The air grew heavy once again. His gaze locked onto 𝐤. "You've been running the electronics factory for 6 months now. Those imported components, the books, are they clean?" 𝐤 visibly shuddered. "Clean, completely clean. The books are squeaky clean." The old man didn't respond, shifting his focus instead to 𝐤. "And your pharmacy? Can your inventory and sales records, antibiotics, imported medications, hold up under scrutiny?" 𝐤's fingernails, which had been tapping her phone case, froze mid-click. Rolling her eyes, she sneered. "Dad, someone's stealing the family business right out from under us, and you're here treating us as suspects. Come on." 𝐁𝐸𝐲 immediately jumped to her defense. "Exactly. Stop turning on your family. The real problem is that 𝐤 still has those 50 million in gold bars. If he takes the money and vanishes. Still hung up on those gold bars, are you?" A sharp voice cut through from outside the door. The massive wooden doors swung open with a bang as Su Man stormed in, high heels clacking against the floor with determination. She wore a tailored black coat, her sunken eyes barely concealed by layers of heavy foundation, radiating bitterness. Behind her shuffled Wang Dawei, looking crushed and defeated, his custom suit wrinkled as if it had spent the night in pickling brine. Su Man strode straight to the far end of the long table, planting both hands on its edge as she glared down at the assembled family. "I heard every word you all said. Looking for inventory? Protecting the factories? Idiots. You're all idiots, going in completely the wrong direction. What the hell are you talking about?" 𝐤's brows furrowed into a thick knot. "You're not even a 𝐤 by blood. Why are you coming in here making a scene?" Su Man ignored him. From her pocket, she pulled out her phone and slammed it onto the table. 𝐤 isn't crazy. He's not some delirious patient losing his mind. In fact, he's been clearer than every one of you from the start. She gritted her teeth. "Last night, in the hospital room, he recorded audio. Every word Dawei and I said at his bedside. Everything about pulling his tubes and divvying up the inheritance. It's all on tape. Not a word missed." And guess what? It's already uploaded to a foreign encrypted cloud. There's no deleting it. The room fell utterly silent. Wang Dawei buried his face in his hands. Su Man took a deep breath and lobbed an even more brutal truth like a grenade into the room. And that loan shark he called Brother Long. He didn't do that on a whim. The death wish contract that put all 5 of our family ventures up as collateral? He drafted it himself. Her gaze cut through the group like a blade. And the collateral terms aren't even the most vicious part. There's an appendix to the agreement. Gu Hong, your under-the-table deals reselling grain. Gu Feng, your kickback-laden double-entry books for the supermarket. Gu Shuai, your off-the-books scrap metal schemes with imported components. And Gu Yi, your manipulated inventory of counterfeit meds. All of it. She slammed the table, her voice like a knife slicing through the tension. It's all listed in that appendix. And, get this, with accompanying bank records and transfer screenshots. Not one detail escaped. Thud. Gu Shuai's phone slipped out of his slick, sweaty hands and hit the tile floor with a dull clatter. He made no move to pick it up, collapsing like a deflated balloon, beads of sweat popping all over his pale forehead. Gu Feng shot up from the sofa as though someone had lit a fire under him, his knees crashing into the coffee table. He grimaced but barely noticed, screaming, "That's impossible. My supermarket's kickbacks are handwritten, locked in a secure safe. Not even the CFO knows the full details. How could he have gotten his hands on it? Idiot." Gu Yu exhaled, closing his eyes. There was nothing but resignation in his voice. It's Gu Zhen. These factories were built brick by brick with his own hands. He personally secured suppliers, decided on payment processes, and when he reviews accounts, does he need a key to open a safe? He only needs to glance at a fluctuating report to see exactly how much has been skimmed. Gu Feng looked like he'd been struck by lightning, his lips trembling and bloodless. Silent until now, Gu Erlang's hand had left his teacup at some point, pressing hard onto the table as his knuckles turned white. Su Man, his voice was hoarse. You're saying Gu Zhen isn't trying to run away. He's casting a net. That's not casting a net. It's an extermination. Su Man finally tore off her mask, clutching her hair in near madness. He handed over evidence to the loan sharks, letting those knife-wielding thugs come after us. 5% interest per month for overdue payments. He's planning to drag the entire Gu family into the mud with him before he dies. Dead silence hung in the air. Only the caws of crows outside pierced the quiet, like steel needles stabbing everyone's eardrums. Find him. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you have to, but find him. Zhao Zuilin broke down. A man in the late stages of a terminal illness. How far can he get without an oxygen tank? He must be hiding in some godforsaken corner. Shut up. Gu Erlang straightened up slowly. His navy mouse suit was still impeccably pressed, but his carefully concealed veneer had cracked, revealing the feral glint of a beast in his eyes. He fixed his gaze on Gu Hong. Use every contact we have. His former driver, those sworn brothers from back in the day, every hotel, motel, highway camera, and provincial road surveillance. Get a team and keep your eyes glued to all of it. Then he turned to Gu Yu. Go over there right now and physically lock down the other 3 factories. Change all the locks to the highest security mechanical ones. Cut out anything electronic, especially the main warehouse for the supermarket chain. If he wants to move supplies, there's no way around that. Get 50 more security guards on site. I don't want so much as a fly getting in or out. Finally, his eyes landed on the pair of troublemakers. Su Man, Dawei, the 2 of you. Report this to the police. Keep the narrative consistent. Gu Zhen's late-stage cancer has triggered mental derangement, making him completely irrational and extremely dangerous. As his family, we're requesting mandatory confinement and treatment by the authorities. Su Man gritted her teeth, her jaw twitching. That's such a ruthless move. All right, I'm on it. Within minutes, everyone scattered like startled birds and beasts. At the large conference table, only Gu Erlang remained. He looked down at the now-cold cup of dragon, well tea before him. Suddenly, with a violent sweep of his arm, it went crashing to the ground. Teacup and tea shattered into pieces. For 30 years, he had always believed Gu Zhen was just a dumb mule, blindfolded and trudging in circles. It wasn't until this moment that he realized the mule had been watching from the sidelines for 3 decades, memorizing everyone's Achilles heel in the Gu family. In an abandoned construction materials market on the edge of the northern outskirts of town, the chilly morning wind sliced through window frames devoid of glass, and overgrown grass huddled in cracks of the concrete floor. Everything smelled like damp stone and mold. In the corner of the most remote storefront, I sat on the floor, my back against a wall stained with moss. I just pulled out half a cup of spirit spring water from my Xianling space with sheer willpower and drank it. The instant the icy liquid hit my throat, a strange pull erupted inside me. The lesion in my stomach, as raw and ragged as if scraped by sandpaper, felt a searing sensation, as if invisible needles were stitching it back together with rapid precision. Cold sweat soaked through my shirt in an instant as I let out a muffled groan, fingers digging into a nearby red brick until the edges of my nails bled. 10 minutes later, the agonizing ache finally subsided like receding tides. My complexion was still pale, but my breathing had steadied, and my limbs regained their strength. It was enough. I pulled out my phone, the blue light illuminating my face, devoid of any warmth. Before leaving the hospital, I had used their network to access the 𝐸 group's internal management systems through an encrypted protocol. That system? I commissioned it 10 years ago from a Silicon Valley team, for an extravagant sum, no less. In the entire 𝐸 family, no one other than me, with my absolute root code access, could ever fully control it. I opened the surveillance playback. On the screen, 𝐸𝐞 jumped around an empty grain warehouse like a monkey, while 𝐸𝐸's face was ashen as he clutched those blacklisted payroll ledgers in his hands. One by one, their terror and despair were captured in crystal-clear high definition by the security cameras. A cold, humorless smirk tugged at the corner of my mouth. This is just the beginning. The real show is only getting started. Flipping through my contact list, my finger paused on Gu Feng's number. No dramatic speeches, no enraged rant. My fingers tapped lightly on the keyboard, sending a simple message of 7 words, sharp as a death knell. Tonight, it's your turn. At that moment, on a desolate side road in the northern outskirts, a black Audi idled under the cover of the trees. Inside the car, Gu Feng slumped in the driver's seat like a deflated corpse. Half an hour earlier, he had just escaped from his father 𝐂𝐸𝐤𝐥𝐷's lecture at the family mansion. News of both the grain and clothing factories being emptied out felt like 2 venomous nails lodged in his throat. Impossible to swallow, impossible to spit out. Loosening his tie, he rolled down the car window halfway, hoping the cold wind would clear the fog in his head. His eyes had just closed when his phone vibrated violently. The stark white light of the screen was glaring in the dim car. His eyelids flicked open, and the moment he read the message, every drop of blood in his body froze. On the screen, a single text stared back at him. Tonight, it's your turn. The sender, Gu Zhen. Those 7 words were like the blade of a scalpel pressed right to his carotid artery. His pupils contracted violently as his trembling fingers fumbled for the phone. But his grip faltered, and with a clatter, it fell onto the car mat. Fuck his. He cursed, his teeth chattering, the tone of his voice breaking apart in fear. He abruptly straightened, banging the back of his head against the roof of the car. The jolt of pain cleared his mind just a fraction. Scrambling, he clawed at the phone, finally gripping it with shaking hands. Pressing hard on the screen, he misdialed twice before finally connecting. It rang 3 times before a raspy breath came through. Dad, Gu Feng's voice cracked, carrying notes of panic and tears. He's after me. Gu Zhen sent me a text. He said tonight, it's my turn. Silence. Dead silence from the other end of the line. Seconds ticked by before a cold voice responded. Get back to the house. 3 words. Then the line went dead. 40 minutes later, the heavy fragrant wood doors of the Gu family mansion swung open again. The family members, mere moments ago sent scattering, were forcibly summoned back. The atmosphere in the hall was even darker this time around. Gu Feng stumbled in, his face resembling a lunatic's, and slammed his phone onto the rosewood table. The message was there, displayed for all to see. Look at it. Look closely. He's calling me out. White and black, plain as day. I'm next. My supermarket is next. His eyes were bloodshot, his voice on the verge of implosion. The grain factory is cleaned out to the last grain. The clothing factory's inventory is gone. Tonight, the clothes vanished into thin air, and now this lunatic is coming straight at me. If they take down my main warehouse, nobody's walking out of this unscathed. 𝐸𝐤 leaned back in the grand armchair, raised his eyebrows at me, and sneered. Oh, Feng, weren't you beating your chest just half an hour ago, bragging about how your supermarket surveillance is 360 degrees with no blind spots, so tight that not even a fly could sneak in? And now one lousy text message has you wetting your pants. Gu Feng snapped, his temper fraying like a worn thread, as he pointed at 𝐸𝐤's nose and barked. It's easy for you to talk big while sitting comfortably. Remember when they wiped out your grain factory? Didn't your oh-so-perfect surveillance capture nothing but a few scraps of woven bag pieces? Watch your mouth. 𝐸𝐤 slapped the armrest as if preparing to leap out of his chair. Everyone shut up. The low, steady voice from the head seat cut through the tension like a cold wind. 𝐂𝐸𝐤𝐥 didn't even lift his head. He simply kept scraping the tea froth off his cup lid with a crisp, deliberate sound that silenced the entire room. You could probably hear a pin drop as the suffocating stillness took over. 𝐸𝐤 shot a deadly glare at Gu Feng before grudgingly settling back down. In the corner, Gu Shuai nervously wrung his sweaty hands and muttered under his breath, Dad, Gu Zhen's tricks are endless. My electronics factory is stacked with high-precision imported components worth a fortune. Should I maybe pull back my security detail to guard the place? What if this is just a diversion? Shut your mouth. Do you even have a brain? Or is it just for decoration? 𝐂𝐤 didn't even bother to glance his way. 𝐂𝐤 rolled her eyes, lightly tapping her phone case. My pharmacy stores nothing but cold chain medications and banned antibiotics. I don't care how crafty he is. There's no way he's walking off with all my freezers and cold storages, is there? Dad, you dragged us out of bed in the middle of the night for this? What? To watch 𝐂𝐤 freak out and have a meltdown. I said shut up. Finally, 𝐂𝐤 set down his teacup and slowly rose from his seat. The navy blue Zhongshan suit he wore looked so immaculate it didn't even have a single wrinkle. He clasped his hands behind his back and paced over to the long table in the center of the room, his vulture-like eyes sweeping coldly over everyone before landing on the glowing screen of a phone. None of you can think under pressure. You're all just scrambling to pass the blame like squabbling rats. With that level of competence, do you think you deserve the 𝐤 family's resources? He tapped his thin, bony finger twice on the SMS displayed on the screen. Clear the water sloshing around in your thick skulls and think carefully. 𝐤 pulled this off twice already. What are the patterns? Across the room, 𝐤, who had been silently observing with a cigarette dangling from his lips, finally stubbed it out, his sharp, triangular eyes glinting with alertness. First, he signals. 𝐤 analyzed in a low voice. Then he strikes. Before taking the grain factory, he tore up the asset authorization paperwork in front of sister-in-law and away. Before hitting the clothing factory, he deliberately revealed his face to the loan guard Lao Ma and stamped the official company seal himself. He's always making it obvious. Right? A flicker of approval flashed in 𝐂𝐤's eyes as he gave 𝐤 a measured nod. He always flashes his blade before taking a swing. This little bastard has been bottling up his resentment for 30 years. Now, with that death grip contract he has, he's playing cat and mouse, reveling in watching us squirm, powerless to fight back. The old fox turned his cutting gaze onto 𝐤, pinning him down like a bug under a magnifying glass. This text, sent directly to you with outright declarations. What does that tell you? 𝐤 swallowed hard. It means he's coming for my supermarket tonight. And how much are those movable, ready-to-liquidate goods in your main warehouse worth? 320 million, all highly liquid assets. 𝐤𝐤's eyes swept across the room, razor-sharp as he barked. Of the 5 sections, the goods in the supermarket are the highest value and most diverse. That stash is the fattest piece of meat he can fence for quick cash. His confidence has grown after the last 2 hits, and sending this text is him betting that, just like before, we'll fall apart in disarray, working separately like headless chickens. He thinks even if he's upfront about coming, there's nothing we can do. Suddenly, a vicious glint sparked in the old man's eyes. But he forgot one thing. He's a terminal cancer patient on borrowed time. After an entire night of chaos, his body is running on fumes. This time, we're not going to play his game. We're going to lie in wait, right where the trap is set. 𝐤 straightened in his seat, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Second uncle, you're saying, we wait for the rabbit to come to the snare? No. 𝐤 slammed his hand on the table. Not a snare. It's locking the gates, to beat the dog. Without wasting a second, he began issuing orders, his tone brooking no argument. 𝐤, pull every security guard you have at the supermarket, 30 men. Move them all into the warehouse and have them seal off everything airtight. Lock down the doors, chain up every exit, even weld iron bars over the ventilation ducts. If he's got the guts to break in, 30 men can spit on him and douse his fire. Relief washed over 𝐤's face, and he nodded fervently, the fear in his eyes giving way to ruthless determination. 𝐤, you're a tech guy. You're on central control. 𝐤 pivoted. Shut down the entire supermarket's electronic systems. Power off the entrances and surveillance. Cut the external connections. Disconnect from the grid completely. No matter how good his tech is, if it's offline with no power, is he going to pull a rabbit out of a hat? 𝐤 narrowed his eyes, lighting another cigarette. Relax, second uncle. I'll turn all his fancy systems into scrap metal. Finally, his gaze turned to the discontented 𝐤 and 𝐤. You too. Pull half the staff from your factories. Leave 5 to keep the doors locked. The rest of them? Take them to the supermarket perimeter for backup. 𝐤's agitation flared. Dad, if I pull my workers, my electronics factory will be defenseless with barely anyone left to keep the doors secure. He targeted 𝐤. He's after the supermarket, not your electronics factory. 𝐤 didn't hesitate to shoot him down. His physical condition means he absolutely can't hit 2 places several kilometers apart in a single night. The supermarket is tonight's battlefield, the last chance for us to break him. Once he steps inside, no one's letting him out. 𝐤 tried to open her mouth to complain, but under the murderous look in her father's eyes, she clamped her lips shut. 𝐤𝐫𝐞𝐞𝐲 clutched a handkerchief, her voice trembling as she piped up apprehensively. "Dear, do you think we should call the police just to be safe, considering how serious this is?" "Foolish woman." 𝐂𝐤𝐤𝐥 glared at her icily. "The moment the cops show up, the first thing they'll do is freeze our accounts and expose our dirty books. 𝐂𝐤𝐤's whole game is baiting us into making this a public scandal. No one's breathing a word of this outside the family. If anyone dares, I'll skin them alive myself." He stepped toward the doorway, the polished heel of his leather shoe grinding into the ground as he leaned into the shadows of the breaking dawn. "Get everything ready. By nightfall, every single one of you better be locked in the supermarket." Meanwhile, in a desolate construction material market buried under overgrowth on the city's outskirts, the icy wind sliced through cracks in the cement like a dull blade. I huddled against a moss-covered wall, my body curled into itself, cold sweat dripping down my face in heavy beads. The terminal stage of stomach cancer consumed me in unrelenting, gnawing waves, tearing apart the rotting mess within like a ravenous beast. Swung open with a soft click. I slipped inside, closing it gently behind me. The warehouse was as silent as a graveyard, its vast interior cloaked in utter darkness. With every step, I could feel the tension in the air, as if I were walking through a sleeping beast's den. My breath rasped in my throat, sharp and uneven. Pain kept clawing at my insides, but adrenaline burned hotter, pushing me forward. I pressed my back to the cold metal shelving, assessing the environment. Stacks of equipment parts towered over me, their silhouettes faintly illuminated by the sparse emergency lights. I reached for my phone again, fingers slipping over the screen as I quickly checked the live feed from the ground system. No movement nearby. Those sluggish guards were still huddling at the front gate, oblivious. Amateurs, every single one of them. As I moved deeper into the warehouse, my pace stayed cautious. I couldn't risk alerting anyone. Not now, not when everything was so perfectly aligned for this strike. My fingers grazed the corner of a shelf, pulling up short when I spotted my target up ahead. Against the far wall, there it sat, a reinforced storage unit, an industrial vault of sorts. It wasn't the prettiest prize, but tonight, it might as well have been a treasure chest. I worked quickly, pulling a small magnetic override from my pocket and attaching it to the keypad. My wolf-like grin stretched wider as the device hummed softly, feeding a pre-designed exploit straight into the outdated lock system. They really did leave the back door wide open, I murmured under my breath, voice as rough as gravel. "Idiots." A sharp beep answered me, and the lock clicked free. I swung the vault door open to reveal neatly packed crates of high-grade electronic components, more valuable than they probably realized. Jackpot. Slipping my bag off my shoulder, I began loading it systematically. Not too fast, not too sloppy. Time was ticking, but panic was the enemy here. Rushed work would only risk a mistake, and I couldn't afford mistakes. Back at the front gate, I knew 4 lazy guards continued their card game in blissful ignorance. I smirked to myself again, imagining their faces when they discovered the empty shelves in the morning. Good luck explaining that to your tight-fisted boss, I thought. The weight of the bag grew by the second, but I didn't stop until it was full, heavy but manageable. No need to be greedy tonight. Even this would do more damage to their pride and wallets than they'd be able to recover from any time soon. Before I slipped out the same way I came in, I turned to glance one last time at the empty vault, then back at the sleeping skeleton of this facility. They were so focused on guarding their front, they forgot to watch their back. A low, guttural laugh escaped me, ringing hollow in the darkened warehouse. The lock clicked as it released. I grabbed the bottom edge of the rolling shutter and lifted it up. The sound of scraping metal screeched harshly through the night wind. I paused for a moment, ensuring the silence remained unbroken, before slipping inside and pulling the main switch down with practiced precision. Rows of mercury lights flickered on in unison, flooding the vast warehouse, easily over 1,000 square meters, with stark white illumination. Sweeping my cold gaze across the space, I noted the inventory. This haul was even wealthier than I had anticipated. The front area was stacked high with anti-static trays, each loaded with vacuum-sealed, imported microchips shimmering with faint brilliance under the lights. The manufacturer's anti-counterfeit labels gleamed conspicuously. Farther in, industrial high-frequency welding machines and precision controllers were mapped out in wooden crates and cardboard boxes. On the right, 3 hulking diesel generators squatted on the floor beside an untouched pile of walkie-talkie units, easily more than 30 of them still shrink-wrapped. At the very back, on shelves covered in dust, stood several portable military-grade communication bases. Jackpot. Leaving all this treasure to rust inside some decrepit factory was criminal. If I had this back in 1977, I could rewrite the rules of industrial revolution with these assets. Against the wall, a row of heavy metal shipping containers stood solemnly, at least a dozen in total. I didn't bother opening them. Instead, I took a deep breath and closed my eyes, channeling every ounce of mental strength I had. Collect. In an instant, the microchips and circuit boards from the front shelves vanished as if erased by an invisible hand. A sharp thrum echoed through my skull, and a stabbing pain lanced through my temples. But I didn't stop. My actions grew more feverish, relentless. Industrial welding machines, collected. Diesel generators, collected. Walkie-talkies, batteries, communication bases, everything collected. I spun around, my bloodshot eyes locking onto those massive shipping containers. The larger the object, the heavier the burden of energy cost. It was exponential. But I didn't care. I'd deal with the consequences later. With a mental strike, I enveloped the containers in my focus. The effort was monumental. My vision blurred into a sea of black spots as acid churned violently in my stomach, threatening to rise. The bitter tang of blood filled my throat as two warm streams dripped from my nostrils, splattering on the concrete floor. Grinding my molars, I braced myself against the convulsions threatening to collapse my legs, the tremors running through me uncontrollable. Take them all. Take everything. There was a muffled boom reverberating in the depths of my mind. My surroundings vibrated faintly as the last towering metal container disappeared from sight. In less than a smoke's worth of time, this millions-worth inventory warehouse had been stripped clean, like a dish scrubbed spotless. The only evidence left was a handful of abandoned anti-static film scraps tumbling in lazy circles under the draft. This zero-cost shopping spree? Addictive as hell. Leaning against a steel column, I panted hard, wiping the blood away with the back of my clammy hand. My legs screamed in protest as I forced myself upright and headed to the second floor. At the end of the dim corridor loomed the factory manager's office, a space drenched in the nauseating blend of cheap cologne and stale liquor. Still disgustingly awful after all these years, I murmured, stepping inside. I approached the steel cabinet behind the desk. Its lock, a laughably basic tumbler, fell straight into my spatial void with a flex of my fingers. Sliding the doors apart, the first shelf revealed stacks of official payment contracts. On the second shelf sat a black plastic bag, inside of which I found a craft paper envelope. Pulling it apart, I extracted a bundle of printed documents. AB4, printed disposal ledger, immediately caught my attention. It was all there, in bold text, thousands of high-precision imported chips written off as scrap. Annotations beneath neatly noted, disposed through scrap channels. Wired payment of $460,000 directly to personal savings account. The account holder's name? The factory manager's wife, of course. And it didn't end there. Scrap agreements, bank transfer receipts, not a single paper missing. By fencing scrap at ridiculously low prices, these bastards had siphoned off over $7 million from the factory in just a year. At the bottom of it all, a handwritten note fluttered out. 60% to Boss Zhang, 40% to Handsome Bro. The charming, honorific Handsome Bro was encased thoughtfully in a doodled red heart. My lip curled upward into a cold, sneering laugh. Handsome? With that greasy mug? No way in hell. Pulling out my phone, I snapped photo after photo of the ugly truth, ensuring everything was synced to the cloud. Once archived, the physical papers disappeared into my spatial inventory. In place of the originals, I spread out corresponding duplicates across the desk. Grabbing a red permanent marker, I circled heavily. Scrapped assets, personal accounts, shares to Handsome Bro. Each devastating point received bold, angry spirals that bled through the paper like accusations set in fire. This mess. I grinned sinisterly. I'll leave it for you to deal with. I flung the pen onto the desk, turned on my heel, and calmly exited the factory as silently as I had entered. The West Side maintenance passage clicked locked behind me with a soft beep. The guard in the front kiosk? Still snoring between hands of blackjack, oblivious to the fact that his golden goose had already been gutted. Later that night, the smooth hum of tires carried us along the city's outbound overpass. Half draped against the back seat of the minivan, I dragged off my damp maintenance worker's jacket, slumping as if every bone in my body had been pulverized. In the hidden dimension of my spatial void, stolen goods piled high in chaotic peaks, a mountain of steel and sustenance rising fiercely. But on the edges of my optical overlay, that relentless blood-red countdown ticked downward, second by second. The hammer hasn't dropped yet. Boss, do you want to take a break? My driver glanced back at me in the rearview mirror, his voice gruff but concerned. I stared out at the inky black landscape sliding by, lips curling into a dangerous smirk. No, every second matters. On to the next. The van plunged into the unbroken darkness. Meanwhile, in the brightly lit cage of the supermarket depot, 32 security guards sat stiffly at their posts, determinately awake. Perched imperiously in a borrowed armchair at the center of the scene, 𝐒𝐞𝐥𝐲 stared at the locked doors through cooling tea. The tension was palpable. He had no clue the real beast had already moved on to its next prey. Southern District, 3rd Industrial Zone. The pharmaceutical warehouse. I slipped my phone into my pocket, voice hoarse. The burly, bald driver glanced at me through the rearview mirror, didn't say a word. With a sharp turn of the wheel and a firm press on the gas, we headed straight toward the south of the city. 20 minutes later, the car engine cut off, and we silently rolled into a dead-end alley on the outskirts of the pharmaceutical warehouse. I nudged the car door open and stepped out. The night wind slipped right into my collar, carrying with it the sharp, stinging scent of disinfectant and plastic. The place was a little smaller than an electronics factory. 2 standalone warehouse buildings flanked a 3-story office block, all encased by a rusty barbed wire fence. From a distance, the faint yellow glow from the security booth at the main entrance stood out, so bright that even from here, I could make out a silhouette behind the glass, leaning back, napping. I pulled up my collar and avoided the main gate, slipping into the shadows along the north side of the perimeter wall. Stepping through muddy drainage ditches, I treaded carefully for about 30 meters, each step squelching unevenly. I stopped. In front of me stood a half-rusted metal door. Its frame was topped with an old, faded sign that read, "Cold Chain Equipment Maintenance Access." I looked up. I remembered this door. I had personally marked it on the blueprints years ago, specially designed as a back entrance for cold chain engineers to come in and fix equipment at night. It was positioned just perfectly, out of sight from the main entrance. Pulling out my phone, the screen's glow briefly flickered in the pitch-black darkness. I loosely covered the display with my left hand and rapidly typed out a sequence of backdoor commands with my thumb, then hit send. I waited. There should have been some movement, but the electronic lock on the metal door only let out a faint whir before jamming, motionless in its rusted frame. Seized up from corrosion, I stared at the narrow seam of the door. My frail body didn't exactly have the strength to force it open by brute force. Stepping back half a pace, I crouched slightly, lowered my center of gravity, and aligned my shoulder with the lock. With the momentum of a downward drive, I shoved hard. Creak. The metal scraped harshly against the concrete ground, reluctantly grinding open with a begrudging groan. I squeezed my bony frame through the slim opening and latched the door behind me. The damp concrete floor beneath me was slippery, while overhead, a few emergency light tubes cast a sickly green glow. I hadn't gone far before coming up against a fireproof rolling shutter. Taking out an old access card, I swiped it against the reader. Beep. The green light blinked on, and the steel shutter roared upward with a heavy clatter. As soon as the seam opened, the smell of alcohol, powdered pills, and refrigerant hit my face like a wall. I stepped into cold storage number 2. The temperature dropped straight to freezing, cold seeping into my bones. The cold room wasn't big, but the shelves were packed tight from floor to ceiling. The first row was all imported antibiotics, foreign labels, and anti-counterfeit codes gleaming under the cold light. Farther in, a row of temperature-controlled refrigerators hummed and gasped. Behind the glass doors, insulin, blood products, and targeted drugs were stacked in neat rows. All high-value drugs, money eaters. I stopped in front of the shelves and scanned the labels at the bottom. Leaning in, I picked up a box and rubbed the bottom of the packaging with my fingertips twice. The production date printed on the label was this March. But squinting through the gap in the outer box, I stared at the steel stamp pressed into the aluminum foil blister pack inside. September. Last year. My fingers tightened, crumpling the box. What a scheme. Expired drugs stripped of their outer skin, given a new shell, and sold as genuine goods at high prices. I threw the box back into place, my gaze turning utterly cold. Gooey, I'll settle this score with you in a bit. I straightened up and took a deep breath of the icy air. Get to work. My mind, like an invisible net, suddenly swept toward the first row of antibiotics. 1 case, 2 cases, 3 cases, as if an unseen giant hand were removing them from the shelves in sequence. Hundreds upon hundreds of boxes of medicine vanished into thin air, not even leaving behind the moisture-proof paper underneath. These things were light, so taking them in wasn't too troublesome. But when it came to the row of temperature-controlled refrigerators farther back, the trouble started. The refrigerators were heavy, and they had compressors inside. I locked onto the first one, my mind wrapping around it viciously. Take it. Buzz. It felt like I'd been smashed in the head with a hammer. The refrigerator only swayed in place, its wheels scraping the floor with a screech, and it didn't go in at all. Too heavy. I panted hard, biting down so tightly that my mouth filled with the metallic taste of rust. Both hands clamped onto the iron pillar beside me, and I yanked at it with all my might. Get in there. Boom. The first one disappeared, leaving a clean patch of floor behind. My temples started pounding wildly. The second one. I closed my eyes and pulled again. The world spun. It vanished. At the same time, warm liquid flowed down from my nose. When I wiped it with the back of my hand, it was dark red blood. The third one. The fourth one. The instant the fourth one disappeared, all strength in my legs was completely drained away. My knees went soft, and I lurched forward like a broken puppet. Bang! My shoulder slammed hard into the metal shelf. A stabbing pain. The dull ache shot from my shoulder straight into my stomach, where the rotten flesh seemed to be being frantically hacked apart by several pairs of scissors. Pain twisted my features into a grimace. I pressed my forehead against the icy iron pillar, gulping down cold breaths, almost vomiting up my bile. I couldn't hold on. My hands shaking like I had Parkinson's, I barely managed to take out the last bit of spring water from my space. I couldn't even hold the cup steady. I tilted my head back and poured it straight down my throat. The bone-chilling water crashed down my esophagus like a ladle of ice water splashed onto red-hot charcoal. The stabbing pain in my stomach surged twice, then was forcibly pressed back beneath the ice. I wiped away the cold sweat, braced myself on the shelf, and slowly straightened up, my bloodshot eyes fixed on the depths of the cold room. There was still half a wall of goods left, all medical equipment. Portable ECG monitors, pulse oximeters, emergency suture kits, and in the corner, 2 small oxygen concentrators. In 1977, even a bad fever could kill you. Taking these back would be like snatching people from the king of hell's hands. Take them. Even if my head was splitting open, I had to take them. My mind spread out again, from near to far, from light to heavy. 8 minutes. The entire cold storage number 2 was stripped bare, not even a wire left behind. I didn't stop to catch my breath. Dragging my leaden legs, I turned and went into the adjacent room number 1, the normal temperature warehouse. The goods here were small in size, but astonishing in quantity. Cold's medicine and anti-inflammatory drugs were piled into mountains, and at the very back were huge barrels of pharmaceutical alcohol, iodine povidone, and petroleum jelly. Standing at the doorway, I picked out an area and swept my mind across it. By the time the last box of gauze disappeared, I was already leaning against the wall to hold myself up. My oversized hospital gown was soaked through with cold sweat and mist, clinging tightly to my sternum, my breathing echoing in the empty warehouse. But I wasn't done yet. I still had to leave them a special gift. I forced my legs straight and, step by shaky step, climbed to the 3rd floor via the fire stairs. With every step, my knees creaked. At the end of the corridor was Gu Yi's general manager's office. A pink nameplate was stuck on the door, and a tacky plastic fake flower was pasted beside it. I pushed the door open. A pungent fragrance hit me straight in the face. The desk was a mess. The makeup mirror was wide open, and a pile of opened lipsticks was scattered inside the drawer. I barely glanced at any of it, and went straight for the iron filing cabinet against the wall. A 4-digit combination lock. I looked at the worn grease marks on the buttons. Gu Yi's birthday? Red light. I ran through the logic of this stupid Gu family in my head, and tried 𝐂𝐚𝐤𝐢𝐥's birthday. Click. It opened. Trash who acted arrogant on the surface, but still depended on their father's protection underneath. So uninspired. Even their password was boring. I pulled open the first drawer. Inventory and sales ledgers. I took them out and flipped through a couple of pages at random, then caught sight of one line. Cold chain medicine spoilage rate, 12%. I laughed in fury, my throat rattling. Did they really think everyone else was stupid? For legitimate pharmacy chains, the loss rate is capped at 3%. She dared to make it 12. That extra nearly 10% didn't need guessing. She'd slap a scrapped label on it, then sell the whole lot off to private black clinics. Second drawer, pulled open. It was full of stacks of handwritten reconciliation slips, all headed Sister 𝐤𝐲. The details were crystal clear. 3 shipments every month, all expired or near expiry medicines with the dates swapped. Where did the money go? I flipped to the payment page. The remittances didn't go through the company account at all. They were all transferred into a card under the name 𝐵𝐵𝐷. 𝐵𝐵𝐷, second aunt. Gu Yi's biological mother. Fine. Mother and daughter on the same front line, eating off people's blood and sweat, and the filthy money even had to be laundered through mom's card. Just then, a folded A4 sheet slipped out from between the ledgers. I bent down, picked it up, and unfolded it. It was a printed screenshot of a WeChat chat log. Gu Yi, these cephalosporins expired 3 months ago. How much can you take on your end? I'll give you 40% off, but if anything happens, you handle it yourself. Don't drag me into it. Sister 𝐤𝐲, don't worry, Sister E. My clinic patients are all from the countryside. Who can even read the production date? Below that was Gu Yi's reply, a huge thumbs up. I stared at that ridiculous thumbs up, and a fire exploded in my head. My fingers trembled as I pinched the edge of the paper. People from the countryside. Can't read the production date. So this is the way you all look down from on high, sucking the marrow out of other people's bones. With a cold face, I took out my phone, spread out these cannibalistic pieces of evidence one by one, took photos, and synced the whole lot to the cloud. I rolled the originals into a bundle and tossed them into my space. Then I pulled out another hardcover notebook from the very bottom of the cabinet. When I opened it, Several transfer receipts were tucked inside. Payee, 𝐤𝐸. Split ratio, 50/50ths. The rotten accounts from selling factory scrap as waste had even been laundered through the pharmacy's books. The brother and sister really were inseparable in business. I took everything. Then I pulled out the few remaining useless copies and slapped them onto Gu Yi's oversized makeup desk. I yanked the red marker from the pen holder. Cold chain lost 12%. I drew a heavy circle, the tip tearing through the paper. 𝐁𝐚𝐤 receiving account, another circle. Expired by 3 months cephalosporins. With a hard twist of my wrist, I drew a huge, glaring red circle. 3 circles, like 3 death warrants, glimmered with an eerie, deathly sheen under the pale light of the makeup mirror. I tossed the red pen aside. It rolled off the desk and thudded to the floor. With both hands braced on the edge of the desk and my back half bent, I caught my breath for 7 or 8 seconds before straightening up. Time to go. I exited the way I came, through the maintenance passage. The moment I stepped outside, a blast of the frigid pre-dawn wind hit me, and my vision went black. My whole body tilted uncontrollably to the side. A strong hand reached out from beside me and clamped onto my arm. The bald, burly man had gotten off the vehicle at some point and was standing by the passageway to meet us. Seeing my miserable state, like I had one breath more than a dead man, his brows furrowed. "Boss Gu, can you still hold on? Won't die, just need to rest a bit." I didn't even have the strength to pull the car door. Half leaning on his shoulder, I stumbled into the back seat, my whole body collapsing like a pile of rotten mud. The cabin was dead silent, with only my ragged, wheezing breaths sounding like a broken bellows. Inside the Xianling space, a massive mountain of supplies built from countless shipping containers, sacks, and refrigerated units stood silently. I leaned back against the seat, eyes closed, half dead. It took a full 5 or 6 minutes before I slowly fished my phone out of my pants pocket. The glow of the screen lit up my ghastly pale face, still streaked with dried blood. I opened my messages, found 𝐤𝐸's and Gu Yi's numbers, and tapped out each word with my thumb. 5 factories. 𝐁𝐸, built them brick by brick, and now I've taken back every penny with interest. The grain factory, garment factory, electronics factory, and the medical warehouse. The keys are all on the doors. You can go inspect the goods yourselves. As for the supermarket side, you've worked hard keeping watch all night. Keep watching then. Send. I turned off my phone and tossed it aside. Turning my head, I looked out at the ink-black night beyond the window, and at last a smile with the taste of blood curled at the corner of my mouth. Drive. The car slowly drove into the darkness. Only later did I learn what that text message had done to the supermarket main warehouse at 3 a.m. At that time, the main warehouse was brightly lit, bright as a mortuary, the air thick with the irritability of a sleepless night. The first to break was 𝐤𝐸. He was curled up in a folding chair, dozing off, when his phone suddenly vibrated with no warning, buzzing the mineral water bottles on the table. He dazedly grabbed it, and just as his eyelids opened a crack and he made out the screen, the whole person seemed to be hit with a high-voltage current. Sender, 𝐤𝐸. No. Impossible. His voice split and came out all wrong. He shot up from the chair, but his legs were so weak they felt like rotten noodles, and his knees slammed straight into the edge of the table. He didn't believe it. He thought I was bluffing. How could that old dying bastard possibly run to so many places in one night? Shivering, he called the landline at the electronics factory's duty post and forced the old security guard to check the warehouse. Over the phone, there was the clatter of a rolling shutter being yanked open. 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Only the wind. Then the old guard's voice came out trembling as if he'd seen a ghost. "President Shuai. It's empty. Everything's gone, not even a single sheet of anti-static film left on the floor." 𝐤𝐸 didn't say a word. Tens of millions worth of imported components. Inventory he usually treasured like gold. All gone. The phone slipped from his fingers and hit the tile floor with a crack. The old guard was still shouting through the speaker. "President Shuai? Should we call the police? President Shuai?" He had already gone limp into a puddle of mush, sliding down the white wall to the floor. Those sharp, piercing triangular eyes of his were left with only a dead gray haze. Almost at the same time, in the neighboring lounge, 𝐤𝐸 burst into an even sharper scream. "Both cold storage warehouses are empty. Tens of tons of goods, and you 3 living people couldn't even watch the door." She paced furiously back and forth in the hallway in her high heels. The polished air of a rich young lady had shattered all over the floor, and her freshly done nails clawed wildly at the air. But what truly nailed her in place was the last thing said on the other end of the line. "President Gu." The locked metal cabinet was pried open. On the desk was a stack of photocopied paper, all marked with red circles, drawn so heavily the paper was torn through. Gu Yi's mouth hung open, like a dehydrated fish, not a sound could come out. Her mother, 𝐁𝐸, stumbled out in panic and grabbed her arm tightly. What happened? Gu-Yi's eyes were empty and terrifying. Her voice so light it sounded like sleepwalking. Mom, he dug out the full account books for that line we used to go through Dr. Zhou's black clinic. The receiving accounts on there clearly have your name on them. The color drained from Zhao Zuelan's face in an instant. It wasn't shock. It was a crushing collapse, as if the entire foundation had been yanked out from under her. She had schemed her whole life, never dreaming that the rotten money made from feeding on human blood would become the noose around her own neck. The records of selling expired antibiotics were all on the table, circled in red ink, waiting to take their lives. As the mother and daughter were collapsing, Gu Shuai crawled out from the base of the wall on hands and feet, holding onto the doorframe, his legs shaking uncontrollably, his face pale as if all flesh and blood had been scraped off by sandpaper. My side is empty too. The list of scrapped items sold as junk metal, the note about dividing up the loot. He dug them all out and circled them. The hallway exploded at once. The two men, like rats driven into a corner and tearing at each other, cursed loudly. It was definitely your side that leaked. Gu Shuai barked at Gu-Yi, pointing at his nose. Bullshit. Gu-Yi shot back, his finger nearly poking into his eye. Your electronics factory has 4 young security guards, and not a single shadow was found. You still have the nerve to say it was me. How could that old bastard get everything right at a glance? There must be a mole. A mole, your pig brain. He's the legal representative of these factories for 20 years. He built every brick and tile himself. The little dirty tricks you hid, he could dig them out blindfolded. Shut your mouth spewing shit, all of you. A dark, harsh low voice pressed down from the end of the hallway. Everyone jolted and turned back. Gu Erlang stood on the threshold with his hands behind his back, like an iron tower. His silver hair was perfectly in place, but deep in his eye sockets there was a chilling dead light. The old man stepped over the threshold, his leather shoes going tap, 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 each step seeming to land on these people's fatal weak spots. On the surface he was steady as a mountain, but the fingers of the dry hand behind his back were twitching ever so slightly. I heard everything clearly from outside. Have the reports been verified dead solid? Gu-Yi stubbed out his cigarette and followed in. All verified. The electronics factory's warehouse has been stripped cleaner than a face. The pharmaceutical warehouse's cold storage and normal storage are both empty. The method was exactly the same as with the grain factory and the clothing factory. Take away the hard currency, leave the copies on display, and seize the fatal weak spots. Gu Erlang walked to the window, not even looking at the trembling relatives in the room, only staring fixedly at the huge loading area outside. The floodlights made it bright as day. 32 sturdy security guards held every locked door according to the iron bucket formation he had laid out, and the ventilation openings were welded with iron bars as thick as thighs. They had held their nerves taut all night and hadn't let even a fly in. Because I had no intention of coming at all. From start to finish, he never planned to go head-on against the supermarket. Gu Erlang let out a slow breath of stale air. Gu-Yu gritted his teeth and continued. He sent a text specifically naming Gu Feng, forcing us to pull all our peripheral manpower to the supermarket as security. The defenses at the electronics factory and pharmaceutical warehouse were cut down to a sheet of paper. Going there to steal was as easy as strolling through his own vegetable garden in the middle of the night. A feint east and strike west. That's the art of war. Gu Erlang turned around and swept his gaze over everyone from above. Dun Shuai was sprawled on the floor gasping for breath. Gu-Yi's eye makeup had been washed into a mess by cold sweat. Zhao Zilan was sitting on the water tank wailing. Gu Hong's fleshy face was trembling violently, and Gu Feng, the one who got the text first, was already shrinking into the corner, too afraid to make a sound. Cry? Howl? The sky hasn't fallen yet. He slapped the metal windowsill, and the echo shook everyone. 5 targets, he took 4 empty shells, and he's got leverage in his hands. But the real big-ticket goods that can be turned into cash are all in this supermarket. He's raided 4 warehouses in a row. That old thing's like a terminal stomach cancer patient on his last breath. His stamina has long been exhausted. Gu Hong gathered his courage to cut in. Second uncle, what if he uses another feint to draw us away? There's no mountain left for him to divert to. Gu Erlang cut him off mercilessly, his tone carrying a desperate madness. Other than here, he has nowhere else to go. If he wants to take the last piece of fat meat, he has to charge this iron bucket head-on. He walked to the center of the crowd and threw down his final words, leaving no room for discussion. We're not leaving. No one is allowed to step away from this tin shell, even half a step. Before dawn, even if you have to hold your pee, you'll stay nailed to the spot. And at this moment, I was deep in the overgrown, abandoned building materials market in the north of the city. The black business van lay there like a lurking ghost, quietly parked in the open lot. The engine had been shut off, and the cabin was deathly silent. I had collapsed on the back seat, like a puddle of mud. The repairman's jacket was soaked through with cold sweat, clinging tightly to my back, giving off a bloody smell mixed with rust and cheap medicine. The festering lesion in my stomach seemed to have been thoroughly enraged this time. The cancer cells were launching a furious counterattack deep inside my body, like someone gripping a rusty meat cleaver and spinning it wildly inside my gut. At last, I tasted the purest blood. It wasn't nosebleed from overusing my mind's power, but a sweet, metallic flood surging up from the deepest part of my esophagus, laced with the stench of strong acid and rotting flesh. I struggled to turn onto my side, one hand clamping tightly onto the car door handle. My throat suddenly constricted. Poo! A mouthful of dark red, nearly black viscous blood burst out and splattered onto the car's carpet, shocking to the eye. The bald, burly man driving whipped around. Even his face, so accustomed to life and death, changed color. Boss Goo, don't move around. Don't call anyone. I no longer had even the strength to lift my hand, and could only weakly wave it off. I closed my eyes and forced my mind into the 𝐂𝐚𝐦𝐢𝐥𝐲 space inside my head. The spirit spring pool was still churning. I barely managed to draw up a handful of bone-chilling spring water. When the phantom became real and reached my lips, my hand was shaking so badly I couldn't control it at all, and most of the water spilled onto my blood-stained collar. Like a thirsty traveler, I swallowed the remaining little half-cup in one gulp. The frigid temperature slammed all the way down my esophagus and instantly wrestled with the searing pain that could burn everything to ashes. Pain. Pain beyond the limits the human nervous system could endure. A vast darkness flooded my vision, and in my mind it felt as if hundreds of thousands of bees were roaring. My 10 fingers dug hard into the seams of the leather seat, until blood beads seeped out from the edges of my nails. I held on like a dying stray dog for more than a minute before that fatal pain finally receded a little, like the ebbing tide. Just a little. I knew my body too well. This shell was like a half-finished building whose load-bearing walls had been eaten hollow by termites. The spirit spring water was at best like slapping a layer of quick-drying cement into the cracks. Collapse was only a matter of time. Right in front of my retina, the scarlet countdown was still ticking with cold precision. 20 hours 7 minutes and 43 seconds, 20 hours left. Enough time, provided this ruined body of mine could restart into hibernation immediately. I laboriously turned my head and, with unfocused eyes half open, looked out at the thick, unbroken darkness outside the window. It was a storefront with its door removed, and the corner there just happened to block the draft. "Help me in." The bald, burly man didn't ask another word. He got out at once, opened the back door, and half-carried, half-dragged my light, skeletal body out. The two of us slogged through knee-high wild grass, stumbling into that decrepit room that reeked of mildew. There was a pile of discarded cardboard in the corner. Without a word, he took off his windproof leather jacket and spread it out over it. Borrowing his strength, I leaned against the moss-covered brick wall and slowly sat down. The moment my back touched the wall, my whole body went limp. "You keep watch outside." Even lifting my eyelids was difficult. "After daylight, wake me." The bald, burly man looked down at me. He had been by 𝐂𝐚𝐤𝐥𝐲's side, a lone shark, for over a decade. What ruthless people had he not seen? He'd seen many underworld bosses who could lose a hand or a leg without changing expression. But this old man in front of him, thin as a corpse and likely to stop breathing at any second, had a ruthlessness so deep it made the soles of his feet go cold. This kind of ruthlessness wasn't waving a knife at someone else. It was treating yourself like an axe for splitting firewood, chopping and hacking without mercy, even if you ground yourself down into a piece of useless scrap iron, just to smash the opponent to pieces. "Boss Goo, rest easy. I'm guarding the door outside. Even if the King of Heaven himself comes, he won't step through this door tonight." I didn't answer again. My breathing had already dropped to the minimum, my chest rising and falling so faintly it was almost invisible, as my organs were forcibly pushed into hibernation. The winter night wind poured in through the broken window without glass, drying the layer upon layer of cold sweat on my forehead until it formed a thin frost. At this time, in the supermarket's main warehouse, the wall clock was straining toward 5:40 a.m. No one could sleep, and no one possibly would. Outside, 32 security guards were divided into 4 rotating shifts, each with bloodshot eyes fixed on every door crack and every blind corner of the glass. Inside the warehouse, the air was so suffocating it made people want to vomit. 𝐂𝐤𝐥𝐲 sat in a grand chair. The tea had been refilled 3 times and was already cold, but he hadn't touched a sip. 𝐵𝐵𝐺 crouched beside the water tank like a statue, clutching that 𝐅𝐚𝐻𝐵 bag tightly, her lips bitten pale and cracked. gu was like an ant on a hot pan, making call after call in the corner, calling the 4 useless security guards left, no use. Calling the half-baked lawyers he knew from usual circles, The moment they heard about loan sharks and red circle photocopies, they hung up immediately. 𝐂𝐤𝐤 sat with her legs tightly together on a folding chair, repeatedly rereading the mass text I had sent. Each time she looked at it, her despair deepened. Those expired drug reconciliation statements, her mother's bank card number, that screenshot of the chat saying, "People from the countryside can't understand production dates." If even one of them leaked out, she and her mother would be spending the rest of their lives sewing in prison. Dad, she suddenly panyala her head, her voice dry. The originals are all in his hands. Once it's done, if he just hands the dirt directly to the police, then our 𝐂 family. He won't. 𝐂𝐤𝐤𝐥𝐲's voice drifted out from the shadows. Why are you so sure? If he wanted to go through proper channels, he would have called the police directly last night in the hospital. The old man flicked his withered finger hard. He didn't call the police, didn't go to court. He deliberately mortgaged all his cards to a loan sharking king of hell from the underworld. He paused, and a trace of trembling flashed through his cloudy eyes. He's playing this too viciously. He doesn't want us in prison for a quick win. What he wants is to watch us get plastered with debt collectors like dog skin ointment, go bankrupt, ruin our reputation, and finally rot alive in this swamp. The moment those words fell, the thousands of square meters of warehouse sank into a dead silence. 𝐂𝐤𝐤's fat body shook twice, and he asked, his throat dry, the one question everyone feared most, "Second uncle, after dawn, will that loan shark, Brother Long, come straight to the store with the contract and seal us up?" 𝐂𝐤𝐤𝐤 opened his mouth, but didn't answer. Yet the hand gripping the rosewood armrest had been clenched with such force that the knuckles turned a frightening white. Through the high ventilation window, on the horizon, a misty fish-belly white was slowly, yet inexorably, climbing over the clouds. Dawn had finally come, and after dawn, that ruthless contract with 5% monthly interest in Brother Long's hands, that debt collection clause like the sickle of death, would officially go into operation. When I woke up, sunlight was already slicing in at an angle through the broken window frame. I moved my fingers. Every bone in my body felt as if it had been taken apart and put back together. The pain in my stomach had mostly subsided. The spiritual spring was still holding me up. I took out my phone. 1322, enough. I dialed Brother Long's number, and he picked up after just 2 rings. "You're awake." His side was noisy, as if he were driving. "Supermarket main warehouse. When are you arriving?" "What a coincidence. I was just about to call you." His voice carried a teasing edge. "Your dear relatives, 30-something of them, have been holed up inside all night. My men are watching outside, and not one has run." I braced myself against the wall and sat up straight, still tasting blood from last night in my throat. "Brother Long, I need to borrow a few of your people. I want to go in with them." There was a brief silence on the other end. "Have you lost your mind? In that state of yours, the 𝐂 family would recognize you at a glance." "They won't." I coughed once. My voice was so hoarse I sounded like a different person. Looking like this, even my own mother wouldn't necessarily recognize me if she crawled out of her coffin. "Give me a black leather jacket and a pair of sunglasses, and I'll be your accountant." Brother Long laughed. "Boss 𝐂, you want to see them cry with your own eyes?" "Not to watch." I stared at the dead grass and the crack of the wall. "To collect. The warehouse has 32 million in goods. I want to move every last item out in front of them, not leaving a single thing behind." He didn't understand what I meant by moving out, but he still agreed. "Fine. Meet at the East City toll station in half an hour." After hanging up, I braced myself against the wall and stood up. My legs were still shaking, but they were much better than last night. I took out half a cup of spiritual spring water from my space and gulped it down. The icy liquid suppressed the burning in my stomach. The bald, burly man walked in, saw me standing there, and raised an eyebrow. "Let's go." I wiped the cold sweat from my face. To East City. 40 minutes later. Outside the supermarket's main warehouse, 3 black SUVs were parked in a row. Brother Long stood by the car with a cigarette in his mouth. When he saw me get out, his gaze narrowed slightly. A loose black leather jacket wrapped my scrawny body, its collar turned up to my ears, and cheap sunglasses covered half my face. The lower half of the face that was exposed had prominent cheekbones, sallow skin, and cracked lips, a complete picture of a worn-out drug addict. "With that look, I don't even want to stand next to you," Brother Long said, flicking his cigarette butt away. "I'll go in and argue with them first. You follow behind Lao Si and don't make a sound." I nodded. He waved his hand, and 11 burly men got out of the cars. Including me, there were 13 of us heading toward the main entrance. The floodlights outside the warehouse were still on, chains were wrapped around the gate, and 3 security guards stood there with walkie-talkies in hand. The moment they saw this formation, their expressions changed. "Get the person in charge out here." Brother Long stood 5 meters away and spoke quietly, each word crisp and clear. Less than a minute later, the side door clicked open. 𝐂𝐤𝐤𝐤 was the first to squeeze out. He hadn't slept all night, and the dark circles under his eyes were terrifying. Behind him came 𝐤𝐤 and 𝐤𝐸, and farther back was 𝐤𝐤𝐥𝐲, whose face was as dark as a pool of still water. I mixed in with the group, keeping my head down. My sunglasses hid my eyes, and through the lenses I casually scanned the entire perimeter. The main gate was locked shut with chains. The rolling shutter on the left had been lowered all the way and reinforced with a crossbar. The staff passage on the right had been welded shut with iron plates. My gaze stopped on a small window beside the rolling shutter, the ventilation window of the logistics dispatch room. The old system had records. The lock core of this window and the access control system used the same magnetic card protocol. That was enough. 𝐤𝐤, Brother Long took out the contract. We're old acquaintances. Don't make things hard for me. Brother Long, listen to my explanation. Explain my ass. Brother Long slapped the contract against his chest. It's black and white right here. 𝐤𝐤 signed and stamped it himself, and all 5 major assets have been mortgaged to me. I'm here to check the accounts. Perfectly legal and reasonable. Are you going to let me in to inspect the goods, or should I have my lawyer bring a court enforcement order? 𝐤𝐤 squeezed forward, his face livid. The validity of this contract is disputed. When 𝐤𝐤 signed it, his mental state. I have a full recording of the signing process. Brother Long shook his phone. He was fully conscious and answered everything clearly. If you want to sue, I'll go along with it. But until the verdict comes down, the contract is valid, and I have the right to inspect the mortgaged assets. 𝐤𝐤𝐥𝐲 stepped out from behind the crowd. The old man hadn't closed his eyes all night. His Zhongshan suit was wrinkled in a few more places, but his back was still perfectly straight. Mr. Long, we do not acknowledge the contract 𝐤𝐤 signed with you. Brother Long raised an eyebrow. You don't acknowledge it? Are you 𝐤𝐤? Are you the legal representative? I am the one in charge of the 𝐤 family. These businesses are the labor of generations of the 𝐤 family. Cut it. Brother Long raised a hand. On the Gongsan Dingjit, the legal representative is 𝐤𝐤, and 92.5% of the shares belong to him personally. What was your name again? 𝐤𝐤𝐥𝐲's face twitched. Brother Long stepped forward and lowered his voice. Old sir, I've been doing business for 17 years. I never waste words on someone who has no legal standing. If you are 𝐤𝐤, let's sit down and talk. If you aren't, then move aside and let me in to inspect the goods. 𝐤𝐤 grew anxious, veins bulging on his forehead. What right do you have to inspect the goods? This warehouse is under our management, under your management. Brother Long flipped open the contract appendix. Clause 3 of the debt collection terms. The grain factory privately guaranteed 3 external debts, totaling 23 million yuan. This account should be settled together too. 𝐤𝐤 looked like someone had grabbed him by the throat. His face turned the color of pig liver. At the back of the group, I remained silent. The location of the logistics dispatch room has been confirmed, the security deployment has been confirmed, and the type of access control system has been confirmed. Ahead, Long 𝐤 raised 4 fingers. You 4 factories are already empty. I know that. The discrepancy between the books and the actual inventory, plus the overdue interest, I'll have someone settle it clearly later. But before that, he nodded toward the warehouse. I must verify the inventory of this last batch with my own eyes. Don't even think about it. 𝐤𝐤 rushed out, his fleshy face twisted in rage. There are more than 30 people guarding this place. You dare force your way in? Long 𝐤 smiled. More than 30 security guards? He glanced at the burly men behind him. Enough for me to warm up. The atmosphere froze. 𝐤𝐤𝐥𝐲 stared hard at Long 𝐤, clenching his teeth, his gaze sweeping over the dozen-odd men behind him. A thin figure was cowering at the very back, wearing sunglasses. His gaze lingered on me for less than half a second, too thin, like a drug addict, then withdrew. Let him inspect it, 𝐤𝐤𝐥𝐲 said suddenly. Second uncle. 𝐤𝐤 panicked. Let him look. Not a single item has been moved. After he's done, let them take their people and get lost. Dragging this out won't do anyone any good. Long 𝐤 snapped his fingers, and the group began moving toward the warehouse. I kept my head down and followed as the second-to-last one, deliberately slowing my steps, blending into the heavy footsteps of the burly men and standing out as little as possible. As we passed the main entrance, my right hand quietly slipped into my pocket, and my thumb swiped twice across my phone screen. The base system responded. The vent lock core of the logistics dispatch room was silently released. The security guard pulled open the side door, and we filed in one by one. I raised my head. Before me was a gigantic warehouse of 6,000 square meters, with shelves stretching from the floor all the way up to the 8-meter-high ceiling. The grain and oil section, daily necessities section, liquor section, and chilled goods section were all neatly labeled. The stock here was conservatively valued at 32 million yuan. My eyes moved from left to right, engraving every section, every aisle spacing, and every channel layout into my mind. Up front, Long 𝐤 was loudly arguing with 𝐤𝐤 over the inventory list. 𝐤𝐤 had a dark expression as he flipped through the ledgers, while 𝐂𝐤 and 𝐂𝐸 huddled in a corner. The security guard's attention was entirely on that group of burly men. 𝐂𝐤 stood in the center aisle with his hands behind his back like a stone statue. No one noticed that the thin accountant at the very end of the line had already quietly turned into the deepest part of the most out-of-the-way daily necessities section. The shelves blocked the view. The surveillance had already been cut off by 𝐂𝐤 himself last night. I stood between stacks of laundry detergent and tissues piled up to the ceiling, took off my sunglasses, and a smile curled at the corner of my mouth in the darkness. I didn't leave myself even a breath. The countdown flickering on my retina was like a death warrant pressed against my throat. At the front, 𝐂𝐤 was holding that contract that would wipe them out and tallying up the rottendong with 𝐂𝐤. Your books are all fucking fake. You're missing the inbound forms for 3 categories of goods. Do you think I can't read? His voice shook the ceiling with a booming hum. 𝐂𝐤 was still trying to defend himself. 𝐂𝐤, be reasonable. This is normal loss over 3 years. Reasonable. 𝐂𝐤 slapped a payment receipt onto his face. Did a bag of rice grow legs and run off to some out-of-town grain merchant's private warehouse? I've been in this business for 17 years. I'm more familiar with this yin-yang bookkeeping trick than you are. While the dog-eat-dog show up front was in full swing, I in the back had already begun my plunder like a ghost. My will surged like an invisible net and suddenly swept across the daily necessities section. Entire pallets of laundry detergent and toilet paper vanished without a sound. I dragged my heavy legs into the grain and oil section. Large buckets of 𝐁𝐤 cooking oil, bags of wuchang rice, stacked like walls. I clenched my teeth and slammed my will over them. The supplies were too densely packed, and my body was already severely overdrawn. My will suddenly faltered. I groaned, my nose stinging, and 2 streams of warmth flowed from my nostrils into my mouth, filling it with the taste of rust. I wiped the blood away with my sleeve, my heart fierce. Collect more. Boom. Half a small mountain of grain and oil disappeared, even the wooden racks underneath not spared. The liquor section, tens of thousands worth of 𝐒𝐲𝐲 and red wine, was swept clean all at once. It wasn't until I stepped into the chilled section that the real resistance hit. More than a dozen heavy imported horizontal freezers, packed with frozen meat and premium seafood, each weighing several hundred kg, their compressors still humming. I raised my hand and drove my will at them like a sledgehammer. Nothing. The freezers seemed rooted to the ground. The recoil shot straight up my nerves to the top of my skull. My brain went buzz as countless stars exploded before my eyes. The cancer cells in my stomach, like sharks catching the scent of blood, seized the opening and tore at me with mad ferocity. Cold sweat instantly soaked through my clothes, clinging to my back with a bone-deep chill. Give up? I gasped, the corner of my mouth pulling into a savage grin. Even if I had to split my skull open today, I wouldn't leave a single hair for those bastards. I dug my fingers into the iron edge of a pillar so hard my nails bent back, blood seeping down. I shut my eyes and squeezed out the last bit of mental energy in my head, slamming it down like a gambler. Get in. A violent sensation of weightlessness drained the strength from my body. The cluster of freezers vanished abruptly. Under inertia, I lost my balance and flew out like a sack of rags. Bang! My shoulders smashed hard into the empty metal rack base, and the huge metallic crash suddenly rang out deep in the empty warehouse. Normally that wouldn't mean much, but at the tent's front area, it was deadly. The spit from Brother Long had just hit Gu Feng's face, and that dull thud forcibly snapped the words he was about to blurt out back into his throat. Gu Feng froze for a moment, his mind racing. The main door was welded shut, 32 security guards formed a human wall, and the loading area was all locked up. No one could possibly get in from the back, so where the hell did that sound come from? He looked past Brother Long's shoulder into the warehouse, but his view was blocked by the shelves. He could only faintly make out the fluorescent light from the chilled section. Something was wrong. Why had the humming of those compressors in the chilled section suddenly gone silent? He swallowed a mouthful of dry saliva, shoved the 2 thugs in front of him aside, and strode into the aisle, his pace shifting from cautious to a run. Rounding the last row of laundry detergent shelves and standing at the entrance to the chilled section, he stopped. His feet felt as if they'd been filled with cement, nailed to the floor. No freezers. No boxes of frozen meat. Not even the electronic thermometer on the wall remained. On the bare concrete floor, only a few square indentations were left behind from long-term heavy pressure. Gu Feng rubbed his eyes hard, thinking he was seeing things from lack of sleep. When he opened them again, it was still empty. Where's the stock? He let out a shrill, eunuch-like scream, lunging toward the empty space like a madman, grabbing at the air. Where are my freezers? That cry detonated the powder keg at the front. Gu Hong's whole body of fat jolted, and he charged in. Gu Yu's heart thudded. He turned toward the household goods section he'd just checked. He ran to the corner. Empty. His scalp went numb. and he stumbled and scrambled toward the liquor section, still empty. A 6,000 square meter warehouse that had been so packed you could barely push a cart through it was now so empty that even a cough echoed. In the blink of an eye, everything was gone. Burglary. Someone's moving goods inside. 𝐁𝐸𝐲 shrieked. Surround it. Search inside, all of you. 𝐂𝐸𝐤𝐥𝐲 roared, leaning on his cane. 32 security guards drew rubber batons and surged forward in a dark mass through the aisles. But not far in, everyone's steps stopped at the same time. No one dared go any farther. I slowly walked out from the deepest shadow, like a dried corpse just crawled out of a grave. The ill-fitting black leather jacket hung loose on me, and the corners of my mouth and nostrils were smeared with unwashed dark red blood. I raised my hand, slowly, very slowly, and took off my sunglasses, tossing them to the ground. Crack. The sound of the lenses shattering struck everyone's nerves. 𝐒𝐤𝐲. Gu backed away as if he'd seen a ghost, his fat face white as paper. Why are you here? You moved all the stock? How did you get it out? 𝐒𝐤𝐲 clenched his teeth, his face full of disbelief. I didn't bother answering those stupid questions. Behind me was the last untouched stronghold in the entire main warehouse, and the most valuable hard currency of all, 50 cases of 𝐂𝐤𝐤𝐿, plus an entire wall of specially supplied 𝐂𝐚𝐤𝐲 cigarettes, stacked like a small golden mountain. I didn't even glance at that mountain of gold. My bloodshot eyes swept over this bunch of disgraceful relatives in front of me. Then I casually lifted my thin, bony right hand, palm facing the mountain of cigarettes and liquor, and made a downward wiping motion through the air. It was like someone using a rag to wipe away a bit of chalk dust from a blackboard. There was no transition at all. In one instant, that pile of cigarettes and liquor worth several million, along with the solid wood trays, evaporated into thin air. Clean and spotless, not even a speck of dust stirred up in the air. The entire warehouse fell dead silent for a full 5 seconds. In those 5 seconds, even the current hum of the fluorescent lights overhead could be heard clearly. Ghost. This is like seeing a ghost alive and in person. 𝐒𝐤𝐲's legs went weak, and with a thud he dropped to his knees. A hot, foul stream poured down his crotch, soaking into the concrete floor and spreading into a yellow puddle. His eyes rolled back as he muttered like a madman. This isn't magic. This isn't something a human can do. Ah. 𝐒𝐤𝐲 covered her face and let out a hysterical scream, backing away again and again until she slammed into a steel pillar. 𝐁𝐸𝐲 rolled her eyes back and collapsed with a crash, lying spread-eagle on the ground. After twitching twice, she went still. 10 meters away, Long Good didn't even notice when the cigarette in his mouth dropped onto the top of his foot. He had been in the underworld for so many years. What bloody scene had he never seen? But this sight before him directly rubbed him flat against the floor. Holy shit, he swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Boss 𝐒𝐤, you're badass as hell. You even pulled off sleeve space magic. 𝐒𝐤𝐤𝐿 stared at me intently, pinching the soft flesh of his thigh with his right hand, relying on that searing pain to avoid embarrassing himself on the spot. His faith was collapsing, his reason was burning away, but only one thought remained in his mind. This beast absolutely could not be allowed to walk out alive. 𝐒𝐤𝐲, what kind of filthy sorcery have you learned? His voice cracked completely. All that feigned dignity of a clan patriarch shattered to pieces. Where did you take the decades of hard work of the 𝐒𝐤 family? Just for that pathetic little revenge of yours, you're going to drive the whole family to the brink. In your eyes, do you even have a shred of the bigger picture? The bigger picture? I laughed. That laugh tore out of my chest with violent tremors. A mouthful of dark, clotted blood shot straight out of my throat and splattered onto the concrete floor. I wiped my chin, my gaze like a poisoned blade, stabbing straight into 𝐒𝐤𝐿's hypocritical old face. For 30 years, you've used those 2 words every single day, tightening them around my neck like a dog leash. I took a step forward, my leather shoes stepping into my own blood, making a chilling, sticky sound. I'm only taking back what's mine now. Why are you all panicking? I took another step. 𝐒𝐤𝐿 stepped back. Bottom line, you're nothing but parasites sucking blood off my back. My eyes were red as blood. It was as if a volcano had formed in my chest, with a 𝐁𝐸𝐲 down on the crater, already at the edge of eruption. Everyone was stunned by this version of me. The bigger picture? What bigger picture do I need? My life, 𝐒𝐤𝐿's life, was ruined by those 2 words. The bigger picture. After shouting that, I paused, then quietly brought up the greatest pain I had kept buried in my heart in this lifetime. And 𝐿𝐤𝐲. Hee, the bigger picture. Hee. My faint laughter gradually turned into rage. Back then, 𝐿𝐤𝐲 was only 15. 15 years old. I roared furiously, the veins on my neck writhing like knotted earthworms. For the 80 yuan bride price, to get through that damn so-called bigger picture of yours, the first branch forcibly stuffed her into Li Tieshuan's ox cart. The murderer. The entire hall was left with only my furious roar. When she died, not a single piece of good flesh was left on her body. Every bone was broken. And when you went to identify the body, what did you stand there and say to me? I stared at 𝐂𝐤𝐥𝐲 with bloodshot eyes cracking at the corners. You said the 𝐂 family couldn't afford to lose face, and for the sake of the family's bigger picture, I should stop making trouble. I squeezed the words out one by one, my teeth clenched so hard they were about to shatter, swallowing nothing but blood. Go to hell with your grand scheme. I pointed at everyone there surnamed 𝐂, my voice shrill as a ghost's curse. You owe me a life, and you owe 𝐂𝐤𝐥𝐲's blood. I'll collect every last debt from you. The blood-red countdown before my eyes had reached its final seconds. I lowered my head and looked at my own withered, skeletal hands, then raised my head and smiled. 5 seconds, hold him down. Break his legs. Don't let him play the spirit master trick. 𝐂𝐤𝐥𝐲 howled like a madman. I ignored him and kept speaking. When I get back, I'm going to make you struggle and rot in the mire. 3 seconds, 32 security guards rushed up with red eyes. My gaze passed through them and locked tightly onto 𝐂𝐤𝐥𝐲. I'm going to make you live a life worse than death. 1 second. The security captain charging at the front swung his arm wide, and the rubber baton smashed toward my forehead with a howl of wind. I didn't dodge. I closed my eyes and curled up the corners of my mouth. You'd better all keep rotting in this hell for me. Midnight. The instant the rubber baton was less than 10 centimeters from my forehead, a surge of non-existent cold wind swept through. There was no flash of light, no explosion. My whole body, like a soap bubble punctured by a needle, vanished completely into the air in a thousandth of a second, even the blood-stained leather coat I was wearing. The rubber baton struck nothing and slammed hard into the concrete floor, sending sparks flying. The security captain's foot slipped, and he fell flat on his face. He pulled his head, looked at the baton in his hand, then at the empty space before him. Where was he? Dozens of security guards crashed into one another like headless flies. Right under the eyes of dozens of people, a person had simply evaporated into thin air. What was left was a group of creditors collapsed on the ground, their souls seemingly gone. In the dead silence, 𝐿 slowly squatted down, picked up the cigarette on the ground, and lit it. He exhaled a mouthful of thick smoke into 𝐂𝐤𝐥𝐲's ashen face. The show's over, and the living god's gone too. He lifted that ruin your entire line contract stamped with bloody handprints. His scarred face wore a chilling smile. Come on then, old Master 𝐂. Over 30 million, plus 5% monthly interest. Let's have a proper talk about how this debt is going to be repaid. Mud. Cold, stinking mud with the smell of rotten leaves plastered half my face. My consciousness was yanked up from the abyss. My ears rang, and my nose was full of the smell of dirt and dead grass. My first thought was, what about the stomach pain? That pain that had followed me for more than half a year, like a rat nesting in my guts, was gone. It wasn't the kind of false relief you got from spirit spring water, something that could be forced down for a while only to come back any moment. It was gone at the root. I rolled over and stared up at the sky. The gray clouds hung low, pressing down, and the distant ridgelines were bare. I raised my hand. Rough, dark, knuckled, covered in calluses, with mud packed under my fingernails. This wasn't the skeletal hand from the ICU bed. This was the hand of a 17-year-old. I sat up abruptly, the movement shockingly quick. No trembling knees, no dull pain in my spine, no weakness like I was about to fall apart at any second. In its place was a wild, brutal strength that belonged to a boy. I was back. Damn it, I was really back. I looked around. This was the rice paddy at the east end of 𝐂 family village. In the distance were a few adobe storage sheds belonging to the production team, and farther away, a courtyard with smoke rising from it. That was the 𝐂 family old compound. An iron loudspeaker hung from a wooden utility pole, playing Red Lantern, the female voice shrill and high-pitched. My breathing quickened. A thought flashed through my mind like lightning. What day is it today? Model opera. Empty fields after the autumn harvest. Morning cooking smoke. And, 𝐂𝐤𝐥𝐲, where the hell have you been, you lazy bones? A sharp female voice came from the dirt road. A woman wrapped in a gray headscarf, transformed back from an 80-year-old crone into someone in her 30s, my second aunt, 𝐵𝐺𝐲. The sun's already shining on your ass, and you still aren't back hauling water. We've got guests at home today. If you screw this up, your big uncle will break your legs. Guests at home. Those 4 words drove into my chest like a red-hot iron rod. 𝐿𝐸𝐴, that widower who had beaten his wife to death. That beast who had bought off 𝐂𝐤𝐥𝐲's life with 80 yuan in bride price and 2 sacks of cornmeal. Today was that day. The scene from 50 years ago exploded in my head. 𝐂𝐤𝐥 being dragged out of the house by her hair, crying that she wouldn't marry, only to be slapped in the face. Forced onto an ox cart, her voice already hoarse, still shouting at me. Brother, don't chase after me. Half a month later. A broken straw mat. A corpse reduced to bones. Broken ribs. Brother, live well. My eyes filled with blood in an instant, the veins bursting red like a spiderweb. 𝐁𝐸𝐲 was still cursing in the distance. I didn't hear her. My gaze locked onto the crooked elm tree at the edge of the field embankment. There was an axe stuck in the roots. The blade was rusted, the wooden handle soaked black. I walked over, and the moment my hand closed around the handle, 50 years of humiliation, anger, regret, and the madness carved into my bones all surged into this 17-year-old hand. I pulled the knife free from the mud. 𝐤𝐸𝐲, are you deaf? I told you to haul water. I turned and looked at that courtyard where smoke was rising, then at the yellow dirt road leading to the 𝐤 family old home. My feet began to move. First walking, then jogging, then sprinting. The 17-year-old body burst forth with beast-like speed. When 𝐁𝐸𝐲 saw me running into the village with a knife in my hand, she froze for a moment, then shouted curses at the top of her lungs. You little bastard, you've gone wild. What are you doing with a knife? Stop right there. I didn't stop. I ran past the threshing ground, past the adobe walls, past the old well that supplied the whole village with water. The loudspeaker was still singing the model opera, and chickens fluttered along the roadside. Someone poked their head out from behind a courtyard wall. Seeing a teenager sprinting madly toward the village center with a wood-chopping knife, they ducked back in fright, then immediately peeked out again in curiosity. Turning around, they shouted to their little friends, Come quick! Come quick! 𝐤𝐸𝐲, that pushover from the 𝐤 family, is running home with a machete. He looks fierce as hell. There's a show to watch. A bunch of kids scampered after him. In my eyes, there was only one direction. The 𝐤 family old compound. 𝐿𝐤𝐦 was still alive. She was still alive right now. That thought burned so hot it seared my organs. In my past life, I knelt on the ground and knocked my head until it was covered in blood. Useless. I got kicked over by 𝐤𝐸𝐲. Useless. I begged everyone I could. Useless. Because back then, I was just a toothless, tail-wagging stray dog. But now it's different. In my head, I carry 50 years of life experience and the perspective of later generations. In my space are supplies enough to smash an entire county into dust. And in my bones is the purest ruthlessness, tempered by being ground down again and again by this world. This time, if anyone dares touch a single hair on 𝐿𝐤𝐦's head, I'll chop off their hand. The broken wooden gate of the 𝐤 family's old courtyard appeared at the end of my sight. Voices of quarreling came from inside the yard. I didn't slow down, I sped up. In the middle of the courtyard, 𝐤𝐸𝐦's wrist was locked in 𝐿𝐤𝐻𝐿's huge hand like a palm leaf fan, and half her body was being dragged forward off balance. I won't marry him. Uncle, Auntie, please, I won't go. With her other hand, she clung to the jujube tree for dear life, her fingernails tearing the skin as she dug in, blood beads welling up. 𝐿𝐤𝐻𝐿 bared a mouthful of rotten teeth, his face full of flesh. You little girl, once you're through the door, you'll know how good I am. Beside him, Wang Hohat stood with her hands on her hips, her fat body blocking the way. The huge mole at the corner of her mouth trembled as she snapped. What are you crying your lungs out for? They paid 80 yuan in betrothal money and 2 sacks of fine cornmeal. This is the blessing you earned in a past life. Keep screaming, and I'll slap your mouth swollen. On the doorstep, 𝐤𝐸𝐲 sat with his arms folded, his tobacco pipe resting on his knee, watching coldly, as if he were watching a piglet being sold off. At the gate, 𝐤𝐸𝐲 and 𝐤𝐸𝐻 blocked the left and right sides. 𝐤𝐸𝐻 forced out a malicious grin. Stop making a fuss, cousin. Just obediently go with your brother-in-law. With those skinny arms and legs, you think you can fly to the heavens? 𝐤𝐸𝐻 leaned against the wall, staring with a sinister look, the black mole at the corner of his mouth curling upward. In the shadow by the wall, second Uncle 𝐤𝐸𝐻 puffed on his dry tobacco pipe, the smoke obscuring that hypocritical face full of family interests first. 𝐤𝐸𝐻 peeked out from behind him to watch the show. Brother. 𝐤𝐸𝐻's throat was hoarse from crying. Tears and snot smeared all over her face. Don't give me that face and refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. 𝐿𝐤𝐻's temper flared. With a violent swing of his arm, 𝐤𝐸𝐻 was yanked 2 steps forward, and then thud, she dropped to her knees on the hard ground. Move. Get on the ox cart. Outside the courtyard, a battered yellow ox cart was parked on the dirt road, its bed covered with filthy burlap sacks, waiting to haul someone away. 𝐤𝐸𝐻 kicked and struggled with all her might, her ragged shoes plowing 2 furrows in the yellow earth. I won't go. I won't go. Boom, crack. A loud bang exploded from the tightly shut wooden door. It wasn't pushed open. The entire door panel was kicked off its hinges from outside by a reckless burst of brute force, flying inward with the wind and crashing bang into the courtyard, kicking up a cloud of yellow dust. 𝐤𝐸𝐻, who had been blocking the door and watching the drama, failed to dodge in time. The edge of the door panel sliced into his right shoulder, and he let out a miserable scream before toppling into the mud. All the sounds in the courtyard instantly cut off. In the flying dust, against the gloomy daylight, stood a 17-year-old youth, wearing a gray coarse cloth jacket, trouser legs rolled up to the knees, old liberation shoes caked with black mud, and a chipped, rusted woodcutter's axe in his right hand, the blade pointed at the ground. It was me. Yet my back was as straight as an iron rod, my eyes red as if about to bleed, sweeping over this pack of beasts in the courtyard. It was the kind of gaze that had crawled out of hell, one even the king of hell wouldn't dare take. 2 seconds of dead silence. "Guzhan, you son of a bitch." Guhong was the first to come to his senses. He shoved out his fat belly and stepped forward with furrowed brows and bulging eyes. "You damn brat dare kick in the door? You're rebelling against heaven." The vicious words had barely left his mouth. I moved. No shouting, no nonsense, not even the slightest warning in my posture. My body suddenly dropped, my left foot planted forward, and with the explosive force of my waist and hips twisting, my right leg lashed out in a full swing like a steel whip. In my previous life, after I made it big, I hired a retired Special Forces coach just to protect my family. Now, with this 17-year-old body that had spent years hoeing the earth, the power was savage to the extreme. The thick sole of my shoe struck squarely and precisely on Guhong's right shin. Crack! A crisp, horrifying sound of bone breaking burst out. The 160-plus-pound body didn't even manage a groan before it slammed to the ground. 2 seconds later, searing pain surged into his brain, and a scream that didn't sound human tore out of him. My leg. It's broken." His right calf had bent at a terrifying angle, and he clutched it while rolling madly in the mud. From kicking the door to breaking the leg and hitting the ground, it took less than 3 blinks of an eye. Wang Hohot shrieked like a hen whose tail had been stepped on. "Oh my heavens! Hunger! Guzhan, you little beast, you deserve to die." Gu Dahu was so frightened he sprang up from the doorstep. Gu Erlang, hiding behind him, jolted so hard the hand holding the pipe trembled violently, and for the first time that calculating look in his eyes flickered with panic. I didn't even glance at Guhong, who was rolling on the ground. Holding the axe, I swept my gaze past this bunch of trash and locked it tightly onto Li Tieshuan. Li Tieshuan was still clutching Gu Ling and was momentarily stunned. But he had run wild in the village for years and even dared to beat his own wife to death. How could he possibly be afraid of a half-grown kid? "You little bastard, you dare act tough in front of me? You're asking for death." He shoved Gu Ling away, clenched a fist as big as a wash basin, and charged at me like a mad bull. I didn't dodge. I didn't even take half a step back. I only flicked my wrist holding the knife, leveling the blade and pointing it straight at Li Tieshuan. In the pale gray light, that chipped woodcutter's knife gave off a chilling, bloodthirsty aura. Halfway through his charge, Li Tieshuan caught sight of that stance, and his heart jolted. Instinctively, he wanted to stop, but I didn't give him a chance to regret it. My right arm swung in a full arc, and the woodcutter's knife came down with a whistling sound. Without the slightest fancy move, aiming right for the right arm he had just been gripping Gu Ling with. SHRRK. The rusted edge sliced through the coarse sleeve, cut into flesh, and didn't stop until it hit the bone membrane. Hot blood shot out with a puff, splattering over half his body and dripping a few drops onto my icy face. "Ah, my hand!" Clutching the arm spurting blood, Li Tieshuan let out a shriek 100 times more miserable than a pig being slaughtered. Blood gushed from the gash in his right arm in spurts, splattering onto the yellow earth and seeping into dark red flowers. He crouched down, his entire face twisted in pain, howling with a cracked voice. No one in the yard moved. Wang Hohot's scream caught in her throat. Guyu still hadn't gotten up. Gu Dahu's tobacco pipe dropped onto the top of his foot. He stood frozen there at the threshold. All eyes were fixed on me. This perennial punching bag, who normally wouldn't dare make a sound even when beaten, was now standing in the middle of the yard with a blood-dripping firewood knife in hand, back straight. Gu Ling knelt on the ground trembling, looking up at my back with a fixed stare, her lips quivering as she tried to call out, but couldn't make a sound. "Lingzi, come behind me." I didn't look back. My voice wasn't loud, but it was steady as if nailed into the ground. She crawled and rolled her way to behind me, clutching my back hem with both hands until her knuckles turned white. "Guzhan, you've gone to heaven-damned lengths." Gu Dahu finally came to his senses and snatched up the wooden stick by the door, his bulging flesh flushing the color of pig liver. "Today I'm going to beat this ungrateful wolf to death." The stick came crashing down with the wind. I didn't retreat. My body twisted slightly to the side, my left foot stepped forward half a pace, and my right hand swung the firewood knife upward from below in one motion. Before the stick could even land on my shoulder, the tip of the knife was already pressed beneath his Adam's apple. The cold iron touched flesh and skin. His stick froze in midair. Looking down, he saw the rusty blade only half an inch from his throat, with 𝐂𝐤𝐲's blood on the edge running down the back of the blade and dripping onto his chest. His pupils contracted violently. He saw my eyes. Those were not the eyes a 17-year-old boy should have. There was no fear, no impulse, not even anger in them, only an extreme, icy stillness. As if looking at a dead man. A chill shot up 𝐂𝐤𝐲's spine. Sweat covered his palms, and with a clack, the wooden stick fell to the ground. He stepped back and said, "Why you dare touch me?" I said nothing. The tip of the knife hung steadily there, motionless. Outside the yard, chaos erupted. 𝐂𝐤𝐲's pig-slaughtering screams, together with 𝐂𝐤𝐤's wails, blew half the village out into the open. Villagers dropped their work and ran this way. Old men carrying hoes, women with aprons on, and those half-grown kids, crowding around the broken opening in the courtyard wall, craning their necks to look in. Good heavens! Someone's going to die. The 𝐒 family is fighting? That's 𝐂𝐤𝐲? Why is there so much blood on his arm? My God! 𝐒𝐤𝐲's holding a knife to his uncle's neck. More and more people gathered. Wang Ho-hat was terrified out of her wits. Private family disgrace had been dragged out into the open. Where was she supposed to put this old face? Get out. All of you get out. This is the 𝐒 family's business. No outsiders need meddle. She shrieked at the crowd, the big mole at the corner of her mouth trembling like a sieve. No one paid her any mind. In these times, a bit of excitement in the village was rarer than the new year. The crowd naturally parted to make a path. 𝐂𝐤𝐤 slowly strolled out from the foot of the wall, hands behind his back, the tobacco pipe tucked under his arm. His expression managed just right. 3 parts grief, 3 parts helplessness, and 4 parts of, I have no choice but to come out and preside over justice. Full of false benevolence. 𝐒𝐤𝐲. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly both inside and outside the yard. Put down the knife. I didn't move. He took 2 steps forward and sighed, putting on the air of an old actor on stage. Second uncle knows you've been wronged, but if you hurt someone with a knife, where does that leave the 𝐒 family's face when word gets out? Your uncle is your elder. We can sit down and talk slowly about 𝐂𝐤𝐲's matter, for the sake of the 𝐒 family's bigger picture. Bigger picture? I spoke. At last, I withdrew the knife from in front of 𝐂𝐤𝐲's neck. Not because his words had worked, but because I needed to free my mouth and make clear what needed to be said. I turned around, facing my second uncle, 𝐂𝐤𝐤, and the crowd of onlookers packed outside the courtyard wall. Second uncle, you're talking to me about the big picture? I twisted the corner of my mouth. That smile was colder than a blade. I raised the firewood axe in my hand and pointed it at my younger sister, 𝐂𝐤𝐤, who was covered in mud and being dragged around by 𝐂𝐤𝐲. Using my own little sister's life to make up for the eldest branch's bride price. This is the family big picture you keep talking about? The noise outside the wall suddenly died down. Everyone pricked up their ears. 𝐂𝐤𝐤's cheek twitched. Years of self-cultivation kept him composed. He said in a dark voice, "Jean, you know the family's difficulties. 𝐂𝐤𝐲's family has grain. 𝐂𝐤𝐤 won't suffer if she marries there, won't suffer." I cut him off, my voice suddenly rising. How did 𝐂𝐤𝐲's former wife die? Who in the whole village doesn't know? I turned and stared at 𝐂𝐤𝐲, who was squatting on the ground, clutching his bleeding arm. His pair of mung bean eyes flickered guiltily to the side. Beaten to death. Beaten to death alive. You're sending my 15-year-old sister into the hands of that murderer. A wave of discussion erupted outside the wall. Yeah, 𝐂𝐤𝐲's first wife really was beaten to death. Marrying a little girl off to him. Isn't that sending her to die? 𝐂𝐤𝐤 could no longer keep up appearances. His voice dropped. 𝐒𝐤𝐲, this is the 𝐒 family's private matter. If you keep yelling like this, how will outsiders see our 𝐒 family? How outsiders see it? I took a step forward, staring fixedly at his sanctimonious face, enunciating each word. Why don't you marry your own daughter off to him? That sentence stabbed straight into his soft spot. The courtyard fell silent except for the wind. Everyone's eyes turned in unison to the people behind him. Ah, what nonsense are you spouting? A shrill female voice exploded from the foot of the wall. 𝐒𝐤𝐤 jumped out, her face flushed red, pointing at me. Who doesn't know what kind of person 𝐂𝐤𝐲 is? He beats his wife. If I went, I'd definitely be beaten to death. I'm not going. As soon as she finished speaking, the courtyard fell dead silent again. Then, from the crowd outside the wall, someone let out a faint but especially piercing cold laugh. 𝐒𝐤𝐤's face instantly went white. Only then did she realize what she had said. She had said 𝐂𝐤𝐲 would beat her to death, so she wouldn't go. But those words were already out. They couldn't be taken back. I looked at her and smiled. Did you hear that? Even your own daughter knows she'll die if she goes, and would rather die than marry him. But someone else's daughter, 15 years old, with no father and no mother, should go and sacrifice her life. I turned back and stared at 𝐂𝐤𝐤. 𝐂𝐤𝐤, your name has the character for wolf in it, but you're really just a dog. Impudent. 𝐂𝐤𝐤 could finally no longer hold himself back. He slapped his thigh, even flinging his tobacco pipe away. His narrow eyes were full of embarrassment and rage at being exposed. Is that how you speak to your elders? You ungrateful wretch. The 𝐤𝐸 family raised you for so many years. So much blood. Pay up. Pay me. A horsehowl cut him off. 𝐿𝐸, covered in dirt, was rolling wildly on the ground while clutching his right arm, from which blood kept gushing out. His pig-slaughtering scream stabbed at everyone's eardrums. Pay up. Pay me for my life. 100 yuan. If you're short even 1 cent today, I'll go to the Commune's Revolutionary Committee and report your whole family for extortion and murder. Sweat poured down his face from the pain, and his features were twisted together, but those mung-bean eyes were anything but confused. His eyeballs rolled, and he fixed them on 𝐤𝐸 and Wang Ho-hat, the couple, bypassing me completely. And those 80 yuan for the bride price. Plus 2 sacks of fine cornmeal. I haven't eaten a mouthful of it, and you've hacked me up like this. If the eldest branch doesn't settle accounts today, I'll crawl all the way to the police station and have the cops arrest you and shoot you. By then, the villagers watching from outside the wall had already surrounded the place 3 layers deep. The moment they heard those figures, the crowd exploded. 100 yuan? Add the 80 yuan bride price. That's 180. Even if you sold the eldest branch's underwear, you still couldn't make up that much. Wang Ho-hat's face twitched violently, and her complexion turned from dark purple to deathly pale. Her hand snapped downward as if shocked, gripping the waistband of her pants tightly. Those 80 yuan for the bride price had been sewn into the crotch of her close-fitting underpants stitch by Stitch the night before yesterday. Those 2 sacks of cornmeal had already been poured into the family vat. That was meat that had gone down her own throat. Now they wanted her to spit it back out? That felt worse than being cut alive with a knife. Seeing 𝐿𝐸 refuse to let it go, Wang Ho-hat grew vicious in a flash, planted both hands on her hips, and sprayed spit as she shouted, "Refund what? All the villagers are watching." It was that little bastard 𝐤𝐸 who went crazy and hacked someone. The knife was in his hand. What does it have to do with our big house? Wrongdoings have their source and debts have their owner. If you want money, go find that little runt. 𝐿𝐸 was crystal clear. I'm broke as a church mouse. If you push me out as the scapegoat, the big house won't have to pay a cent and can wash its hands of the blame. But 𝐿𝐸 was the kind of man in the village known for being unruly and impossible to handle. The moment he heard that, he wouldn't have it. He spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva and said, "Wang Ho-hat, who do you think you're fooling, a 3-year-old? 𝐤𝐸, a pauper who can't even fill his own stomach. What does he have to compensate with? Those 80 yuan for the bride price were stuffed into your man 𝐤𝐸's pocket with his own hands." He glared with bloodshot eyes and pointed at 𝐤𝐸, shouting, "Today, either your big house coughs up the 180 yuan, or I'll die in your courtyard. We'll go down together." Wang Ho-hat was choked into rolling her eyes. In a panic, she stomped her feet and turned back to yell at her husband, who was cowering by the doorstep. "𝐤𝐸, are you dead? There, bullying your wife right in front of you, and you can't even let out a fart." 𝐤𝐸's coarse flesh on his face tightened hard. His eyes darted around, too afraid to look at the blood on the ground. More than 100 yuan. Where was he supposed to steal that from? Instinctively, he turned a pleading look toward his second younger brother in the corner. But 𝐤𝐸, at this moment, was like an outsider watching a show. Hands behind his back, eyelids half lowered, he puffed on his dry tobacco pipe with a pata-pata sound. White smoke covered most of his face, making it clear he was waiting to laugh at the big house. The whole courtyard was frozen in a dead end, and I had not said a word. My right hand steadily gripped that blood-stained axe, the blade tip resting against the yellow earth. In my previous life, I had fought in the business world for 30 years. What scene had I not seen? These so-called family members, who were now biting and tearing at each other over a few dozen yuan were, in my eyes, not even worth as much as flies fighting over food. I lowered my head and glanced at 𝐤𝐸, who was huddled behind me and still trembling. Her former miserable state, covered in wounds and skin and bones, overlapped with the living 15-year-old girl in front of me. That was enough. What money could solve was no longer a problem for me. The mountain and sea worth of supplies in the mystic spirit space was the confidence I needed to overturn this rotten mess. I slowly raised my head and swept a cold look across the crowd. Today's matter is actually very easy to solve. My voice wasn't loud, but it carried a chill tempered in a terminal illness hospital, forcibly cutting through the noise and piercing into everyone's ears. The courtyard and the area outside it fell silent in an instant. Dozens of eyes snapped onto me all at once. I looked over 𝐤𝐸 and Wang Ho-hat, then finally stopped on 𝐤𝐸, who was clutching his broken leg on the ground, and 𝐤𝐸, who had just struggled to his feet. Split the family. Those 2 words fell lightly to the ground, yet they exploded like 2 muffled thunderclaps above the courtyard. After 2 seconds of dead silence, Wang Hohot was the first to blow up. Her head buzzed as if a piece of flesh had been carved off her. Split the family? This little beast wanted to split the family? In her heart, I wasn't even a person, just a free old ox that didn't need to be fed. I handled all the hardest, most exhausting, dirtiest work in the team by myself, and at the end of the year, the majority of the full labor points I earned were exchanged for cornmeal and shoved into the bellies of these useless people in the big house. If I were split off, would they be forced to drink the northwest wind? You ungrateful white-eyed wolf with no conscience. You eat our big house's rice, drink our big house's water, and now that your wings are hard, you want to throw down the burden? Don't even think about it, she screamed like a shrew, turning back to jump and shout at 𝐤𝐤, head of the household. This brat wants to run. As long as he's alive, he's one of our family, and even when he's dead, he'll have to work as a ghost for our family. 𝐤𝐤, lying on the ground, also panicked, he glanced at his own grotesquely bent right leg, and his heart went cold. This leg was probably ruined. From now on, he'd be a cripple who couldn't do heavy labor. His parents were so selfish, there was no way they'd support him for life. He needed a beast of burden willing to take beatings and insults, someone to serve him, wipe his ass, and bring him chamber pots. I absolutely cannot leave. Mom is right. We can't split, even if we're beaten to death. 𝐤𝐤 howled like a slaughtered pig, face smeared with tears and snot. My leg was broken by your kick. If you, 𝐤𝐤, leave, who's going to work the fields and earn work points to support me? You have to be a mule and horse for the eldest branch for the rest of your life to pay this debt. 𝐤𝐤, clutching his shoulder, also flashed with panic. He was usually the best at shirking and scheming, ordering me to fetch water and chop firewood. Now the production team was about to go dig ditches several li away, a devil's job in the dead of winter that would strip a person to the bone. With the eldest brother crippled and me leaving too, the eldest branch's young and able-bodied men would be down to just him. Wouldn't all the hard work fall on his shoulders? Brother is right. 𝐤𝐤 hurriedly chimed in, darkly pinning a label on us. Big uncle and big aunt raised you with shit and piss from the time you were little. You haven't even repaid their kindness, and already you want to be an ingrate? Want to leave? Pay back every grain of food you ate from this family first. Only one person in the eldest branch reacted differently, 𝐤𝐤. She had blurted out the hypocritical face of her own father just now and was feeling terribly guilty. Seeing the eldest uncle's family fly into a rage, she instantly judged that she absolutely could not stick her head out again. Holding her breath, she quietly backed away, shrinking herself into the broad shadow of 𝐂𝐤𝐥's back, wishing she could reduce her presence to zero. The murmurs outside the wall also began to point fingers. The eldest branch's words may be ugly, but they make sense. 𝐤𝐤 is just a half-grown boy, with nothing in his pockets. If he split off, he won't even be able to lift the lid on a pot, so he must be spouting nonsense in a fit of rage. I just stood there, listening quietly, watching 𝐤𝐤's twisted selfishness, 𝐤𝐤's shrewd calculations, and Wang Hohot's ugly face that looked as though she wanted to suck the marrow from my bones. The more greed they exposed, the more delighted I became. The more they believed I couldn't live without the eldest branch, the more they wanted to shove me into the mire, the crisper and more fatal the slap that would land on their faces next. When everyone had finally grown tired of yelling, and Wang Hohot was nearly out of spit, I lifted my eyelids. That look carried the oppressive force of a superior looking down on ants. I didn't rebut those ridiculous claims of upbringing. Instead, I said calmly, split the family. Not only split it, but do it in front of the whole village, put it in writing, and sever all ties. Before Wang Hohot could explode, I suddenly raised my muddy hand, my index finger sharp as a knife, pointing at Li Tieshuan, who was still stunned on the ground. For the 100 yuan of death money Li Tieshuan wants, I'll pay it. My wrist turned, drawing a cold, hard arc, and I firmly pointed at 𝐤𝐤 and Wang Hohot, both of whom had gone pale. The 80 yuan dowry refund the eldest branch collected, plus the cash equivalent of 2 sacks of cornmeal. I stepped forward half a pace, my voice booming through the entire old house. In total, 180 yuan exactly. I, 𝐤𝐤, will pay it all by myself. The moment the words fell, the whole world seemed to hit mute. Even the wind stopped. Wang Hohot's face, still frozen in the shape of a curse, stiffened completely. 𝐤𝐤's eyes bulged as if they were about to pop out, like he'd just seen the Jade Emperor descend to earth. 𝐤𝐤, lying on the ground and wailing like a mourner, had his mouth hanging in an O. 𝐤𝐤 looked as if he'd been struck by lightning, his legs going weak. Even the ferocious Li Tieshuan forgot about his bleeding arm and stared upward, dumbfounded, looking at me as if I were some mad immortal. Dozens of villagers outside the wall collectively sucked in a breath. The sound of hiss rang out especially loud. 180 yuan. In a rural area in 1977, That was an enormous sum ordinary farmers couldn't save in 3 to 5 years even if they ate and drank nothing. It was enough to build several large tiled roof houses. Was 𝐤𝐤𝐲, this pitiful punching bag in patched trousers, insane? The dead silence lasted 5 or 6 seconds. At last, a bare-chested man outside the wall puffed, laughed out loud. That sound was like a ladle of cold water splashed into a pan of hot oil. Ha ha! The laughter everyone had been holding back finally exploded out of the crowd. People laughing so hard they staggered from side to side. 180 yuan. He says he'll pay it all by himself? Has this kid gone insane? Just one pair of pants that doesn't let the wind through. Oh, come on. By year's end when they split the pork, he won't even get a single bone. My family's old sow is worth more than him. Laughter poured over me like buckets of filthy water. The first to recover in the yard was Wang Hohot. That pale, frightened face of hers instantly twisted back into a shrewish, fearless expression. I wondered who was shooting off their mouth. She planted both hands on her hips, tilted her neck, and the black mole on her face quivered wildly. 180 yuan. What a load of stinking crap. She stepped forward, her thick, short finger almost jabbing my nose. Her voice so sharp it seemed to lift the roof. Stop pretending to be such a big shot. You say you've got money? Fine. Then pull it out of your pocket right now and let the whole village see. If you can fish out a single big note, I'll kowtow 3 times to you right here in front of everyone. I didn't move, not even my breathing changed. I just held the blood-stained wood-cutting knife upside down in my hand and looked at her through lowered lids, as if watching a jumping clown. Seeing me say nothing, she got even more worked up. What now? Weren't you acting like the king of hell just now? You were hacking people and kicking my honger's leg clean off, and now when it's time to pay cash, you shrink back like a turtle? She turned her bulky body and slapped her thigh at the onlookers outside the wall. Fellow villagers, bear witness. This little brat's bragged himself sky high. He's made such a huge mess and now wants to brush it off with empty words? 180 yuan. Do you think money falls from the sky? The jeering outside got even louder. Sister Hohot's right. This poor kid probably dreamed of the god of wealth and still hasn't woken up. No matter how noisy it got, I stood there like a lump of pig iron, not even twitching an eyebrow. I only slightly turned my head and, over her shoulder, glanced at 𝐤𝐤𝐲 shrinking behind me. 𝐤𝐤𝐲 lifted that little face smeared with tears and mud. Her eyes were red and swollen. She bit down hard on her pale lower lip, and both of her small hands were gripping my jacket tightly from behind, her fingertips trembling. I slowly withdrew my gaze. No rush. Let them jump around a little longer. The higher these fleas jump, the worse it'll be when they fall from the clouds into the mud. After a whole round of commotion, Wang Hohot realized I was impossible to provoke. No reply to her insults, no anger from her taunts, and a trace of unease suddenly flashed through her mind. She abruptly shut her mouth. Her triangular eyes rolled shrewdly twice and landed on 𝐤𝐤𝐲 lying on the ground. Wait. She licked her cracked lips, her face twisting from fury into a disgusting look of calculation. 𝐤𝐤𝐲, even if you really stole 180, even if you can really cough it up today, her voice suddenly rose, and she lifted her chin so high she seemed to be looking down on people through her nostrils. Don't even think about splitting the family. I finally raised my eyelids. She immediately pointed at 𝐤𝐤𝐲, who had a broken leg, and roared, "Open your dog eyes and look at the mess you've made. My son may be disabled for the rest of his life." She lunged forward, her fingernails nearly scratching my face. You want to slap your butt and walk away? Not a chance. You not only have to pay for Li Tieshuan's blood debt, you also have to make up for our first household's losses. From today on, you'll serve Honger like he's an ancestor. His food, drink, shit, and piss, all taken care of by you. All the heavy work in the fields, you do it. Once his leg is healed, I'll see whether I feel like letting you go. At that, 𝐤𝐤𝐲's crying immediately dropped by half. His pea-sized eyes rolled around wildly as he climbed the pole upward. My mom's right. You're the one who kicked this leg broken. You'll never dodge this blood debt for the rest of your life. If you dare step out of this yard today, tomorrow I'll have someone carry me to the Revolutionary Committee to report you for intentional injury and have you arrested and shot. 𝐤𝐤𝐲, hiding by the door frame with his swollen shoulder, also leaned in darkly. Big Brother's right. 𝐤𝐤𝐲, think it over. You injured Brother Tieshuan and ruined Big Brother's leg. With 2 life and death cases hanging over you, you still dream about splitting the family? Even if you drop to your knees and smash your head open begging for forgiveness, they may not agree. He paused, then lifted the black mole at the corner of his mouth with a calculating cold smile. Winter's almost here and the canal's going to need repairs. If you leave, who's going to do the labor? You'd better honestly admit fault and pay back the grain rations and work points you owe the first household before anything else. Besides, you don't even have a single coin in your pocket. If the family is split up, you won't even have anywhere to beg for food, will you? The gossip outside the wall, always quick to follow the wind, immediately shifted direction too. That's true enough. What kind of logic is there in breaking someone's leg and then refusing to take responsibility? If 𝐒𝐤𝐲 really just walks away, wouldn't that make him a runaway troublemaker? Forget splitting the family for now. First scrape together some money to treat the leg. One voice after another poured over the wall, all of it becoming confidence on the eldest branch's side. When 𝐒𝐤𝐲 saw the wind completely turning in his family's favor, the weakness he'd felt just moments ago, as if a knife had been pressed to his throat, vanished in an instant, and he resumed the posture of a family patriarch. 𝐒𝐤𝐲, your uncle has lived this long, and only believes in one thing. People have to live with a conscience. He craned his neck, the muscles in his face bunching together, forcing himself to look earnest and persuasive. When you were little, your parents died early. It was your aunt and I who raised you siblings. Even if we were eating chaff and swallowing wild greens, did we ever short you on a bowl of cornmeal porridge? And the patched clothes on your body, weren't those also given by the eldest branch? You're barely even grown, and you dare to take a knife and tear the family apart? If word gets out, aren't you afraid the whole village will point at your spine and break it? Never short on a bowl of cornmeal porridge? Never short on a patched piece of clothing? Which one of all those grain, oil, rice, and flour stores in the family wasn't earned by me? As for the clothes, they were all just the worn-out cast-offs 𝐒𝐤𝐲 and 𝐒𝐤𝐲 didn't want anymore. I snorted through my nose, the sound dripping with sarcasm. If the honest, beaten-down 17-year-old from my past life had heard this whole guilt-tripping act, his knees would have gone weak on the spot, and he might really have dropped to the ground begging for mercy. But standing in this young body now was me, an old fox who had fought his way through the business world for 30 years, only to have been flayed alive by so-called family ties. I'd heard this hypocritical rhetoric until it had grown calluses in my ears. Wasn't this just the crude early version of 𝐒𝐤𝐲's disgusting family interests above all, PUA 50 years later? First crush you with morality, then bind you with gratitude, and in the end make you, like a blind mule, willingly work yourself to the bone for them for life. And sure enough, the timing was perfect. 𝐒𝐤𝐲, the second uncle who had been cowering in the shadow by the wall the whole time, finally found his favorite moment to step into the spotlight. He slowly knocked the ash from his pipe, clasped his hands behind his back, and strolled out with measured steps, stopping right between me and my eldest uncle, 𝐒𝐤𝐲. "Jean," he said, letting out a heavy sigh, his face etched with the kind of pained concern that said, "I'm only doing this for your own good. Second uncle understands. You're young, full of fire, and you've been wronged, so you want to strike out on your own. I get that, but have you thought it through? If you split off, how are you supposed to survive? No private plot, no grain ration, no work points to your name. When winter comes, you won't even have a shack to shelter in. Fine if you want to drink the northwest wind by yourself, but are you really going to drag 𝐂𝐤𝐲 off to beg for food with you?" He shook his head slowly, that air of compassion for heaven and earth enough to fool 90% of the honest villagers there. Then he leaned down, his narrow, snake-like eyes fixed on me, and delivered the final line in a voice so light, so slow, so ruthless it was almost tender. "The moment you leave the 𝐤 family's big pot, 𝐒𝐤𝐲, you'll be nothing at all." Those words fell into the courtyard like a death knell. Wang Hohot smiled. 𝐒𝐤𝐲 let out a breath of relief. 𝐒𝐤𝐲 and 𝐒𝐤𝐲 had triumph written all over their faces. Even the villagers outside the wall started nodding along. An invisible net of poison tightened in from every direction. Behind me, my younger sister 𝐒𝐤𝐲 clenched her fingers even harder. Her frail body trembled in the cold wind. She bit through her lower lip, and I could feel her despair. She knew all too well. In an era when leaving the production brigade meant being unable to take a single step, when there was no grain connection and no private plot, splitting off from the main branch was truly a dead end. "Brother," her voice was as faint as a dandelion in the wind, trembling with tears. "Maybe let's forget it. Brother, I won't make trouble anymore. I'll accept my fate." At the words, "accept my fate," my stiff body finally moved. I slowly turned my head and looked at this younger sister of mine. So thin her clothes couldn't even hang properly on her frame. Half her face was smeared with black dirt, and there was a ring of bruised purple around her slender wrist, left there when 𝐂𝐤𝐲 had gripped her like a beast dragging livestock. Her eyes were swollen red from crying, and yet what she said to me was "forget it," was "accept my fate." The scene was exactly the same as 50 years ago, when that little girl had sat on the ox cart, turned back, and cried out at me, "Brother, don't chase after us. Brother, live well." I clenched my teeth so hard they creaked, the veins at my temples jumping one after another. I said nothing. I simply freed my left hand, steady and firm, and enclosed her cold, trembling little hand completely in mine. "No need to accept fate. Your brother will take you to live." I turned back around and faced the entire old 𝐤 family courtyard. 𝐂𝐤𝐻𝐲's greedy face, 𝐂𝐤𝐻's bluff and bluster, 𝐂𝐤𝐻𝐸𝐤's scheming in the shadows, and 𝐂𝐤𝐻𝐸𝐤's sanctimonious long face right before me. These maggots sucking blood from me must think they've already won, don't they? Think a 17-year-old penniless nobody can't even scrape together a cent, and that once they've broken someone else's leg, that person ought to spend a lifetime as their ox and horse. Split the family? A fool's dream. 𝐤𝐸𝐲 was born to be the 𝐤 family's cow, and even in death, he'd be the 𝐤 family's ghost. The cold wind lifted the loose hair across my forehead. Standing at the center of the villager's gaze, I was neither hurried nor flustered. The corner of my mouth only slowly curved into a cold arc. This was not the self-mockery of someone cornered in despair. This was a hungry wolf that had torn through assets worth tens of millions. After making sure its prey had all stepped into a dead end, it was the final aim before baring its fangs. I carried a woodcutter's axe and took a step forward. This step was unhurried and unfevered, but with just that one step, 𝐂𝐤𝐻𝐲, who had been standing in the yard cursing, swallowed the words at her lips. Because I wasn't looking at her at all. My gaze was fixed entirely on the axe in my hand. The blood on the blade had not yet fully congealed. Dark red beads mixed with rust, giving off a fishy scent that sent a chill down one's back under the gray, dim daylight. I raised my left hand, pressed my thumb against the spine of the blade, and slowly smoothed that streak of red away along the edge. Less like I was touching a murder weapon, more like I was handling an old keepsake. Gulp. 𝐂𝐤𝐻𝐲 swallowed, her thick body shrinking back half a step. At last I spoke, my voice neither high nor low, carrying the dead stillness of a well's water. Uncle, Auntie, if you're not willing, that's fine too. As soon as the words fell, I lifted my head, and two beams of gaze slammed straight onto 𝐂𝐤𝐻𝐲's face. Every hair on her body stood on end, as if she had been kicked into an ice pit. In my eyes there was nothing dirty or muddy at all, not a trace of a living person's warmth, only cold. The kind of cold only someone who has rolled through the King of Hell's domain several times and lived with their head tied to their belt would have. I pressed another step forward, the tip of the axe clinking against the hard ground and drawing a white line. No splitting the family? Fine. I lowered my voice, so only the two of them could hear. Then when you sleep at night, you'd better keep one eye open. 𝐂𝐤𝐻𝐲's eyelid twitched violently. What gets broken today is 𝐂𝐤𝐻𝐲's leg. I tilted my head slightly. A drop of leftover blood slid from the back of the blade and fell silently onto my shoulder, blooming into a blood-red plum. Tomorrow, in the dark, whether it's an arm or a neck that gets broken, that's hard to say. I didn't shout. My tone was as ordinary as saying, "Looks like it'll rain tomorrow, better bring in the corn." But precisely because of that calmness, it shattered her completely. Her thick legs began to tremble uncontrollably. This time she was fully awake. This good-for-nothing they had worked like an ox for more than 10 years was not bluffing. Just from the clean, decisive way he had chopped 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐲, he really would take lives. You. She shook as she clutched tightly at 𝐤𝐻𝐻's sleeve. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 was no better. His legs, which usually strutted sideways through the village, kept retreating. He opened his mouth to curse, but the moment he met my eyes, he couldn't force out a single word. He had been tyrannical in the village for nearly 40 years. When had he ever seen a youngster like this? There was no impulsiveness in that gaze. It was clearly the look of someone who had already calculated human lives and concluded that dragging your whole family down with him was worth it. You little beast, you dare. His voice was weak, like a broken bellows leaking air. Uncle, you might as well try whether I dare or not. I hoisted the blood-stained axe, standing steady there like a dormant thunderclap ready to explode. The villagers watching from outside the wall also sensed that something was off, and the crowd fell silent. 3 steps away, 𝐤𝐸𝐻𝐲 held his tobacco pipe suspended in midair, the fingers pinching the mouthpiece turning white. His narrow eyes narrowed. This brat had been reborn. If he stayed in the family, he would sooner or later blow the 𝐤 house's roof off. Just as he was calculating how to get rid of this plague, I suddenly turned around, my back straight, facing the dozens of onlookers outside the wall who had stretched their necks to watch. With a flick of my wrist, a sharp thud rang out as I slammed the woodcutter's axe fiercely into the yellow earth. The blade sank 2 inches into the soil, the handle still trembling. I gathered all my strength and slammed my voice into everyone's ears. Neighbors, since everyone's here today, 𝐤𝐸𝐲, will lay it out plainly. Split the family. Today, my younger sister Ling-zi and I must split off from the main household. Not a single bit of the 𝐤 family's reserved land, not a grain of coarse food, not half a mud brick room. Even the pots, bowls, and dishes. I'm not taking a thread with me. I'm splitting the family naked, leaving with nothing on my back. Those few sentences were like tossing a grenade into dry ground. The crowd exploded at once. Splitting the family naked? Has this kid gone mad from anger and started talking nonsense? He's not taking even a grain of rice. How's he supposed to feed his sister? Wang Hohot, terrified out of her wits, froze for a moment, her abacus beads clattering in her head. What? Not taking a single blade of grass. Then wouldn't the first branch's family fortune remain perfectly intact? Her greed, which had just been suppressed by fear, crept back onto her mean face. But I didn't give her a chance to butt in. Also, I raised my voice, pressing down all the noise around us. The 100 yuan blood money from Li Tiechuan, plus the 80 yuan bride price the first branch took from the family, and the cash value of 2 sacks of cornmeal, 180 yuan in all, I'll take it. I paused, my gaze sharp as a knife, slicing toward Gu Hong, who was lying in the mud clutching his leg and groaning. I broke Gu Hong's leg. I'll take full responsibility for what I did. I'll add another 100 yuan for his medical expenses to the first branch. The courtyard fell so silent you could hear a needle drop. I held up 2 rough, dark fingers, calm as if I were buying matches at the supply and marketing cooperative. 180 plus 100 makes 280 yuan in total. 280 yuan. In the countryside in 1977, that was an astronomical sum capable of smashing a person to death. Wang Hohot's mouth gaped wide enough to swallow an egg. 𝐤𝐸𝐲's hands trembled uncontrollably, and Li Tiechuan had even forgotten the pain of his broken arm, staring dumbly with his mouth open. Someone outside the wall cried out, "My heavens! 280 yuan. That could build 3 big tiled houses. Where's a brat with peach fuzz on his face supposed to get that kind of money? Bet he's gone crazy, spouting nonsense because it doesn't cost a thing." A complicated shock flashed through 𝐤𝐸𝐤's triangular eyes. I ignored all the doubts and fixed my eyes tightly on 𝐤𝐸𝐲 and his wife. 1 month. Within 1 month, I'll slap down the full 280 yuan, every cent of it, on the first branch's table. I suddenly crouched down, snapped off a dry branch, and fiercely drew a line on the hard ground. I have only one condition. I tossed the branch aside and stood up, sweeping my gaze over everyone present. Right now, right here, go invite the brigade party secretary. In front of the whole village, write up a paper severing our family ties. Once we press our handprints, from this day on, Gu Zhen and Gu Ling will have nothing whatsoever to do with the Gu family's first branch. Life or death, sickness or old age. You walk your sunny road, we walk our single log bridge. We owe each other nothing. The courtyard was so quiet that one could hear the rustle of the wind in the dry branches. Wang Hohot's pair of inverted triangle eyes rolled rapidly several times in their sockets. Her gaze, like a scalpel, moved from my patched-up jacket to my worn-out liberation shoes that were nearly bursting at the seams. 280 yuan, leaving empty-handed, not taking a grain of rice with me. These 3 things together crackled and snapped in her calculating mind. She swallowed. Was this wretched thing crazy today, or had he been possessed? She couldn't tell. But there was one thing she understood better than anyone. How could a 17-year-old pauper, so poor he'd bleed urine, with not even a fin dividend to his name by year's end, possibly come up with 280 yuan? Dream on. He wouldn't even have the guts to rob the commune treasury. Once a month passed and he couldn't produce the money, that paper would be nothing but waste, worse than toilet paper. And during that month, with him leaving empty-handed, the first branch wouldn't even have to give him a bowl of thin porridge. By the time he was starving, outside, skin and bones, unable to bear the cold, wouldn't he still have to kneel like a dead dog at the Gu family gate, begging for shelter? By then, wouldn't the rules still be whatever she said they were? And even if, against all odds, this brat really did get lucky and bring back the money, 280 yuan, if they held it in their hands, it would be enough for the whole family to eat white flour to their heart's content for 3 years. No matter how she looked at it, the first branch stood to gain a huge advantage. Husband, she reached out and pinched the soft flesh on 𝐤𝐸𝐲 hard, urging in a hushed voice, "Hurry up and agree to it." 𝐤𝐸𝐲 jerked in pain. "Have you water in your brain? This brat dares to pull a knife. You're the one with water in your brain." She leaned close to his ear and ground out through clenched teeth, "He's a penniless nobody. If he can't produce the money, the agreement automatically counts for nothing, and he'll have to crawl back here and be our lifelong free labor. If he really can come up with it, then that's 280 yuan in real cash. We can even feed 2 fewer idle mouths at home." 𝐤𝐸𝐲 froze for a moment. The fear of having a cleaver pressed to his neck was devoured by greed the instant he heard 280 yuan. But he had worn the parent's mantle for so many years that he still couldn't quite feel at ease. What if he really does go steal or rob it? He can rob the sky. She spat a thick wad of phlegm onto the ground, her face full of contempt. With that pauper look of his, which supply and marketing cooperative would even let him through the door? 𝐤𝐸𝐲's eyes rolled twice. He gritted his back teeth and made up his mind. He cleared his throat, straightened his back, and stepped forward a full stride, deliberately raising his voice so even people outside the wall could hear him. "Gu Zhen, You spit in front of all the men in the village and made that promise. Your uncle is taking it today. 280 yuan, 1 month limit. Not a single cent less, or don't even think about stepping out of this gate. He gave a cold laugh. If you can't bring the money by then, get back here and honestly work for the big branch to earn work points. Carry shit and urine and serve your Hongji, and never bring up dividing the family again in your life. Wang Hohat was afraid I'd change my mind, so she hurriedly jumped out and shouted toward the gate. Neighbors, bear witness. He said it himself. Naked split, leave with nothing, not even a blade of grass. Don't let them turn around and claim the big branch bullied an orphan nephew. The wall outside erupted again. Gudaha's got a sharp sampan here. Pure profit, no risk. 1 month to scrape together 280 yuan. I bet he couldn't even cough up 2 Mao 8 to buy a pack of cigarettes. I stood in the middle of the courtyard, my face utterly calm, not bothering to linger on her smug expression for even a second. These fools were delighting in themselves, thinking they were tightening a noose around my neck, not knowing they'd already put their own heads on the guillotine. Deal. I spat out the 2 words. Just as I turned to ask the party secretary to draw up a written agreement. Wait. A sharp, nightcat screech cut off the deal that had just been hammered shut. Everyone turned toward the sound. Li Tieshuan, who had just been rolling in the mud a moment ago, somehow found the strength to wobble to his feet. He hunched over, his left hand clamped tightly over the deep gash on his right arm, still seeping blood foam. His horse face was twisted into a knot from pain and resentment, and only those mung-bean eyes of his flashed with a thug's trademark venom. He had been standing there coldly watching for a while, already cursing the big branch to the bone, trying to use an empty promise to stabilize me. But today he'd seen real blood. If the family split got dragged out until a month later, wouldn't the knife he took be for nothing? A month. He spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, his voice hoarse as if a broken saw were dragging over tin. Who's got the time to wait a whole month for you? The blood I spilled today can't flow back into my body. The atmosphere tightened all over again. Wang Hohat's face changed, and she cursed inwardly at this thug for ruining things. I shifted slightly, my gaze falling coldly on him. A chill ran down his back, but relying on his usual village bullying and stoked by the pain, he barked like a mad dog whose tail had been stepped on. Guzhun, stop trying to feed me empty promises. You hacked my arm up like this, and you're still talking about 1 month? I'll say this once. He forced himself 2 steps forward, blood from the severed arm dripping through his fingers and pattering down, while his mung-bean eyes narrowed into a vicious slit. Now, immediately, right this second, put out that 100 yuan, not a cent less. Before I could speak, his gaze slid past my shoulder and, like a hungry wolf spotting a lamb, fixed on the trembling Gu Ling behind me. If you can't cough up the money, he split his mouth wide, revealing a full set of yellow teeth, his grin disgusting. The betrothal money's already been taken by the big branch, and the person's been bought by me. Today, even if I have to drag her, I'm dragging this dead girl back to my calm. Gu Ling's body stiffened violently, her fingers clutching the back of my jacket spasmed tight, her nails nearly digging into my flesh. Debt must be repaid. That's the law of heaven. No money. Then use your life to make up for it. Li Tieshuan shouted more and more excitedly. Today I'll take her back first. Whenever you've got the ability to slap that money in front of me, then you can come redeem her. Bullshit from your damn chain of mouths. A low, hoarse voice, carrying bone-deep chill, slowly rolled out from my throat. Not loud. No shouting. No threat. But it was precisely this dead silence, devoid of any warmth of the living, that was more intimidating than any shouting. The noise outside the wall was instantly cut off as if by a knife. I turned around, leaving my back to my younger sister, and faced this mad dog head-on. Li Tieshuan. I stared at him, my gaze as calm as if I were looking at a pile of rotten meat. Try laying a hand on her today. He stiffened his neck, veins bulging on his forehead, and forced out a shout. You dare touch me again and see what happens. Go ahead and try. I didn't even blink. Those 4 light, casual words were a death sentence beyond doubt. A tingle ran down his spine, and he faltered half a step. But in front of so many onlookers, if he were scared off by a young punk's 2 sentences, how could he ever show his face again? Besides, he was a burly man who had spent years doing heavy labor, and he had even brought his brothers along today. Could he really be intimidated by this poor brat? Sanshun, Juzi, he bellowed hoarsely toward the wall. A stir swept through the crowd, and 2 broad-shouldered young men pushed their way in through the mass and entered the yard. The one on the left was gripping a black leather whip used for driving cattle, while the one on the right had a thick wooden pole nearly half a person tall resting on his shoulder. Both were thugs who usually ran around with him stealing chickens and dogs. Brother Tieshuan, what's going on? Juzi, the one carrying the pole, spoke in a deep rumble. The moment he saw the arm bleeding profusely, his eyes widened. Help me tie that girl up and load her onto the ox cart. 𝐁𝐸𝐺 jerked his chin viciously toward Gu-ling, then pointed at me. If this brat bares his teeth, beat him to death. Just leave him one breath. The two accomplices exchanged a glance, hefted the weapons in their hands, and sneered as they walked toward the center of the yard. The villagers outside the wall sucked in cold breaths. The timid women covered their eyes, but no one dared step forward and interfere with these living demons. Gu-ling trembled like a leaf in the wind, her teeth chattering violently, the last trace of color drained from her small face. Bro. She squeezed out a thin, weak whimper from her throat and closed her eyes in despair. I didn't even turn my head. Those rough, knuckled hands slowly lowered, and I gripped the rusted woodcutter's knife stuck in the dirt. Puffed. I yanked the bloodstained blade out by the root, flinging up a handful of yellow sand. On the edge of the knife, 𝐁𝐸𝐺's blood had already congealed into a dark, black crust, and under the gloomy light of day, it carried a chilling gleam like something that devoured people without leaving even their bones. I flipped my wrist, the blade lay across my chest, the tip pressed slightly downward, and I stood dead in front of my younger sister. Gu-ling Cenz and Zhuzi's steps came to a hard stop 3 paces away. Come on. I lifted my eyelids, showing not the slightest fear. Surrounded by 3 big men, I had only one kind of certainty, the kind that sees life and death clearly. Whoever dared to take one more step forward today would not be leaving this yard on his feet. Cenz swallowed and turned to look at Zhuzi. Zhuzi had been carrying a wooden pole just a moment ago, looking mighty enough, but now that he met my gaze and saw the woodcutter's knife in my hand, the same knife that had just opened a blood groove in 𝐁𝐸𝐺, his feet seemed rooted to the ground. 𝐁𝐸𝐺, Cenz stammered. That kid's got a knife in his hand. My eyes aren't fucking blind. 𝐁𝐸𝐺 snapped, his right arm useless, forced to use his left hand to shove the 2 lackeys hard in the back. Damn it, it's just him alone. You 2 plus me. 3 grown men. And you're afraid of one little brat whose hair hasn't even fully grown in yet. But if we really start fighting and someone gets cut badly, that's a murder case. Cenz licked his lips. I'll back you up. 𝐁𝐸𝐺 glared with bloodshot eyes. If he dares swing first, that's intentional homicide. I'll take this injury straight to the commune security office and have him shot. When he finished yelling, he gritted his teeth, snatched up a sharp wooden wedge with nails in it from the ground with his left hand, and took the lead by lunging forward a step. Grab him. Today I want to see how hard his bones are. Seeing their boss go all out, Cenz and Zhuzi had no choice but to grit their teeth and raise the whip and wooden pole, closing in from 3 sides. The pressure of 3 grown men bearing down on me was like a mountain collapsing. Gu-ling was so frightened she lost all reason, clinging tightly to my waist, burying her face against my back, stifling helpless sobs of despair. I freed my left hand and reached behind me, pressing it against my sister's trembling head, shielding her beneath my spine. Slowly, I raised the woodcutter's knife, the tip locking precisely onto 𝐁𝐸𝐺's throat as he charged hardest. The air in the yard tightened like a steel wire ready to snap. Gu-ling's voice was muffled in my clothes, full of tears. I didn't turn back, only said softly, "Close your eyes. Don't be afraid." My gaze turned completely cold, like ice. Today, with your brother standing here, even if the king of heaven himself comes, he won't touch a single hair on your head. Let me see who dares to abduct a woman on our brigade's turf. A sharp shout exploded from outside the courtyard wall. The voice wasn't loud, but the official authority in it, worn in over decades, fell into the chaotic dirt yard like a hammer on an anvil. The crowd automatically split open a path. An old man in a faded navy Zhongshan suit, hair white at the temples, hands clasped behind his back, stepped over the threshold with a dark face. Wang Degui, the brigade party secretary, a man in his 60s, standing straighter than the young men in the yard. His hawk eyes swept over everything, the muddy blood on the ground, Guhong clutching his broken leg, 𝐁𝐸𝐺 howling while holding his arm, and me holding a bloodied knife while shielding my sister. He took it all in at a glance. The moment Cenz and Zhuzi saw him, they hid the whip and wooden pole behind their backs as if they were hot potatoes and kept retreating. Even 𝐁𝐸𝐺's pig-slaughtering wails got stuck in his throat and were forced back down. Who in the village didn't know? Wang Degui was an old party member, and he could get a word in at the Commune Revolutionary Committee. If he really took this to the security office, none of these thugs would keep their heads. Secretary Wang, Guda bent his thick neck and forced out a smile uglier than crying as he hurried forward. Wang Degui didn't even spare him a glance. He walked to the center of the yard and stopped, fixing on 𝐁𝐸𝐺 first. 𝐁𝐸𝐺, in broad daylight you're trying to seize a woman by force. Do you think this is still the old society? His voice was calm and flat, but every word was like a nail with thorns on it. Do you want me to recite for you what charge human trafficking carries? 𝐁𝐸𝐺's legs trembled. He craned his neck and argued stubbornly. Secretary Wang, you can't just talk nonsense. I spent a genuine 80 yuan bride price to marry her. This went through the proper channels. Just paying 80 yuan means it was done the proper way. Wang Degui sneered. The higher-ups shout about free love every day and forbid arranged or bought marriages. Dragging, yanking, beating, and cursing, that counts as free love? If not, come with me to the commune and explain it to the security office. At the words security office, Li Tieshuan's face turned deathly pale, and not a single word came out. Wang Degui turned his head and aimed the spearhead straight at 𝐤𝐤. 𝐤𝐤, you alone decided your own niece's marriage, took the bride price and stuffed it into your own pocket. The girl was dead set against it. And you even tied her up with rope. Are you a proper commune member, or a human trafficker from the old society? 𝐤𝐤's legs went weak, and he shrank his neck so far it looked like he wanted to stuff it into his crotch. As secretary, this is our old gu family's private matter. Private matter? Bullshit. Wang Degui was truly furious. He pointed at the pool of blood on the ground. A person's been beaten until they're bleeding, and you call that a private matter? Then he pointed at Li Tieshuan. This injury of yours was caused by you coming here to snatch someone. If you dare go complain to the security office, I, the old man, will personally submit a report on human trafficking first. Let's see who gets the bullet first. Li Tieshuan's face had completely turned green. The confidence he'd had to extort money with his bleeding was wiped out by Wang Degui's few words. After putting the troublemaker in his place, Wang Degui waved to the onlookers outside the courtyard wall. Disperse. Those who should be working in the fields, get back to work. The commune members shrank their necks and chimed in verbally, but their steps were slow. No one wanted to leave. The big show still hadn't reached its end. Only then did Wang Degui look at me. I said nothing, twisted my wrist, and jammed the bloodied knife back into the ground. 𝐤𝐤, speak. What exactly happened? I looked up and, in a few sentences, laid out the entire sequence of events clearly and completely. No hysterical accusations, no tears. Every word hit the point. After listening, Wang Degui was silent for 5 seconds. He looked at me, a 17-year-old youngster, and secretly marveled to himself. This kid used to be a quiet, closed-off sort, but today he seemed reborn. That ability to stay calm under pressure was no ordinary thing. Just now you were yelling about splitting the family? Split the family, sever ties. I met his gaze. Leave with nothing but the clothes on my back, not taking a single blade of grass from the big house. The 100 yuan Li Tieshuan bled for, the 80 yuan in cash from the bride price the big house pocketed, and the 100 yuan in medical expenses for Gu Hong's broken leg. 280 yuan total. Give me 1 month, and I'll shoulder it all myself. Wang Degui's brows knitted into a knot. 280 yuan. He had been the village secretary for more than half his life, and he knew exactly what that number meant. For a family of 5 working day and night for work points, being able to save even a few dozen yuan by year's end was worth burning incense to thank the heavens. What are you going to use to pay it? Within 1 month, I'll put real cash on the table. My gaze was firm without the slightest wavering. Wang Degui looked at me for a good long while, and finally nodded. Fine. He turned to Li Tieshuan. 𝐤𝐤 has taken responsibility for that 100 yuan. 1 month's deadline. As for taking anyone away today, don't you even think about taking so much as a hair. This filthy marriage is cancelled from this moment on. If you're not convinced, then go take a trip to the security office right now. Li Tieshuan's lips trembled. Sen Swanzi hurriedly gripped his sleeve tightly. Brother Tieshuan, a real man doesn't suffer from momentary pride. We can't afford to provoke the security office. Fine. Li Tieshuan ground his molars to pieces, glaring at me with a face full of hostility. 1 month. Let me see where the hell you're going to steal money from. If you're short even a cent, I'll fight you to the death. After spitting out his threats, he was dragged away by the 2 lackeys. When he passed 𝐤𝐤, he abruptly stopped. That 80 yuan bride price. Your big house better spit it out first. When Wang Hohat heard they were being asked to pay money, her eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Why should we return it? The person was the one who came chasing after us on his own. Besides, 𝐤𝐤 already agreed to pay it back for us. If you want it returned, ask him for it. What does that have to do with the big house? Li Tieshuan was so furious, he jumped up and down. You black-hearted fat bitch. You took the money into your pocket and won't give it back? Your face is bigger than my ass. The 2 of them started tearing at each other like mad dogs again. Shut your mouths, all of you. Wang Degui slapped the broken 8 immortals table hard. The bride price was taken by your branch of the family, and it was your branch that came up with the idea. The marriage didn't happen, so returning the money is only right. Wang Hohat knitted her brows into a twisted knot. Her eyes rolled, and suddenly she turned shameless. Party secretary, I'm fine with returning the money. But 𝐤𝐤 said he was severing ties with the family by himself, and never said he was taking Gu Ling with him. Gu Ling is still one of us from the eldest branch. She hasn't been split off yet. Lee Taizhan wants people, so let him drag Gu Ling away to pay off the debt. That settles it. As soon as those words came out, sharp intakes of breath sounded one after another from outside the courtyard wall. This Wang Ho-hot is really shameless. She's selling her own niece like livestock, and when something goes wrong, she still wants to shove her into the fire. Is that even something a human being would do? Wang Ho-hot paid no attention. With her thick waist like a bucket, she stood there looking like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. Wang Degui was so angry his beard trembled. I'll shoulder this money myself. Before he could explode, I cut in coldly. Wang Degui turned to look at me. 280 yuan. Not a penny less. I'll take it on. My face was stern. But the severance document has to clearly state that Gu Zhen and Gu Ling both sever ties completely with the Gu family's eldest branch. Wang Degui looked at me deeply. A 17-year-old boy, knowing full well he was walking into a dead end, still dared to take on a debt of 280 yuan without blinking, just to protect the frail younger sister behind him. In all his years of living, the old party secretary had never seen anyone throw their life and money into the fire like this, all for one word: protection. Fine. I'll write you a receipt. He pulled a fountain pen and a hard-covered notebook from his chest pocket and sat down at the 8 Immortals table, writing furiously. 2 documents. The first was an IOU, stating that I owed Lee Taizhan 100 yuan for medical expenses for the bloodshed, owed Gu Dahu 80 yuan in cash equivalent for the return bride price, and owed Gu Hong 100 yuan for medical costs, totaling 280 yuan, to be repaid within 1 month. The second was a severance of kinship document. He wrote it very slowly, each character pressed with force. Starting from today, siblings Gu Zhen and Gu Ling completely sever clan relations with the Gu family's eldest branch. From life to death, there shall be no further involvement. In poverty or prosperity, in hardship or wealth, there shall be no entanglement. Certified and witnessed by Brigade Party Secretary Wang Degui. After finishing, he slapped the fountain pen onto the table. Everyone come over here. Sign and press your fingerprints. Wang Ho-hot tremblingly picked up the IOU, counted the amount from beginning to end twice, confirmed it was exact to the last cent, and only then eagerly pressed her thumbprint down. Gu Dahu followed and stamped his mark as well. Then it was my turn. I walked to the table without even dipping my finger in the ink pad. Raising my right hand to my mouth, I bit hard into the pad of my thumb. The skin tore open, and a dark red bead of blood welled up. Expressionless, I slammed my bloodied thumb heavily onto the signature line of the severance of kinship document, pressing it down hard. A glaring, blood-red thumbprint remained forever on that yellowed sheet of paper, like an ironclad seal, smashing apart every last connection between me and the eldest branch. Seeing that I had pressed my print, Wang Ho-hot was afraid I might change my mind. She snatched the IOU into her arms and stuffed it close to her body. Turning to leave with Gu Dahu, she glanced back at me and spat with a sneer. Remember this. 1 month. If you can't cough up those 280 yuan, don't blame this old lady for skinning you siblings alive. Gu Erlang, who had been huddled in the shadows watching the show from start to finish, lazily tapped ash from his cigarette and shook his head as he pretended to sigh long and hard. Sigh, this child just has a life that doesn't know what's good for him. His voice was so hypocritical it was nauseating. I didn't even lift my eyelids toward him, treating him as nothing more than a dog barking. Wang Degui folded the copy of the severance of kinship document that belonged to me twice and handed it over. Keep it safe. I took it with both hands and tucked it into the innermost pocket, close to my body. Gu Zhen, there's a public latrine hut by the reservoir at the end of the village. It used to be for the guards, but it's empty now. Take your little sister there first and settle in. Wang Degui lowered his voice, warmth in it. If you can't make ends meet later, come find me at the brigade office. I bent deeply at the waist. I, Gu Zhen, will remember this kindness. Thank you, Party Secretary Wang. Wang Degui waved a hand, sighed, and walked out of the courtyard with his hands behind his back. The crowd of onlookers had dispersed too. I turned around. 15-year-old Gu Ling was still crouched in the mud like a frightened kitten, red marks rubbed into her knees, and that dark purple bruise around her slender wrist was painfully conspicuous. I walked over, bent down, and held out my hand. Lingzi, come on. Big brother will take you home. She lifted her tear-streaked little face and looked at me in a daze, then stretched out her filthy little hand, which I took and pulled her up in one swift motion. The siblings didn't look back even once at that man-eating old house. Side by side, we followed the potholed dirt road, step by step, toward the end of the village. At the end of the village, the thatched hut by the reservoir was so broken it leaked wind. The 3 adobe walls were on the verge of collapse. The dry thatch on the roof had rotted away, and looking up, you could see the sky. Half of the rotten wooden door hung crookedly, and whenever the wind blew, It made a shrill, creaking sound. Inside, there was nothing but a low bed built from adobe bricks and a pile of moldy, rotten straw. There wasn't even a broken bowl for drinking water. 𝐤𝐤𝐥𝐲 stood at the doorway, looking at this drafty shack, and tears started falling again, drop by drop. Bro. She wiped at her eyes with her sleeve, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't dry them. 280 yuan. How are we supposed to pay that back? Even selling our lives wouldn't earn that much. It's all my fault, this sickly burden dragging you down to death. I walked up to her, raised the hand that had pressed on the bloodstain, and gently wiped away the tears mixed with mud from her face with my fingertip. 𝐂𝐤𝐥𝐲, don't cry. My hand in my pants pocket paused slightly. Deep in my consciousness, in the 𝐂𝐚𝐦𝐥𝐲 space, those hundreds of tons of bright white polished rice, over 10,000 brand new military coats, crates upon crates of imported specialty medicines that could be exchanged for money, and even row after row of suitcases filled with 50 million in gold bars, were all lying quietly on the black soil. Any tiny bit of those, even just a fingernail-sized scrap, would be a nuclear weapon crushing everything in this era of scarcity. I raised my eyes and looked at the howling cold wind outside and the leaden gray sky. The wind was cold, but in my eyes a prairie fire was blazing. 280 yuan is nothing. I lowered my head and looked steadily at my younger sister, the corners of my mouth curling into a confident smile. Trust your brother. From now on, no one will bully the two of us ever again. For the rest of my life, I'll make sure you eat the best and live the best. The broken wooden door was slammed by the white wind outside, rattling with a loud crash. I led 𝐤𝐤𝐥𝐲 across the half-collapsed threshold and quickly looked around. Good grief, how could this even be called a house? The 3 adobe walls were cracked wide enough to fit half a fist through, and the bitter wind seeped through the gaps and into the neck. The ground was littered with broken mud and rotten straw, and the black spider webs hanging from the rafters were bigger than wash basins. Just as I was thinking about how to deal with this place, my vision suddenly flashed. This time it wasn't the blood-red countdown urging death anymore. A line of blocky characters glowing with pale blue light hung neatly in the air, like a semi-transparent notice board. Newcomer survival mission. Pay off the 280 yuan debt within 1 month. Mission reward. 3-choice evolution for the 𝐂𝐚𝐦𝐥𝐲 space. Viewable after completing the mission. I narrowed my eyes and stared at it for 3 seconds. 3-choice evolution? The space can level up too? I let out a cold laugh. What kind of ghostly nonsense was this, trying to run a mission evaluation on me? But I didn't rush to think it through. The mess in front of me was far more urgent than any upgrade reward. 280 yuan really could crush an entire family in 1977. But to me, with just a sweep of my thoughts through the space, pulling out a little scrap here and there, that number was less than nothing. What really mattered to me was how to wash this mysteriously obtained cash clean, make it sound reasonable and legitimate, and leave the 𝐤𝐤𝐥𝐲 family and all the jealous villagers with nothing they could pick on. Bro. Behind me came a muffled sniffle, trembling uncontrollably. I turned around. 𝐤𝐤𝐥𝐲 was crouched beside the adobe bed, clutching the 7 or 8-patch tattered trouser leg with both hands, huddled into a tiny ball, half her face buried in the crook of her knees, her shoulders shaking one after another. Am I the one dragging you down? Her voice was breaking apart, so frail it made one ache with pity. 280 yuan. Even if we don't eat or drink for the rest of our lives, we still couldn't pay it back. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have to tear your face apart with the main family like this. I didn't answer. I walked over and crouched down in front of her, my rough palm covering the back of her frozen hand. Her hand was so small, cold as a stone just pulled from an ice hole, the joints full of frostbite cracks and bloody wounds. I used more force, tightly wrapping those 2 little hands in my palm, trying to warm some heat into them. 𝐿𝐤𝐥𝐲, lift your head. She hesitated, sniffled, then slowly raised her face. Her eyes were swollen like 2 walnuts, and the mud on her face had been washed into 2 pale streaks by her tears. I stared at her hard. In my past life, the last time this face appeared before me, it had been the half of a bluish-purple chin peeking out from under a tattered grass mat. I forced down the wicked fire in my chest and pulled out a casual smile. 280 yuan is nothing but a fart. 𝐤𝐤𝐥𝐲 froze, even forgetting to let her tears fall. I rubbed the mud from her cheek with my thumb, my tone calm. In 1 month, gathering that bit of money will be more than enough. I let go of her hands and patted her messy hair twice. Put your mind at ease. Remember, starting today, the 2 of us siblings will live only for ourselves. We won't look at anyone's cold face, and we won't swallow anyone's damn anger. 𝐤𝐤𝐥𝐲 bit her pale lower lip, tears still trembling in her eyes. But looking at her iron tower of a brother standing guard before her, that pair of swollen red eyes finally began to show a faint glimmer of light. She nodded hard. All right, enough with the golden beans. I straightened up and glanced around this drafty, leaky earthen hut, my brows knotting. First, let's tidy up this nest. A place for living, no matter how poor, still needs to look like it can keep the wind out. 𝐤𝐤 wiped her face and stood up holding the edge of the bed. Okay, go out and take a walk. Pick up some dry firewood from the woods by the reservoir. We'll need it for the fire later. I pointed toward the door and specifically reminded her. Pick it up where I can see you, don't run far, and come back before it gets fully dark. She answered crisply, grabbed a blackened, broken hemp rope from the ground, and darted out the door in a flash. Listening to her footsteps fade away, I stood at the doorway, staring at the figure until it completely disappeared into the dead woods by the reservoir, then reached back and pulled the broken wooden door shut. Walking to the center of the room, I stopped, closed my eyes, and let my mind sink suddenly. The 𝐂𝐚𝐤 space spread open in my head in an instant. Sweeping my mental power across the inventory at the garment factory, I locked onto a roll of labor protection bedding stacked at the very bottom of the shelves. A drab linen gray, rough and thick, dusty and unremarkable. I directly pulled it into my hands and weighted up close. On one corner of the quilt cover was a small nylon label stitched on with white thread, printed with the block characters, XX Textile Factory, No. 1. This thing couldn't be kept. I pinched the thread end with my thumb and yanked hard. With a tearing sound, the stitching came clean off. With a thought, I tossed it into the dead corner deep inside the space. Then I turned the quilt cover inside out and checked it from top to bottom, making sure there wasn't the slightest trace of any later mechanical stitching, and only then did I stop. A buckwheat pillow, a mattress pad, and a ₁ solid cotton quilt, all in the most old-fashioned linen gray. If this stuff were thrown onto a village Kong in 1977, anyone who saw it would just think it was moldy old junk dug out of the commune storeroom. From the supermarket's miscellaneous section, I also snuck out a brand new broom and several cleaning cloths, tore the plastic packaging apart, and scraped the barcode on the bamboo handle until not a trace was left with the back of a hatchet. I chose the cheapest plain white gauze for the rags. Finally, I pulled out a small, unlabeled tub of quick-drying putty paste. With everything tossed onto the floor, I rolled up my sleeves and got to work. First, I dealt with the filth on the ground. Rotten straw, broken bricks, spider webs, all swept outside to the dirt slope under the doorway, over and over again, until the true color of the rammed earth showed through after 3 hard passes. Then I fixed the drafts. I dipped the rag in the putty paste and pressed it into the cracked wall, seams one by one. Where it still wasn't enough, I went outside and dug up a handful of the sticky mud by the reservoir, mixed in chopped grass, kneaded it into mud balls, and smeared it on thick and tight like an iron wall. The skylight in the roof that leaked in the light couldn't really be repaired, so I pulled a few bundles of long reeds, crossed and layered them twice to cover it completely, then pressed 2 big stones on top. I tore up all the rotten mats on the earthen bed, went outside and grabbed a large bundle of dry reeds, and laid them down thick as a base. On top of the dry grass went the mattress pad, on top of that the quilt, and at the head and foot I placed the pillows. Once that coarse bedding was spread out, this broken cave-like room somehow exuded a warm, lived-in feeling. I wiped the sweat from my face, stepped back 2 paces, and looked. The gaps were sealed, the floor was clean, and the bed was soft. Compared with the miserable shack I'd entered, a place so bad even beggars would dislike it, it was better by more than 10 streets. Brother, I found it back. 𝐤𝐤's breathless shout suddenly came from outside the door. The little girl was hugging a huge bundle of dead firewood, half her face blocked, looking like a little hedgehog as she awkwardly squeezed through the doorway. With a rustle, she threw the firewood down by the stove mouth and rubbed her aching arms as she straightened up, glancing into the room, and froze on the spot as if struck by immobilization magic. She rubbed her eyes with the back of her dirty hand, then opened them again to look once more. Bro, is this the same broken room we just came into? 𝐤𝐤's mouth was so wide open it could fit an egg, her gaze sweeping from the polished floor to the sealed wall seams, and finally settling on the bed covered with the thick bedding. Where did that thick quilt come from? Found it in that rotten wooden box in the corner. I lied without batting an eye, tilting my chin toward the corner. There really was a broken black wooden chest there, half its bottom rotted away, which I had just dragged in from the ruins outside as cover. 𝐤𝐤 approached half believing, half doubting, looked at the broken box, then turned and felt the bedding. The coarse, thick linen brushed against her frostbitten fingers, soft and warm. Really from this broken box? If not, then what? The heavens blew it in on a gale. I raised an eyebrow. She didn't think further, just squatted by the edge of the bed and rubbed her frozen blue little face against the cotton quilt. Her nose stung, and tears welled up again. Brother, this quilt is really warm. Her voice trembled muffled with emotion, and that unprecedented sense of satisfaction stabbed me hard. I quickly turned my face away, my Adam's apple bobbing heavily. Make the fire, quickly. My throat was dry. It's almost completely dark outside. 𝐤𝐤𝐤 wiped her runny nose and got up, then hugged a bundle of kindling and stuffed it into the makeshift earthen stove built from 3 stones. Brother, we're in trouble. We came out of the house and didn't even bring a fire starter. She stamped her feet in anxiety. Step back 2 paces. I walked over to the stove in a few strides, my broad back blocking her view. With my left hand, I casually picked up 2 walnut-sized stones, and with my right, at the instant my body blocked her line of sight, I willed myself into the space and took out a cheapest of the cheap plastic lighter from a future supermarket. My thumb pressed down. Click. A ghostly blue flame sprang up and ignited the dry grass beneath. The moment I let go, the lighter vanished into thin air. I was all too familiar with this trick of creating something from nothing. I made a show of smashing the 2 stones together hard on my knee and tossing them by the stove ash. The firestones by this reservoir really work well. Just a couple of knocks and sparks come out. The tongue of flame greedily licked over the dry wood, bursting with a crackling series of pops. Orange-red firelight flared up and lit the tiny shabby room from end to end. The temperature inside rose rapidly, forcing that knife-like cold wind outside the crack in the door back half a foot. 𝐤𝐤𝐤 crouched by the stove, held out her frost-numbed hands to warm them by the fire, and her red-purple fingers gradually loosened. The firelight danced on her face, reflecting in those swollen eyes so they looked watery. Brother, it's really warm, she murmured softly, a tiny dimple tugging at the corner of her mouth. I clapped my hands and stood up. You watch the fire. I'm going out for a bit. What are you going out there for? It's pitch black. See if I can catch a fish in the shallow water. We can't go to sleep hungry tonight. I grabbed the machete and pushed the door open, then circled around to a dead corner behind the house beneath a dirt slope. After making sure there was no sign of anything around me except the wind, I once again plunged my mind into the space and headed straight for the chilled section. More than a dozen huge freezers were tucked in the corner, filled with top-grade seafood and meat frozen rock hard. I rummaged for a moment and picked out a wild carp weighing about a ~. Too big, and it might scare my little sister. Too small, and it wouldn't be enough to fill this depleted body. When the fish landed in my hands, it was still covered in white frost and ice chips. I crouched by the reservoir bank, rinsed it several times in cold water, rubbing away the ice shell and the frozen stiffness, then pinched the gills and carried it back to the house in long strides. Lingsy, look what this is. 𝐤𝐤𝐤 poked out a furry little head, her eyes instantly widening. Fish. Such a big one. Brother, did you catch it in the reservoir in this freezing weather? A stupid fish got stuck in a crack between the rocks on the shallows. I just reached in and scooped it up. I slapped the fish onto the broken wooden plank that served as a table. Go find a clean flat stone. Tonight I'll make you fish soup. 𝐤𝐤𝐤 shot out like she'd been injected with adrenaline, and in no time she came back carrying a big flat stone. I picked up the rusty machete and scaled, split, and gutted the fish. My movements were so sharp and clean that not a drop of blood splashed out. I chopped the fish meat into several large pieces. Then I found a clay pot, washed it clean, filled it more than halfway with clear water, and set it over the open fire to boil. No salt, no ginger, no scallions, not even a drop of cooking wine. But once the water boiled, the fish pieces rolled and bubbled, simmering into a rich, milky broth, and that pure, original fragrance of freshness instantly filled the whole thatched hut. 𝐤𝐤𝐤 crouched by the fire, eyes wide like copper bells, glued to the broken clay pot. The sound of her swallowing saliva came again and again, yet she still gritted her teeth and didn't make a single complaint about hunger. I took a broad banana leaf, washed it clean, rolled it into a funnel, and scooped more than half a bowl of the thick soup for her. Drink. 𝐤𝐤𝐤 held the scalding green leaf with trembling hands and blew on it twice before taking a small sip. The fresh fish flavor slid from her tongue into her shriveled stomach, and her whole body shuddered. Then, like a starving little wolf cub, she gulped it down in big mouthfuls. She licked the leaf clean to the very bottom, and 2 pieces of fish also went into her stomach. She pinched the only main bone left, sucked on it again and again, and in the end even carefully wrapped the bones in the corner of her clothes, unwilling to throw them away. Seeing her hoarding food like a little squirrel, I pushed my own half of the fish meat toward her. I just drank too much water and feel stuffed. I can't eat it all. You finish it. 𝐤𝐤𝐤 shook her head hard. Brother, you used a knife on someone today, and you've been running around all day. You have to eat. You're the one doing the hard labor. There's no end to your nonsense. If I tell you to eat, then hurry up and put it in your mouth. I deliberately put on a stern face. She lowered her head, pressing her pale lips together, and used her dirty fingers to push the fish meat into her mouth bit by bit. As she chewed, tears once again fell uncontrollably, splashing onto the tattered cotton coat and going down with the savory taste of the fish soup into her empty stomach. She didn't wipe them away, and I didn't try to persuade her. By the time we finished this meal, the sky outside had gone as dark as an overturned pot. The fire in the stove burned fiercely, its red glow blocking all the winter chill of the 12th lunar month from the cracks at the door. 𝐤𝐤𝐤𝐥 took off her ragged cloth shoes and burrowed into the new bedding, pulling the thick quilt up to her chin. After today's roller coaster ordeal, her 15-year-old body had already been drained dry. The big household's relentless pressure, 𝐂𝐤𝐤𝐤's pestering, the gamble of splitting the family and severing ties, and the sudden warmth pouring out in this room all hit her like heavy blows, making her eyelids fight to stay open. "Brother." A murmur with a heavy nasal tone came from under the quilt. Can we really survive if we leave the 𝐤 family?" "Yes." I sat cross-legged by the stove, the firelight carving deep shadows across my lean but fierce face. "Go to sleep." Her lips moved, as if she still wanted to ask about that fatal 280 yuan, but sleep came over her like a tsunami and drowned her out. Her breathing quickly became long and even. She curled deeper into the quilt, like a kitten that had been frightened half to death and finally found a warm nest, and fell into a deep sleep. The room was very quiet, with only dry firewood cracking and popping. I stood up and walked to the broken door, leaning to look outside. The reservoir's surface under the pale moonlight looked like a sheet of cold iron, and the barren mountains in the distance lay like giant beasts in the darkness. I withdrew my gaze and looked over this empty, new home with its 4 bare walls. A leaking bed, a broken earthen pot picked up from somewhere, and a stone stove. This was all I had on the surface after bringing my younger sister here, in this damned era. Not enough. Still far from enough. If we're going to eat, we need tables and chairs. If we're going to chop firewood, we need a sharp axe. If we want a cup of hot water, we need an enamel mug. Starting tomorrow, I'll get everything one by one. I grabbed the 2 thickest logs and tossed them into the stove to bank the fire. The red tongues of flame licked upward, lighting up my bottomless black eyes, where a wildfire capable of sweeping across the land churned. No rush. With a stockpile worth tens of millions in my hands, I'll let the idiots in the big household enjoy themselves for a couple of days first. The good show is about to begin. Just as dawn was breaking, the wind by the reservoir carried a bone-chilling wickedness. The fire in the stove had burned down to gray-white charcoal, with only a few dull red embers flickering in and out in the wind. I opened my eyes, first glancing at the half-leaking broken door, then at the side of me. 𝐤𝐤𝐤𝐤 was still curled up in the ash-gray quilt, balled up like a shrimp, breathing so lightly it was almost inaudible, with only a tuft of messy yellow hair sticking out from the quilt. This girl had lived the first 15 years of her life like a startled bird. Last night was probably the first truly peaceful sleep she'd ever had. I didn't make a sound. I sat up quietly and rolled my shoulders. My joints cracked. This 17-year-old body was really durable. Yesterday, I'd been fighting and raging so hard I almost coughed up blood, but after sleeping one night, besides sore muscles, my strength had come back completely. I pushed open the tottering door. Cold wind mixed with moisture rushed at me, and I tightened my coarse cloth jacket as I headed toward the back of the house. On the southern slope by the reservoir grew a patch of wild 𝐒𝐲𝐲 bamboo, at least 10 years old. The villagers thought it was too far and couldn't be bothered to come cut it. Even the older bamboo underneath was as thick as a forearm. I'd already planned it out last night. This shabby thatched hut had nothing in it, not even a place to set down bowls. We couldn't exactly squat on the dirt floor to eat. For household goods, would take too much effort. Bamboo was the handiest. Stepping over a carpet of dry bamboo leaves, I stopped at the edge of the grove and swept my eagle-like gaze around. A barren dirt slope to the left, the reservoir to the right, and the nearest village homes 2 li away. Even if someone got up early to collect manure, they couldn't get here. Safe. With a flick of my wrist behind my back and a turn of thought, the chipped, rusty wood-cutting knife at my waist vanished, replaced by 2 modern tools. In my left hand was a high-carbon steel industrial handsaw, its rubber grip fitting snugly in my palm. The row of fine saw teeth, as dense as shark teeth, glinted with a cool blue light in the morning sun. Top-grade equipment used in an electronics factory for cutting PVC hard pipes. Right hand. An outdoor multifunction folding tactical axe, forged in black steel, its weight perfectly balanced. Holding these 2 things, I let out a cold, mocking curl of my lips. In my previous life, I worked as a laborer at a brick kiln factory. At 18, I took a chipped, dull firewood knife to the back hill to cut bamboo. My palms were rubbed full of blood blisters, and it took me over half an hour to chop down a single old bamboo stalk as thick as a rice bowl. I'd be so exhausted I couldn't even straighten my back. Now, I walked up to the thickest bamboo stalk, planted my feet front and back, and suddenly drove power into my waist. The tactical axe in my right hand, carrying the sound of air being torn apart, barely hesitated before cutting horizontally into the bamboo root. Crack bang. A sharp cracking sound echoed through the forest. The steel blade split the bamboo root, thicker than my forearm, in two as easily as cutting hot tofu. The tall 𝐂𝐤𝐲 bamboo swayed once, then crashed thunderously into the clearing. The cut was so smooth it looked like it had been done by a machine tool, not a single fiber left ragged. One strike. Just one. I looked down at the axe, then at the bamboo on the ground, and a feeling of crushing, across the time's dimension-reducing superiority, made my whole body feel wonderfully at ease. Without pausing, I immediately switched targets. When I came to a tightly packed section of bamboo, I simply used the handsaw. With a few screeching push-and-pull strokes, a segment of bamboo as hard as iron fell cleanly to the ground. If an old master bamboo craftsman from the commune saw this, he'd probably gouge his eyes out on the spot. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, 6 thick 𝐂𝐤𝐲 bamboos lay stripped bare on the ground. I tossed the modern tools back into the space and conjured up the broken firewood knife, hanging it back at my waist. Just as I bent down to cut bamboo sections and deliberately hacked and scraped at them with the firewood knife to create the disguise of rough handiwork, I caught sight of a small figure struggling toward me from the side of the reservoir out of the corner of my eye. It was 𝐒𝐤𝐦𝐤. The little girl had no idea when she'd woken up. Not seeing me, she'd run to fetch a ceramic jar of water and was now puffing as she carried it back. She looked up and saw a large bundle of neatly cut, thick bamboo piled in the clearing, while I was still holding a knife as if I'd just been at work. Her jar shook, nearly slipping from her hands. "Brother." She ran over in 2 quick steps, set down the water jar, and stared wide-eyed, her eyes as round as copper bells. You cut all this by yourself? I just want to fetch water, and you've stripped half the forest bare?" I didn't even lift my eyelids, casually tossing the bamboo strips to the side of my feet. "This bamboo here grows on good water and soil, so it's brittle. Once the blade gets leverage, it falls over." 𝐒𝐤𝐦𝐤 crouched down and touched the cut with her frostbitten fingers. As her fingertip brushed it, her brows immediately knit together. "That's not right, brother. Why is the cut so smooth?" She turned and stared at the broken knife at my waist, its edge not even patched up. "This broken knife is a pain, even for chopping firewood. How can it make a cut like this?" Seeing my sister asking questions to the roots of things, I secretly broke into a cold sweat. This girl was sharp as a tack. Poor kids grow up early. "Last night after you fell asleep, I used the blue stone slab by the reservoir to properly temper the blade." I lied without even changing expression. "Besides, your brother's got brute strength. I can break 𝐒𝐤𝐻𝐤's leg with a kick." "What's a bamboo stock to me?" At the mention of 𝐒𝐤𝐻𝐤's broken leg, 𝐒𝐤𝐦𝐤's little face went pale, and the bit of suspicion vanished in fright. She hurriedly nodded. "Right, brother, you really are terrifyingly strong." Once I'd brushed that off, I got to work immediately. 4 thick bamboo stalks became the legs. Thin bamboo made the cross braces, the firewood knife carved out the mortises and tenons, and hemp rope cinched everything tight. Before long, a crude but sturdy low bamboo table stood in the center of the room. Then I built a 2-tier storage rack in the corner. 𝐒𝐤𝐦𝐤 stood on tiptoe and placed the broken ceramic jar on the bamboo shelf. She gave it a shake. It was as steady as a mountain. She stepped back 2 paces, her gaze sweeping from the new bamboo table to the shelf, then to the bed covered with gray but clean bedding. "Brother," her voice suddenly turned very soft, as if afraid of waking a dream. "This place, it's starting to feel a bit like our own home." Hearing the word home, my hand paused slightly as I swept up the floor. I tossed the bamboo scraps out the door and dusted off my hands. "It's not like our home," I said, turning around, my voice steady. "This is our home. All right, I'm going outside to find something to fill our stomachs. You relight the fire." "Okay," she answered brightly. I stepped out of the thatched hut and went around to a waist-high patch of weeds behind it, then crouched down and closed my eyes, letting my consciousness sink into the space. Now that the house was settled, I had to solve the stomach issue. My thoughts swept across the grain and oil section spanning several thousand square meters. The fancy polished white rice and flour absolutely could not be brought back. In a 1977 village, those snow-white fine grains were more dangerous than gold bars. Just being seen with them would spell disaster. I picked up a small bag of loose white flour, then ran to the coarse grain section and grabbed a couple handfuls of coarse cornmeal and sorghum flour. I found a tattered sack, dumped them all together, and kneaded them hard. I kept at it until the bright white had turned into a dull, impurity-speckled earthy yellow, looking just like the lowest-grade blended flour at a grain station, and only then did I stop. Next was meat. In the chilled section, I chose a small piece of pork belly with the skin on, no more than half a gene. I tore off the packaging box, rubbed a bit of dirt water from the space onto the surface, wrapped it in rotten burlap, then folded a few leaves around it, and tied it tight with dry grass rope. Finally, the iron pot. That was the real problem. In 1977, iron pots were strategic supplies. Every family had smashed their pots for steel smelting, leaving only old leftovers. I searched through my space, and finally, in the pile of supplies collected from the garment factory, I found a small cast iron pot with a bottom blackened all the way through among the logistics junk. With everything ready, I carried the black pot in one hand and the leaf-wrapped bundle in the other, striding back. As I neared the door, I heard the sound of bamboo slats scraping the bottom of a pot inside, mixed with 𝐒𝐤𝐤𝐥 humming softly. I pushed the door open and stepped over the threshold, then thudded the cast iron pot onto the low table. 𝐒𝐤𝐤𝐥's hands froze at once. She looked first at the black iron pot, then at the leaf bundle seeping greasy spots, and finally stared hard at the bulging sack of battered flour. The 15-year-old girl was stunned for a full half-minute. Then her face suddenly went deathly pale. She sucked in a sharp breath as if she'd seen a ghost. "Bro!" She lunged over and tightly covered the iron pot, her voice so frightened it turned sharp and thin. Where did you go? This iron pot needs industrial coupons. This fine flour, and this meat smell. Where did you get all this? Tears poured out at once. Both her hands clutched my sleeve tightly, shaking like she was sifting chaff. "Bro, even if we're poor and starved to death, we can't do something illegal. Did you steal it from the brigade warehouse? Or rob the supply and marketing cooperative? If the security office catches you, you'll get shot." Seeing her scared like this, a flicker of guilt crossed my heart. I really had been too hasty, but I didn't panic. I grabbed her trembling shoulders with my other hand and pressed down firmly. "Wipe those tears back in. Do you think your brother's that stupid?" I stared into her eyes, my tone leaving no room for doubt. I pulled over the newly made bamboo stool and told her to sit, then sat across from her. "This pot, this grain, this meat, everything came from clean sources," I said, meeting her gaze and reciting the explanation I'd prepared long ago. "You think for the past 2 or 3 years I was getting up before dawn and heading deep into the mountains just to cut pig fodder?" I lowered my voice and leaned in. "That bunch of idiots in the main house thought I was doing hard labor, but I actually found a few wild ginseng seedlings in the deep back mountains. I nurtured them slowly, and a while ago I dug them up. I had someone take them to the county black market, traded them for money and coupons, and secretly kept the rest." "The black market?" 𝐒𝐤𝐤𝐥 covered her mouth, her eyes widening even more, though she was clearly much less afraid than when she thought I'd stolen or robbed them. Black market reselling was still illegal, but brave young men in the village would occasionally go there to try their luck. "Right." I nodded. I was careful and didn't bring anything back to the main house. I hid it all in a hollow tree deep in the mountains. This broken iron pot was something I traded for privately with an old rag-and-bone man using grain coupons. And this meat was dried salted meat I took from the tree hollow when I went into the mountains this morning. Now that we've split the household, I can finally bring it out. 𝐒𝐤𝐤𝐥 listened, stunned. My story had time, place, and a completely closed logic loop. "Bro, why you hid it for this long?" she asked softly, swallowing. "If I didn't hide it, you think I'd bring it back for 𝐒𝐤𝐤𝐥 and the others to waste?" I sneered, pointing at the pile of things. "Keep this to yourself. The 280 yuan we owe? Your brother's little stash has old savings. Run the black market a couple of times, and we'll definitely pay it back within a month. But if word leaks out, I'll die before I tell anyone. No matter who asks, I won't say a word." 𝐒𝐤𝐤𝐥 jumped to her feet, raising 3 fingers to swear it, tears still not dry on her face, but her eyes were now fierce and determined. I curled the corner of my mouth. "Enough, no need for oaths. Go light the fire. Today your brother's going to show you what he can do." 𝐒𝐤𝐤𝐥 hurriedly turned around, picked up the 2 fire stones, and squatted by the stove, huffing and puffing as she struck sparks. I stood behind 𝐒𝐤𝐤𝐥, my left hand pretending to help block the wind for her, while my right hand quickly slipped into my pocket and pressed the lighter in the space. With a soft click, a streak of blue-yellow flame shot through my fingers into the pile of dry reed straw. Whoosh! The fire caught at once. "Huh? Why is this stone working so well today?" 𝐒𝐤𝐤𝐥 said in pleasant surprise, rubbing her hands together, completely missing what I'd done. I had already tossed the lighter back into the space. I hadn't even wasted time taking a breath. I set the iron pot on the stove, untied the bundle of leaves, and revealed the pork belly with the skin still on. After washing the cleaver, I twisted my wrist and sliced it thin on the broken wooden board. This was chilled meat from the space, with fat and lean layered distinctly. Sizzle! The slices hit the pot, and lard was instantly rendered out. In just a few seconds, a rich, fatty aroma filled the shabby reed hut, which was only a dozen square meters. 𝐒𝐤𝐤𝐥, crouched by the stove adding firewood, drew a sharp breath. The most fragrant thing she had ever smelled in her life was the thin smear of rapeseed oil Wang Ho hot, put at the bottom of a bowl during New Year's. But compared with this pure lard fragrance, that was nothing but dishwater. Gulp! I even heard her swallow. Her eyes were fixed on the sizzling pot. But the next second, as if she suddenly remembered something, She sprang up. Brother, it smells too good. If this scent drifts out and the people in the village smell it, we're done for. In a fluster, she ran to shut the broken wooden door, then hurriedly took off her patch-covered coat and stuffed it into the gap beneath the door. Don't do that, I said, looking at her as if facing a great enemy. My chest felt a little sore. Eating meat was a luxury for others, but for us, it was like being thieves. The reservoir wind is strong. It can't blow into the village. Come here and sit properly. I fried the pork until the oil came out, then pushed it aside and slid the cornmeal batter mixed with water down along the edge of the pan. The moment it touched the scorching lard, a golden, crispy crust formed around the edges. I flipped it with a bamboo spatula. When both sides were golden, I lifted it out together with a few glistening slices of pork belly and placed them on the cleaned bamboo strip. Eat. I pushed the bamboo strip toward her. 𝐤𝐤 looked at the golden corn cake and the greasy meat, both her hands trembling. She slowly picked up a piece. The moment her fingers touched the hot crust, she finally realized this wasn't a dream. Carefully, she took a small bite from the edge. The crust cracked with a crisp snap, and the fragrance of pork fat mingled with the sweetness of cornmeal, bursting across taste buds that had long lived on thin soup and plain water. She froze completely. The next second, as if driven mad, she started stuffing it into her mouth in big bites without caring that it was hot, her cheeks bulging like a hamster's, swallowing before she could even chew. It was the body of someone who had long been malnourished, surrendering uncontrollably when confronted with fat. I used my chopsticks to jaw the biggest, fattest slice of meat and put it before her. Slow down. No one's fighting you for it. Her hand stopped for a moment. Looking down at that slice of meat dripping with oil, tears suddenly fell from her eyes, pattering onto the dirt floor. Not grievance, not fear, just a satisfaction so overwhelming it rose from the soles of her feet all the way to the top of her head after her stomach had been filled with fat. She didn't wipe her tears. She just kept chewing desperately, afraid that if she stopped, she'd wake up. After finishing the last bite, she even picked up every crumb that had fallen onto the bamboo strip and ate them one by one, finally licking the oil from her fingers clean. After she finished, she looked at the pot, then at me, who had barely taken a bite across from her. Brother, why are you only eating the cake and not the meat? I tasted a piece when I was slicing it, I said lightly. She didn't believe me. After staring at me for a while, she suddenly reached out, took the last piece of meat from the pot, and snapped it in half with her chopsticks. She put one half in front of me and stuffed the other half into her own mouth. Half each. If you don't eat, I'll never eat anything you bring back again. Her eyes were red and swollen. Corn crumbs still clung to the corner of her mouth, and there was a stubbornness in her tone she had never shown before. I looked at that half piece of meat soaked through with lard. In my previous life, I was worth over 100 million, coming and going from elite banquets, having tasted all kinds of delicacies from land and sea. And yet, in the end, not even a single person had ever sincerely brought me a cup of hot water. I lowered my eyes, jatchied a piece of meat, and put it in my mouth. All right, half each. After I finished tidying up the pots and bowls, it was already completely dark. Inside the thatched hut, only the stove fire was flickering. There was a table, a bed, and meat to eat. No sarcasm from the big house, no endless work. Brother. 𝐤𝐤's eyes sparkled in the firelight. The 280 yuan we owe. Can your little stash really cover it? She asked, still lacking confidence. I didn't answer right away. I turned around and looked at this younger sister who had just had a full meal. In my mind, in the space, cases upon cases of 𝐒𝐤𝐢, tens of thousands of army coats, and rows of special effect medicines were silently clamoring. I smiled and gently flicked her forehead with my finger. Don't worry about the money. With my hands behind my back, I looked toward the village swallowed by the night, my tone carrying the domineering certainty of my past life when I controlled the whole situation. Brother not only wants to pay back those 280 yuan, brother will also make those who laugh at us in the future so that even if they crane their necks, they still won't be able to see the heels of our feet. Just as dawn was breaking, a cold wind wormed its way through the paper of the big house's broken window. The large black water vat in the yard was already almost empty, and the stove hearth was cold through and through, not even a spark left. At this hour on any normal day, there should already have been the sounds of chopping firewood and boiling water in the yard. Wang Ho-hat was still half asleep. Relying on decades of muscle memory, she opened her mouth and howled. 𝐤𝐤, you lazy piece of trash, where the hell did you die off to? The water vat's empty, and you're still not up hauling water. Her cursing dragged on and on, but in the next second, something in her head clicked into place, and the abuse stopped dead. Right. 𝐤𝐤 was gone. Yesterday he'd pressed his bloody handprint down, severed all ties with the 𝐒 family once and for all, and gotten kicked out of the big house. Being split off didn't bother her, but then, with a gust of cold wind, One deadly question slapped her across the face. The free workhorse was gone. Who was hauling the water today? Who was tending the stove? Who was feeding the pigs? 𝐤𝐤, that deadbeat, had probably run off to someone's card table again. Wang Hohot slapped the quilt-wrapped 𝐤𝐤. Hunger, get up and go haul. Before she could finish, a scream worse than a ghost wail exploded through the house. Oh fuck. My leg. That slap tugged at the right calf I'd already kicked broken. The pain twisted 𝐤𝐤's fat face into wrinkled folds, and cold sweat poured down instantly. He clutched the edge of the Kong tightly. Mother, are you trying to kill me with pain? What did the doctor say? Wang Hohot's face fell. The doctor? Going to the commune clinic cost real money and industrial coupons. How could she bear that? Yesterday she'd just found some country quack who treated cattle and horses, felled around a couple times, tied on 2 broken boards, and that was that. Relying on 𝐤𝐤? Useless. Grinding her teeth, she shouted into the side room next door. 𝐤𝐤, you lazy dead dog. The sun's already on your ass. Get your lazy hide up. The side room was silent. 𝐤𝐤 was curled under the blanket and didn't want to move at all. His mind worked quickly. That scourge 𝐤𝐤 was gone. His eldest brother was crippled on the Kong shitting and pissing in bed, and his own father was a street loafer. In the big house, the only strong labor left for rough work was, fuck, was it really just me? Thinking of that bloody cleaver from yesterday, then those 2 deadweight water buckets, 𝐤𝐤 made up his mind to keep playing dead. Crash. The broken wooden door was kicked open by Wang Hohot. A carrying pole and 2 shabby buckets thumped against the Kong edge. Playing deaf, are you? If you don't fill the vat today and chop 2 loads of firewood, the whole family starves. 𝐤𝐤 knew he couldn't hide. He slowly dragged himself up, resentment pooling in his eyes, staring at the carrying pole like it was his enemy. Half an hour later, by the old well at the village entrance, 𝐤𝐤 was carrying the heavy wooden buckets. He hadn't even walked 20 meters before his legs were already shaking uncontrollably. How could those tender, soft shoulders withstand the friction of a hard wooden pole? The rough splinters had rubbed a layer of skin off his collarbone, and blood beaded up. Every 2 steps, water sloshed out, soaking his trouser legs and cloth shoes, and the icy winter water turned his calves into blocks of ice. Damn it, that bastard 𝐤𝐤 carried water every day. How did it not crush him to death? This was the first time he truly felt how heavy those vats of water actually were. He huffed and puffed, taking 3 steps and resting for 2, hauling a half bucket of water into the yard. By then he couldn't even lift his shoulder. Just as he set the bucket down, 𝐤𝐤 on the Kong sneered from inside. Second brother, took you this long to bring back this little piss? Hurry up and heat some water. For me, I need to wipe myself down. Those words were like a fuse, igniting the powder keg 𝐤𝐤 had been holding in all morning. He whirled around and glared at 𝐤𝐤 on the Kong, his mind spinning wildly. You crippled waste. What gives you the right to talk to me like I'm your dog? Wipe your mother's body. 𝐤𝐤 finally lost all restraint. He kicked hard at the broken bucket. The already cracked bottom shattered on the spot, and icy water splashed across the floor. 𝐤𝐤, you son of a bitch. 𝐤𝐤 shouted, eyes red, pointing at him. You're just a useless piece of trash who can only lie on the Kong shitting and pissing. My shoulders rubbed raw and bleeding, and you still want me to go haul water? If 𝐤𝐤 weren't around to be your workhorse, what the hell are you worth? 𝐤𝐤 froze, then flew into a rage. He was a village bully and knew all too well how to pick on the weak and fear the strong. He understood that if he didn't establish the authority of the young master now that his leg was broken, he'd be stepped on later. You fucking say who's useless? 𝐤𝐤 propped himself up on half his body, grabbed the enamel bowl, and smashed it at 𝐤𝐤's head. Even with my leg broken, I'm more than enough to deal with you. The bowl missed and struck the wall, knocking off a large chip of enamel. Go on, throw it. You crippled bastard, if you've got the guts, get down here and hit me. 𝐤𝐤 was the type who yielded to softness but not to force. Seeing 𝐤𝐤's helpless rage, he wasn't afraid at all. In fact, he felt a rush of satisfaction. In a few quick steps, he rushed to the Kong, grabbed 𝐤𝐤 by the collar, and raised his hand for a crisp slap. Smack. This is outrageous. Brothers drawing knives on each other. Wang Hohot had just carried firewood into the yard, and the moment she saw the scene, she was so frightened she dropped the firewood and rushed in to pull them apart with all her strength. But how could she restrain the fury of 2 young men? As 𝐤𝐤 struggled, his elbow slammed into her eye socket. 𝐤𝐤, protecting his broken leg while flailing wildly, yanked hard on 𝐤𝐤's hair. The 3 of them rolled into a tangled heap inside the room. The table was kicked over, the kettle smashed to pieces, worse than slaughtering a pig for New Year. The 𝐤 household was completely thrown into chaos. Separated by a single wall, the second branch was no better off. In the back courtyard, beside the icy giant water vat that looked like a hole in the freezer, 15-year-old 𝐤𝐤 was crouching in the cold wind, washing the entire family's dirty laundry. This was the first time in her memory that she had done laundry so early in the morning. Every previous year, that job had been taken care of by her sickly cousin 𝐒𝐤, and she always complained that 𝐒𝐤 didn't wash things clean enough. The well water in the dead of winter was so cold it felt like ice needles piercing into her bones. After only 2 garments, her hands, which were usually coated with clamshell oil, had gone blue from the cold. Her knuckles were swollen and cracked, seeping blood, and the lye water stung so badly that tears kept welling in her eyes. 𝐒𝐤. She couldn't take it anymore and screamed, "Where the hell did you die off to? Get out here and wring out the clothes for me, you piece of trash." The courtyard was dead silent. 𝐒𝐤, that slick little bastard, had slipped away early in the morning. He had no intention of touching the mess left behind by the split from the main branch. 𝐒𝐤 gritted her teeth in fury, grabbed a garment, and slammed it hard onto the washboard. Riot. From using too much force, the nail of her thumb split clean in two. The searing pain mixed with the lye water, making her cry out miserably. Slumping beside the basin and clutching her bleeding finger, for the first time she felt a near-mad jealousy toward 𝐒𝐤, that lowly girl. In the main room of the second branch, the stove still held a little heat. 𝐒𝐤 sat on the edge of the kong, holding a tobacco pipe and taking slow puffs, the blue smoke obscuring his hypocritical old face in half light and half shadow. The sounds of smashing pots and bowls from the main branch could be heard clearly, but this old fox didn't even lift his eyelids. Instead, the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smirk. 𝐒𝐤 had just come back from the commune after taking on a job. As soon as he entered the village and heard that 𝐒𝐤 had not only split the family with a knife, but also taken on a debt of 280 yuan, he was so shocked he nearly dropped his towel to the ground. "Dad." He leaned close to 𝐒𝐤 and lowered his voice. "𝐒𝐤 looks so poor. How dare he put his blood fingerprint down in front of Party Secretary Wang? That's 280 yuan. Even if you sold off the whole main branch, you still couldn't come up with that much. How is he ever going to pay it back?" 𝐒𝐤 tapped the ash from his pipe onto the sole of his shoe. A calculating glint flashed in his triangular eyes. No one in this world jokes with their own life. Especially that kid. He cut someone yesterday and broke a leg with a kick. Clearly he's one ruthless bastard who's seen blood. He dared to leave home with nothing and publicly press his blood seal to take on that debt. What does that say? He lifted his eyelids and fixed his eldest son with a stare. It says his confidence is definitely more than just that 280 yuan. 𝐒𝐤's heart trembled, and he shook his head repeatedly. Impossible. That kid can barely scrape together a full meal on a regular day. Where would he get any confidence from? That's exactly what I want you to find out. 𝐒𝐤 tucked the tobacco pipe into his waistband, his gaze vicious. If we don't know what he's up to, then we'll go figure it out ourselves. That kid is an anomaly. If things go badly, the main branch may really end up being stripped to the bone by him. Our second branch can't just stand there blind. He jerked his chin at 𝐒𝐤. Right now the main branch is in total chaos. No one has time to pay attention to him. Go find 𝐒𝐤, and the two of you head over to that broken thatched hut by the reservoir. Take a good look and see whether that kid really went into the mountains to dig for gold. Once we know his cards, we'll know how to make the next move. 𝐒𝐤 licked his lips with a sinister look and nodded hard. Don't worry, Dad. I'll go find 𝐒𝐤 right now and make sure I show you that kid inside and out, down to his underwear. Creak. A half-broken wooden door was knocked by the wind, letting in a sliver of bone-chilling cold. The last thick log in the stove's firebox had finally breathed its last and turned into ashen dead charcoal. It wasn't fully light yet, and a layer of ghastly pale mist clung over the reservoir. I opened my eyes and glanced sideways. 𝐒𝐤 was still curled up under that thick quilt, like a sleeping little shrimp, only a tuft of messy yellow hair visible, her breathing light and long. Without making a sound, I slipped on my jacket and pushed the door open to go outside. The morning wind by the reservoir cut at my neck like a blade. I squatted on a bluestone slab by the shore, staring at the gray, murky water, my mind racing through the accounts. In my space, there were mountains of gold and silver, but in 1977, pulling out anything at random was courting death. It was like guarding a vault without the key. The more valuable the hard goods, the more scorching they were to touch. Polished rice? Pure white and crystalline, not a speck of grit in it. If I brought that out, I wouldn't even need the security office to investigate. An old lady next door could point at me once and report me as a speculator and black marketer. Canned goods, biscuits? The simplified Chinese on the packaging and those barcodes were more deadly than slapping a counter-revolutionary label on my face. As for those gold bars, in an era when hoarding gold meant public criticism and trafficking in gold could get you shot, I couldn't let them see the light of day until reform and opening up. What, then, could I trade for cash? I narrowed my eyes and swept my thoughts through the several huge warehouses. Grain, cloth, industrial goods. All were stuck at the dead choke point of vouchers. Suddenly, my thoughts stalled. Fish. In this era, when even buying a box of matches required an industrial coupon, freshwater fish was an extremely rare off-plan side product. It didn't go through the state grain station's books, and it didn't require grain coupons or meat coupons. Usually, if bold commune members managed to catch a big fish, they'd secretly take it to the market and exchange it for some cash. As long as they didn't set up stalls in blatant, large-scale fashion, everyone would turn a blind eye. Most importantly, I lived right by the reservoir now. In the depths of winter, with the water cold and the fish sunk to the bottom, the villagers all thought no fish could be caught. But I was just a 17-year-old poor nobody. If I claimed I was lucky and had stumbled on one by blind chance in the shallows, who could bring out real proof and say no? That was natural cover from logic. I stood up, the corners of my cracked mouth lifting slightly. Closing my eyes, I sent my thoughts into the heavy freezer in my space. It was packed with frozen shrimp, frozen crab, and premium salmon. I skipped all these wildly over-the-top items and fixed my gaze on the freshwater section at the bottom. Bighead carp. Each one weighed 7 or 8 gs, with round, plump bodies and heads so huge they looked like little wash basins. I held myself back and only took out 3. A half-grown kid getting lucky enough to haul up 3 big fish was already heaven being blind. If I really carried out 10 or 8, the reservoir should just start cordoning itself off. With a pull of my thoughts, the 3 hard-frozen bighead carp plopped onto the rotten mud by my feet, still coated in a layer of white frost, clearly stiff dead fish at a glance. That appearance wouldn't fool anyone. I rolled up my trouser legs and stepped into the shallow water. In early autumn, the reservoir water was cold enough to bite into the bones. Using both hands, I pressed the 3 fish firmly beneath the surface. After the time it takes to smoke half a cigarette, once the white frost had melted through and the bluish-gray scales regained their moist sheen, I let go. But that still wasn't enough. From a puddle nearby, I grabbed a handful of rotten weeds and wrapped roots and mud around the fish tails. Then I scraped up a lump of sticky yellow mud, pried open the gills, and smeared it into the crevices. I casually rubbed 2 streaks of muddy water across the bellies as well. Then, lifting them up again, gills caked with yellow mud, tails wrapped in withered grass, scales half hidden under sand and silt. They looked exactly like wild catch freshly torn from the muck. Satisfied, I flicked the mud from my fingernails, found a rotten straw rope, threaded it through the gills of the fish, stuffed them into a torn burlap sack, and went back inside. As soon as I entered, I walked over to the earthen stove. While Gu-Ling was still asleep, I moved my thoughts and pulled out a lighter, click, igniting a handful of dry kogon grass. The flames leapt up, finally driving away some of the damp chill in the room. Then I took a little of the mixed flour I had processed yesterday, added water, and fried 2 palm-sized thin pancakes in the iron pan. As soon as the pancakes turned golden brown, the coarse aroma of cornmeal drifted all the way to the Kong. Gu-Ling's nose twitched twice, and she opened her eyes a sliver. "Brother, get up and eat." She immediately crawled out from under the blankets, her hair a nest of tangles, shuffling over in her broken shoes to the stove. The moment she saw the 2 golden pancakes, the redness and swelling in her eyes brightened at once. But before the smile could fully bloom, it faded again. "Brother, our flour sack was already barely full. You need to save it." "Save what save? Stop worrying about the grown-ups' business and eat." I scooped out the bigger one and pushed it to her. "After you're done, I have to head out." She paused. "Where to?" "To the commune. To look for some unloading odd job." I said it without batting an eye, pointing at the heavy burlap sack. "And by the way, I'll take those 3 bighead carp I ran into on the shallows this morning to the market and trade them for some cash." "Fish." Gu-Ling's eyes nearly popped out as she jumped up. "You went into the water again this early in the morning? That bone-cutting wind can make people sick. Brother, do you not care about your life? What are you yelling about?" It was only the shallows, knee-deep at most. I patted the mud marks on my trouser legs. "About 30 gs of goods. Take it to the commune, and it'll make some noise." She bit her lip hard, tears of distress falling, but she couldn't say anything. Silently, she lowered her head and split the pancake in 2, forcing one piece into my hand. "You keep this for the road, to cushion your stomach. You've got so many mountain paths to walk. How can you manage on an empty stomach?" I didn't stand on ceremony. I took it, chewed it a few times, swallowed, and hoisted the burlap sack onto my shoulder. "There's solid wood charcoal pressed in the stove. It'll stay warm until noon. Bolt the door and don't run around. If a stranger comes,